A village woman was cornered in a dark alley. The bald thug told her to take off her clothes, but the peach seller who heard her scream stepped in alone. The thug laughed at him. He called him a little puppy, but seconds later, his men were lying on the ground. Only then did they realize Wang Dachuan was not as weak as he looked. A few hours earlier, Dachuan was still selling peaches at the market. His clothes were simple. His stall was small, but his peaches were different. A beautiful woman in black tasted one. Then she stopped in front of him. She was the boss of a fruit supermarket, and she wanted to buy his peaches. Dachuan thought she was joking, but she reached out her hand and made a deal with him. Just when his luck finally changed, Gue Xiang came running over. She dragged him back to the village. His family was in trouble. Someone had smashed a TV, and now they wanted 10,000 yuan from his mother. Dachuan walked into the old house. This time, he did not back down. After that, Gue Xiang took him to the orchard. The peaches were red, big, and sweet. She tasted one and smiled, but before she could get closer to Dachuan, the fruit boss arrived. She stepped out of a black car. Gue Xiang's face changed instantly. She asked where this little vixen came from. The boss did not argue. She only said she came all this way to help Dachuan move peaches, but Gue Xiang clearly did not want to leave them alone. At dinner, she stayed beside Dachuan. When Dachuan got into the boss's car, Gue Xiang jumped in too. She leaned close to him in the back seat. She even asked the boss to buy her something. Soon, Dachuan's peaches became a hit in the store. Customers lined up to buy them. One woman said 3 Jin was not enough. Another buyer came with cash and wanted more. The boss saw Dachuan's value, but Gue Xiang was watching something else. That night, Dachuan suddenly heard someone screaming for help. It was Gue Xiang. The bald thug had trapped her in the alley. He grabbed her. Then he ordered his men to take her away. He even told her to take off her clothes. Dachuan stepped forward. The thug warned him to stay out of it, but Dachuan did not move back. The men rushed at him, and Dachuan knocked them down one by one. The thug froze. He could not believe a peach seller had beaten his men. Dachuan pointed at them and gave them one choice: kneel down or get beaten again. Gue Xiang was finally safe, but instead of running away, she hugged Dachuan tightly. Then she looked at him and smiled. She told him she would leave the door open for him. Now the fruit boss wanted his peaches. Gue Xiang wanted to keep him close, and from that night on, no one dared to look down on this peach seller again. The woman who spent the night with the CEO disappeared, but when he woke up, a nurse was already standing beside him, and she accepted the jewelry meant for the real girl. CEO Ling had been lying in a sanatorium. Someone used an aphrodisiac perfume on him. Then a quiet girl was sent into his room. Her name was Han Shuangzhang. She had no money, no powerful family, and no idea that one night would change her life. When Ling opened his eyes, he knew someone had been there, so he immediately called his men. But Sophie moved faster. She wore the nurse uniform, stood beside his bed, opened the gift boxes, and acted like she was the woman from that night. Then Sophie returned to a poor apartment. A disabled man was waiting for her. He had once saved her, but she looked at him with disgust. She said she was done with him. She said she wanted to be a rich man's wife, and Shuangzhang heard every cruel word. The real girl was still trapped in that old life. She helped the man in the wheelchair, swallowed the humiliation, and still showed up at work. That day, CEO Ling came to inspect the training base. Everyone tried to impress him, but Shuangzhang only wanted to survive. Then her co-worker turned on her. She said Shuangzhang had handled the files. The others surrounded her and blamed her in front of everyone. They asked if she had touched the documents. They even made her look like a thief. Shuangzhang held the folder tightly, but she did not fall apart. She opened the data, walked to the machine, and checked the robotic arm herself. Then the machine stopped. The whole workshop froze. One mistake, and she would lose the job she needed most. If Shuangzhang failed here, Sophie could keep standing beside Ling as the woman from that night. But Shuangzhang stepped forward, found the problem, and fixed it in front of everyone. The robotic arm moved again. The people who mocked her went silent. Even Ling looked at her differently. For the first time, the quiet girl stopped hiding. She had proved she belonged there, but the lie was not over. After the workshop crisis, Sophie appeared at the villa again, and her next lie was about to begin.
The rich heir thought every woman wanted his money, but this woman wanted something crazier: his name on a marriage certificate. 1 second ago, he was rejecting another woman who wanted cash by the lake. The next second, a cold woman in black walked toward him. She did not smile. She did not beg. She only said one thing: marry me. The heir laughed at first, because he had never seen a woman this bold. His grandfather was sick. His family was forcing him to settle down, and he hated the idea of becoming anyone's husband. But when he looked down, the red marriage book was already in his hand. Just like that, he became the husband of a stranger, and he still thought he had won the game. He went back to living like a playboy, riding his motorcycle, drinking with his friends, letting other women sit around him, until his new wife walked into the club. The room went quiet. She looked at him like he was a problem to fix, not a man to chase. He tried to embarrass her, so she stepped closer and reminded him he was married now. But the real shock came later. This quiet wife was not weak. She was running a company, and someone was trying to steal her project. At the bidding meeting, her rivals showed a contract. They wanted everyone to believe she had lost. The judges turned cold. The crowd started judging her, and for the first time, the playboy heir stopped laughing. He walked in front of her and faced the whole room for her. but she did not need to hide behind him. She opened the real plan and destroyed the lie in front of everyone. The rival's smile disappeared. The people who mocked her fell silent, and the man finally realized his flash marriage wife was not his burden. She was his biggest trump card. After that, he began to look at her differently. He fed her soup, watched her carefully, and kissed her before she could pull away. But just when he thought he was getting close to her, his family asked to meet her parents. Rich families began looking for her, and a young man suddenly rushed in, claiming to be her real brother. Only then did the heir understand the woman he married by accident might be the one person his whole family could not afford to offend.
They called her baby a shame, but the moment they saw the birthmark, the whole Lee family went silent, because no common child should carry a royal cloud mark, and no one knew. This poor child bride had spent one forbidden night with the Northern King. Her name was Mealy. She was not a noble lady. She was only the child bride raised by the Lee family. Before the wedding, they wrapped her body in rough cloth. They treated her like property. Mealy swallowed the insult. Then they sent her to a mountain villa with food. She thought she would be back before dark, but inside that villa, a powerful man was losing control. Someone had drugged him. His guards could not stop it. And when Mealy stepped into the room, he grabbed her. She fought. She cried. She tried to escape. By morning, she kicked him away and ran. She only left with one clue from that nightmare, a jade pendant. She had no idea. It belonged to the most feared man in the kingdom. 10 months later, Mealy gave birth to a baby boy. The Lee family should have been happy. Instead, they stared at the child like he was a curse. His face, his skin, and the strange cloud mark on his body, none of it looked ordinary. The matron mocked him. The master accused Mealy of betraying the family. Everyone wanted her to confess, but how could she tell them the truth? That night was not love, it was not a choice, and the man who ruined her life might be the one man they could never offend. Meanwhile, the Northern King had no heir. Even the emperor mocked him for it. Then the baby was brought into the palace. The royal mark exposed everything. Mealy was dragged in too, not as the child's mother, not as a woman with a name, but as his wet nurse. The women in the palace laughed at her. They called her dirty. They said she had no right to stand near the king. Mealy lowered her head, but her baby knew the truth. He refused every other nurse. He cried until Mealy held him. He drank only from her. Then an old man tried to drag her away. This time, the Northern King appeared. Mealy fell into his arms, and for 1 second, he looked at her like he had seen a ghost. Was she only the nurse his son needed? Or was she the woman from that night? Before Mealy could breathe, the king gave his order. From now on, the child would drink only her milk, and Mealy would stay in the palace, right beside him.
She thought she was here for a maid job, but the second she walked into this mansion, she realized something was off. There were women everywhere, all dressed up, all waiting for the same man. And that man was Mr. Pei, a rich, cold-faced heir who was being pushed by his family to pick a wife. The funny part, Missy wasn't rich, she wasn't elegant, she wasn't even supposed to be here. She was just a delivery girl trying to make enough money to survive. That day, one late order almost cost her everything. So when someone told her there was a high-paying job inside a mansion, she came over without thinking too much. But now, standing in this room, she finally gets it. This isn't a normal interview. This is a wife selection. At first, she wants to leave. The money sounds too good. The house feels too strange. And Mr. Pei looks like the kind of man who brings nothing but trouble. But then she looks around. The mansion, the clothes, the people, and she thinks, maybe this is the one chance she can't afford to miss. So instead of trying to act pretty like the other women, she does something completely different. She takes out a notebook and starts judging them one by one. This one only knows how to eat. That one clearly never works out. And this one looks like she walked straight out of a costume show. The other women are here to be chosen. But somehow, Missy starts choosing for Mr. Pei. Even Pei is caught off guard. He has seen plenty of fake rich girls before. But a delivery girl treating his bride audition like a job interview, that's new. Just when the room starts getting interesting, his family elder walks in. The woman takes one look at Missy's clothes and immediately looks down on her. To her, a poor girl like this shouldn't even be standing in the same room. So she insults her, in front of everyone. But Missy doesn't lower her head. She just reaches into her bag, and before anyone can stop her, she sprays the rich madam right in the face. The whole room goes silent. Even Mr. Pei freezes for a second, because nobody in this house talks back to his family, let alone sprays them. But Missy is still calm. She says it's just a small spray, harmless, useful for getting rid of annoying things. In other words, she wasn't causing trouble, she was solving it. And that's the moment Mr. Pei finally sees her clearly. She may not look like the perfect bride, but she's quick, she's brave, and most importantly, she's not scared of his family, so he keeps her. Just like that, the delivery girl gets hired into the mansion. Missy thinks she has finally found a stable job, but this is only her first night. So, the housekeeper gives her new clothes and tells her to serve Mr. Pei personally. Late at night, she knocks on his bedroom door like she's ready for work. Mr. Pei opens the door, and the look on his face says everything. She came here to earn money, but now, she may have walked into the most dangerous job of her life.
She is the real daughter, but her family treats the adopted girl like the one they cannot lose. And watch where the husband stands. He does not stand with the family. He takes his wife and walks out. But before this, she was already being used. She was blind, walking through the hospital with a cane, looking for the VIP room. The staff calls her Mrs. but she does not even know the man in front of her. Then the truth lands on the table. The marriage agreement says it clearly, no private feelings during the marriage. To the Meng family, their missing real daughter is not a daughter. She is a business tool, so she signs. And because she cannot see, every small move becomes proof. She drops the cane. He kneels down to pick it up. She has eye surgery. The doctor says a family member has to sign. She thinks no one will come. Then he steps forward and says, I am her family. That is the first crack in the contract. 1 week later, her sight starts coming back, but the hospital room is still empty. Nobody from her family comes to pick her up. Now look at the adopted daughter. She sits with the parents like she belongs there. The real daughter stands at the door like a guest. The mother talks about giving her a share. The adopted daughter plays soft and says she wants nothing. That is the trick. She says it sweetly, so everyone forgets who was replaced. Then she brings up the marriage. If she had married the rich third son, none of this would have happened. That is jealousy with good manners. Then the husband walks in. The room changes immediately. He protects his wife in front of all of them. He says the marriage is between two people, and if the family has questions, a responsible person will contact them. Translation: stop using my wife. After that, he keeps acting less like a contract husband. In the rain, he holds her hand. He brings her a gift. She thanks him like it is nothing, but she looks at the bag twice. Then he takes her to a street-side dinner. This CEO eats cheap food because she likes it. For a second, she lets herself believe this could be real, but the grandfather sees the problem. He knows they are not really living like a couple, so the husband tries harder. He orders for her. He remembers what she cannot eat. He asks if she is uncomfortable, and she still pulls back because the contract is still sitting between them. Then she hands him a list of her preferences. It looks intimate, but the last line cuts everything open. This is for dealing with both families' elders. Now he has to realize one thing: she may be his wife on paper, but her heart is still behind that agreement. This gangster thinks he has the CEO trapped, but the waiter by the door is the security guard she should have trusted from the start. A few hours earlier, she was in her villa, wrapped in a towel, calling security because her shower broke. He shows up like a normal guard, and the joke is, he thinks she is trying to flirt with him. Then a strange system locks onto her as his target. Raise her trust, get money and skills. Fail, and he stays nobody. At first, she treats him like a problem. He sees too much. She threatens him. He apologizes and fixes the shower. Then the real trouble walks in. A group of thugs surrounds her house. They call her the CEO of the Shin family. They talk about a huge debt, and they think a towel and a scared face means she is easy to take. She tries to pay him. He refuses. This is where he stops acting like a random guard. He steps in front of her and tells them to leave. They laugh at the uniform. Bad mistake. One punch, one throw, and the whole gang is on the floor. Now she is looking at him differently. The system sees it too. Her trust goes up, and he gets paid, so he becomes her bodyguard. She thinks she is hiring muscle. He thinks he just found the fastest way to level up. Then one bottle of wine turns the job into a problem. She drinks. He drinks. She falls on him. By morning, the CEO who was supposed to marry someone else is sitting on his bed in a suit. She wants to pretend last night was nothing. He knows it was not nothing. Now the real pressure starts. Her family is scared of Dragon Lord, the gangster controlling the debt. They push her toward a forced marriage, or worse, they tell her to fix it herself. So she walks into his private room alone. That is the worst choice she makes. Dragon does not want a deal. He wants her. He makes her drink. He touches her. He says the debt disappears only if she serves him tonight. And then the waiter moves. It is him. Same guard, new uniform, same bad attitude. Dragon orders his men to destroy him. He wipes them out before she can even stand straight. Now watch Dragon's face. He thought he owned the room. He does not even own the floor he is lying on. The CEO still tries to stay calm. She says violence cannot solve everything. But right now, violence is the only reason she is not trapped on that couch. He makes Dragon cancel the debt, apologize, and leave the Shin family alone. For 1 second, it looks over. Then Dragon starts smiling again. He calls in more men. The CEO can barely stand, so the guard lifts her into his arms. He tells Dragon everyone outside belongs to him. Dragon does not believe it, and that is when the door opens. This rich woman is swinging a crutch at an old patient, not knowing she just touched the family's real matriarch. Look at the hospital lobby. The old woman came in for a heart check, and her grandson is the CEO everyone keeps name dropping, but he is not here yet, so the woman in fur gets grave. She points at the old woman like she owns the place. She says the old woman has no right to say the name. That is mistake number 1. The nurse tries to stop it, and she gets shoved to the floor. The girl in pink just stands there watching. Then she pulls out her phone, not to help, to record. Now the woman in fur turns this into a show. Her dress is dirty, so somehow an old patient and a nurse have to pay. The doctor brings out the medical sheet. It shows a heart problem. That paper should end the argument, but she does not care. She only hears one thing. What? She thinks the old woman is bluffing. She thinks the nurse is protecting some poor nobody, and that is where she loses it. She raises the crutch again. The old woman falls. The nurse screams for the medicine, and the woman in fur still blocks them like she is the victim. Now watch the nurse. Her forehead is bruised, her hands are shaking, and she still begs for the pills first. That is the only person here doing the right thing. The old woman can barely speak, but she still refuses to apologize because she knows exactly who she is. She is not begging this fake rich girl for anything. Best part? The CEO already sees something on his phone. The video is blurry, but he knows something is wrong. He tells the driver to go faster. Back in the hospital, the woman in fur keeps digging. She calls the old woman a nobody. She mocks the nurse for having no power. Then the nurse says the line that should scare everybody. This is the richest man's wife. Nobody moves fast enough. The woman in fur keeps smiling. The girl in pink keeps watching. And the nurse keeps crawling toward the medicine. But instead of giving it to the patient, they make it another humiliation. The pills are right there. The medical report is right there. The phone video is right there. And the CEO is walking into the building. This is where every lie starts to look stupid. Because she is not just bullying a patient. She is bullying the woman who can erase her future with one word. Now she grabs disinfectant and shoves it in the nurse's face. The nurse is terrified. The old woman is still on the floor. And the CEO's footsteps are already in the hallway. The woman in fur thinks she is winning. But the second he sees his grandmother like this, nobody in that lobby is getting out clean.
This man just ruined the hand that can save his mistress and his baby. Look at her hand. That is his wife's operating hand. And he does not even know what he just did. Before this, his mistress goes into labor in a hotel room. Her water breaks, she starts bleeding, and he runs her straight to the hospital. The doctor who comes in is Sue Ran, the best OB surgeon in the hospital. But here is the mess. Sue Ran is also his legal wife. He does not recognize her under the mask. He stands outside the OR, begging the doctor to save the other woman and the baby. Sue Ran still does the surgery. She pulls the mistress back from danger, then walks out with blood on her gloves. He should be thanking his wife. Instead, he lies to her on the phone and says he is working late. Bad move, because Sue Ran is standing in the same hospital. And on her phone, she has the pregnancy report she was going to give him. Then she walks into the ward and sees the truth. His name is written on the admission form as the husband. The mistress calls him husband right in front of her, and he still tries to cover it. He says this woman is his boss's wife. Nobody believes that for 1 second. When Sue Ran calls her the mistress, he does not defend his wife. He defends the pregnant woman in the bed. He tells Sue Ran not to upset her. He says the mistress cannot be stressed. He even asks Sue Ran to take care of her after delivery. That is the moment she stops looking hurt and starts looking disgusted. Then his mother walks in, and somehow it gets worse. She sees the mistress's belly and immediately picks a side. The mistress cries first, so the whole room blames Sue Ran. Sue Ran says she saved the baby. They treat her like she came to kill it. Then the mistress plays one more trick. She grabs Sue Ran's hand, acts like she is being attacked, and screams. He falls for it. He grabs Sue Ran's wrist and pins her down. The hand he is crushing is the hand that just operated on his mistress. Sue Ran tells him to let go. He does not listen. Then the blood starts dripping. Now everyone suddenly needs a doctor. The nurse runs in and calls her Sue Doctor. That is when the room goes quiet. She is not just his unwanted wife. She is the specialist they were waiting for. But there is a problem. Her hand is bleeding so badly the nurse says she may not be able to operate. And his mistress is bleeding again. He finally looks at Sue Ran's hand. Watch his face. The woman he blamed is the only one who can save him. And now, the hand he destroyed has to go back into surgery.
This man is supposed to be a eunuch, so the woman on the throne lets him wake up in her bed. Big mistake. He is not a harmless servant. He is a doctor who just got dropped into the palace, and he figures out one thing fast: if they learn he is a fake eunuch, he dies. She is sick, angry, and ready to throw him out. He does not beg. He checks her pulse, talks like a doctor, and tells her he can treat what every imperial physician failed to fix. That is why she pauses. Look at her face. She still does not trust him, but she needs him. The palace thinks he is just the lowest man in the room. The real problem is, his medical skill is the only reason he is still alive. Then the women of the harem start moving. One consort walks in like she already owns the night. She thinks the emperor must choose her. The ruler cannot let that happen, so she uses the fake eunuch as a shield. He is dragged into one dangerous plan after another. A blindfold comes out. A bedchamber is prepared. The other woman thinks she is being favored, but she is being handled, and he knows it. Every time he gets too close, the secret gets louder. He is not a real eunuch. Now another man in black and gold starts asking questions. He sees the rewards. He sees the strange choices. He knows something in this palace does not add up, so he pushes harder. He asks for gold. He asks for status. Then he points straight at the fake eunuch. That is not random. He is testing the one person the ruler keeps protecting. She tries to stay calm, but the trap is closing, and then the real attack comes from inside the bathhouse. A new woman pours something into the tea. The ruler drinks it. A few seconds later, she is alone in the water, breathing hard, and she cannot hide what is happening to her body. This is where the whole lie becomes dangerous. The fake eunuch sneaks in, thinking he is coming to check on her, but the medicine is already working. She looks weak for the first time. He gets closer, too close. The palace believes he is safe because he is a eunuch. The woman who drugged her is counting on that lie. But the second he reaches into the bath, that lie stops protecting anyone. And now, if someone opens that door, the fake eunuch is finished. She runs away from a forced marriage with the one guy she thinks she can trust. But the problem is, he is not who he says he is. Xuanjiao's family is broke, so they turn their daughter into the solution. Her father does not ask if she wants to marry Lu Zihao. He talks about the bank, the investors, and the deal like her life is just another contract on the table. Look at her face. She is not saying yes because she is happy. She is saying yes because her family already chose for her. Then she hears the phone call behind the door, and now she gets it. She is not the daughter they love. She is the daughter they can trade, so she decides to run. But this mansion is not a home, it is a cage. There are guards outside, cameras on every corner. Even the patrol has a schedule, and the only person crazy enough to break in for her is Zhang Jiming. He hides in the bushes. He gets the message in. The guards chase them, and the second Chuanjiao jumps on that scooter, she finally gets one thing her family never gave her: a choice. That is why she asks for 3 days. Not forever, not marriage, just 3 days to be a normal girl with a normal boyfriend. And Zhang Jiming gives her exactly that. He takes her to the beach. He plays guitar for her. He wins her a toy. He lets her call him her boyfriend. For a moment, it looks real. But Chuanjiao starts noticing the small things. He says he is just a poor guy, but his manners do not match. The way he eats is too careful. The way he touches the chopsticks is too trained. Even the clothes sit on him like he has worn expensive things his whole life. Now every sweet moment starts looking suspicious. So inside the Ferris wheel, she stops smiling and asks him for the truth. He tries to explain, but it is too late. To her, he did not rescue her because he cared. He came close because he knew who she was. He made her trust him, then made her feel stupid for trusting him. That is what breaks her. She escaped a family that used her identity, and now the man who saved her looks like he used it too. So she cuts him off. No tears, no begging, just one clean sentence: we break up. And before he can fix it, Lu Zihao arrives. The rich heir her family wanted her to marry steps out in a suit and calls Zhang Jiming a poor kid. He calls Chuanjiao his girlfriend like she already belongs to him. Now both men are standing in front of her. One is the marriage deal, the other is the boy who may have lied. And Chuanjiao is done being someone's prize. She looks at Zhang Jiming and says he only acted out a love story with her. Then she says the show is over. The fake daughter calls her a mistress, but her husband is about to prove her wrong. At this table, she thinks she is humiliating some woman chasing a rich man. She has no idea this is the real Mrs. Zhou. And this did not start with a normal family fight. It started with a warning package, a hospital room, and people secretly checking who was coming after her. So she does not hide. She goes straight to the man behind it. He sits there smoking, smiling, acting like she already lost. Then she collapses. By the time her husband arrives, she is on the floor. He does not ask questions. He just picks her up and takes her away. That night, he stays beside her bed. When she opens her eyes, he is still there. No speech, no fake romance, just a man who knows she is in danger. But the danger is not only outside the house. At breakfast, he cooks for her. He even wears the pink apron. For 1 second, it looks sweet. Then her real family starts talking. They want to bring her home. But even now, they are still worried about the other daughter, the girl who took her place, the girl they do not want to hurt. So the real daughter learns the truth twice. First, she was switched. Then, even after they find her, she still has to wait behind the fake one. And that is why this restaurant scene is so bold. The fake daughter walks in like she owns the place. She brings up Lishan Mansion. She talks about the Zhou family like she has some right to judge. Then she says the worst thing. She calls the real daughter a woman hanging around a rich man. That is not just an insult. That is a mistake. Because the woman she is trying to shame is not a side piece. She is his wife. Look at her face. She does not scream. She does not beg. She just lets the fake daughter keep talking. That silence is dangerous. The fake daughter thinks she is winning because nobody has exposed her yet. But while she is busy acting innocent, the husband is already making his move. He calls his wife out. He takes her to dinner. He does not hide her in some corner. He sits across from her in public. Then he brings out the gift. Not flowers, not an apology, a bracelet. And this bracelet is not just a cute date detail. This is the evidence the fake daughter did not see coming. The same woman she called a mistress is now wearing the bracelet he put on her wrist himself. So let the fake daughter keep smiling. Let the family keep pretending this is complicated. Because the next time someone asks who this woman is, he does not need to explain. He just has to look at her wrist. And the fake daughter still has no idea that one bracelet is about to expose the woman she tried to replace. She is feeding the royal baby, while her own baby is hidden outside the mansion. That is the trap. Everyone in this house needs her milk, but nobody treats her like a person. The housekeeper stuffs her with tonic, calls it care, and then the royal baby gets sick. Now they want the wet nurse to take the blame. The prince looks at the bowl and finally sees the problem. This was not care, it was control. He cuts the housekeeper off and says she no longer manages the wet nurse. But look at the wet nurse. She still does not feel safe. One wrong bowl can get her punished. One wrong word can cost her child. Then he gives her a cloth and tells her not to let people bully her again. For him, it is a small favor. For everyone else, it looks dangerous, because she is lowborn, and he is the prince. The whole house sees it. He is paying too much attention to the woman they thought they could step on. Then she disappears on her day off. And this is the secret. She is not sneaking out for a man. She is going to the mountain villa, carrying vegetables, just to see the child she had to leave behind. The prince thinks she is hiding something from him. He is right, but not the way he thinks. Her baby is there. The baby she serves is in the mansion, and she is trapped between both of them. When they try to take her child back, she kneels in the snow. She is not begging for herself. She is begging for the poor servants who will be blamed after she leaves. Watch her face. She knows the prince can end this with one order. order, but she also knows his one order can destroy everyone under her. He finally holds the umbrella over her. That is the first time he stops looking at her like a servant and starts listening. Then the carriage scene changes everything. He kisses her. She freezes, because now the danger is not just inside the house, it is him. His friend jokes that she must like another man. The prince hears that and gets jealous, but he is still missing the point. She is not playing hard to get. She is trying to survive a place where one rumor can ruin her. Back inside, the housekeeper gets her chance again. The wet nurse is put in charge of clothes and accounts, exactly the kind of job that can be used to frame her. The housekeeper smiles and hands over the paper like it is nothing. But look at the wet nurse. She knows this is not a promotion. It is a setup. And before anyone can twist the numbers, the prince walks in and sees the paper in her hand.
Shimu just helped the CEO win the bid, and now his family wants her dead for it. Look at the plan in her hand. That is not just a design. That is the thing everyone is fighting over. She brings it to Hua, points at the exact weak spot, and tells him one wrong move could ruin everything. He actually listens. Bad choice for the people waiting to steal it, because the older woman already told her man to get Hua's design, even if he has to hurt Shimu to do it. So in the garage, they grab her first. She does not cry. She drives out, keeps the plan safe, and still shows up at the bid. Now watch the rival in the tan suit. He thinks Hua is finished. He walks in with confidence because he believes Hua's side has already been hit. But Shimu sees the setup before everyone else. She looks at the chandelier. She pulls Hua away, and the trap drops on the wrong man. That is the first flip. The rival is on the floor. The room freezes. Hua steps up with the real plan like nothing happened. That black suit is not panic. That is control. The woman in the white dress has no answer, because her little stolen plan game just stopped working. But the real problem is not in the meeting room. It is back at the mansion. The old men are eating dinner while talking about stealing the second young master's design like it is normal. They even call Hua the illegitimate son. They do not care that someone almost died. They care that Hua did not lose. Then the injured rival wakes up in the hospital, and the blame goes straight to Shimu. He says it was Shimu and that illegitimate son. Now the order changes. Not steal the plan, not ruin the bid, kill both of them. And here is the wild part. Shimu thinks she finally earned Hua's trust. She is smiling in the parking garage, holding the phone like the worst is over. It is not over. The call is still on the screen when a man comes out of the dark. He grabs her. This is the same pattern again. They cannot beat the plan, so they go after the woman who protected it. But Hua is already there. He does not ask questions. He runs in, knocks the attacker down, and checks her first. She says it is not serious, but look at her face. She knows this was not random. Hua lifts her onto his back, and she still jokes like she is fine. That is what makes the next part dangerous. The enemy thinks Shimu is just a secretary. Hua is starting to realize she is the only person seeing every trap before it happens. And when he looks down at the man on the floor, the real question is finally there. Who sent him?
He walks into the courtyard, and his wife is standing there in pajamas while his whole family treats her like a servant. This is the moment he sees what they do to her when he is not around. Earlier, she was sick in bed, and the old matriarch still talked about rules. Serve the elders, do the chores, stay quiet. The woman in pink acts polite, but watch her. She keeps letting the old lady push harder. His wife tries to explain once. Nobody lets her finish. Then they drag the fight outside, in front of everyone. She is half dressed, still sick, and still the only person telling the truth. The old lady thinks money and family status can shut her up, but she does not fold. She points right back and calls out how ridiculous this house is. That is when the punishment starts. A hot brazier is placed in the courtyard, and everyone acts like this is normal. The other women look offended, like she is the problem for refusing to kneel. Then he finally arrives, and look at the family. They look relieved, because they think he will choose them. The woman in pink pulls the old lady back and plays the perfect victim. His wife stands there alone, waiting to see which side he picks. At first, he looks cold. That is the scary part. She has been blamed so many times, even she thinks he may believe them again. Then the proof appears. She shows the injury on her foot. Not a rumor. A real mark from what they just did to her. Now he cannot call this family rules. He turns back to them, and the whole courtyard gets quiet. The old lady still tries to talk. The woman in pink still hides behind manners. But he has already seen enough. He steps beside his wife, and for the first time, they lose control of the room. But she is not celebrating. She is done. When he reaches for her, she pulls away. He thinks this is love finally being fixed. She tells him it was only a fake marriage. That hurts him more than the fight, because now the memories come back. The rain, the balcony, the woods, the ring on her hand. That ring is not decoration. It is the proof that their story started long before this family knew. She realizes he may not be the villain she thought he was, and he realizes she was never the troublemaker. But he is late. She packs her suitcase and walks out. So he stops her in the modern apartment and finally says it. He wants to marry her, not out of guilt, not as a favor, for real. And she answers with the one sentence that wipes the smile off his face. She is going back home to marry someone else. Now watch him freeze when he asks the only question left. Who are you marrying? This rich chairman is standing in his own hospital, while the woman beside him tries to bury the truth right in front of him. One injured woman is begging to explain. The old madam is gone, and the woman in the fur coat does not call a doctor. She grabs a bottle of disinfectant. Look at that smile. She wants the victim silent before Mr. Hua can ask one real question. The young woman in pink even mocks knocks them on the floor, as if 2 lives mean nothing. That is how cold this lie is. Mr. Ho walks in and hears one sentence: someone caused trouble in his hospital. That is all he needs. He does not check the bruises. He does not ask why his mother was in the outpatient hall. He believes the people already lying to him, and the proof is right there. The jade bracelet on the old madam's wrist. Nobody treats it like evidence yet, but the camera does. That bracelet is the clue he keeps missing. Then the phone call hits. His mother and Juchi are both in danger. Now the 2 women finally look scared, but not because they feel guilty. They are scared because the hospital is full of witnesses. Juchi wakes up with an oxygen mask and starts playing weak. Mr. Ho leans over her bed and promises revenge. He still thinks he is protecting family. He does not see that he may be protecting the people who set the trap. But someone else is already moving. The woman in white slips into the ward. She is not here to cry. She is here to make the old madam remember. The old lady wakes up, and suddenly the whole game changes. The truth is not dead. It is lying in a hospital bed, looking right at the person who saved her. When Mr. Ho comes in, the old madam does something smart. She does not expose everything yet. She says she cannot remember. That is not weakness. That is bait. So Mr. Ho plans a huge welcome banquet. The villains think it is their chance to smile for the family. Wrong. The woman in white and the old madam are waiting for the right moment. They want him to see the lies with his own eyes. And then the fur coat woman makes the dumbest move. She walks straight to Dr. Lin's courtyard, carrying gifts like she owns the place. The staff tells her there is no appointment. She still threatens them. She even says they should know who she is. But the people inside are not scared, because Mr. Ho's mother is already there. The real appointment is already inside, and the woman she has been looking down on is standing 1 step from the door. Now watch her face. The second Dr. Lin is mentioned, she has no idea the trap has already started.
They drug Shinjichi to destroy her, but the trap is about to ruin the wrong man. At the banquet, her family is not celebrating her. They are dividing her future right in front of her. Her mother says the Shin company should go to her 2 younger brothers. Jichi does not beg. She reminds them the company was built by her mother. That one line changes the room. Then the Hua heir in white stands on her side. He is supposed to be the playboy nobody takes seriously, but he looks straight at them and says he will marry into her family. Now the table goes quiet, because if he backs Jichi, the Shin company may really come back to her. So they switch plans. They cannot beat her at the table, so they try to ruin her in a hotel. Watch the hallway. She is left alone for a few seconds. A waiter walks up, grabs her, and the next thing we see, she can barely stand. Then the man in red appears. He acts like this is his chance. She is on the bed, drugged and barely awake. He climbs on top of her and calls her baby. That is not romance. That is the crime scene. And right there, Wishaoya walks in. No speech, no warning. He kicks the man off the bed. The guy hits the floor, bleeding, and still thinks he can talk his way out of it. But look at Jichi. She is not crying for help anymore. She is realizing exactly who set the room up. Now comes the best part. Her family rushes in with reporters. They think they are about to catch her in bed and bury her reputation. The cameras are ready. Her mother is already yelling that she embarrassed the family. But Jichi walks in fully dressed, and Hua is standing behind her. So who is in the bed? Not her. The trap has flipped. The reporters lift their cameras. The family freezes. The man in red cannot even sit up straight. A few seconds ago, he was the hunter. Now he is the headline. By night, the photos are everywhere. People on the street are reading the posts out loud. Luxury family scandal. Hua and Shin families in a same-sex marriage scandal. The same photos they wanted to use against Jichi are now destroying their own side. Then somebody brings out the printed photos. The younger brother stares at them and says they were secretly taken. The man in red grabs the papers, and his face collapses. He wanted to ruin her name. Instead, the whole internet is laughing at his. And this is where Jichi finally wins the room without raising her voice. She just stands there in white, watching him panic. The hot search screen is already open. The headline is not about her. It is about them.
She thinks she caught the emperor's new favorite with a guard. No, the man in the dark is the emperor himself. But first, look where this girl starts. In the courtyard, the noble consort calls her guilty and wants her punished. The emperor asks what she did. Nobody can give him a real answer. The girl kneels. She knows she is only a maid. But the emperor still walks over and lifts her off the ground. That is the moment every woman in the palace notices her. That night, he brings her into his room. Her back is hurt, and she still apologizes for ruining his mood. He does not send her away. The next day, he gives her a title, one character on the paper, and the maid becomes his new favorite. Now the jealousy starts. One consort says he is raising a maid too high. Another pretends to apologize. The woman in red says the truth out loud. In this palace, nobody is kind. Everybody wants something, and the new favorite learns fast. She bows, she smiles, but she is not just a toy in someone else's plan. Then the blue consort moves. Her father is a top general. Her family fights for the throne. She thinks that should buy her a higher title. The emperor does not give it to her, so she goes looking for dirt. A note gives her the perfect accusation. The new favorite changed into a maid's clothes and met a guard in the garden. That is all she needs. She brings people to the garden and sees the girl in a man's arms. She does not ask. She does not check his face. She calls them filthy and orders them seized. She thinks she has proof, but the favorite says one smart thing: punish me alone, not him. That makes the blue consort even more sure. She thinks she caught an affair. Then the man stands up. It is the emperor. Now watch her face. The trap did catch someone. It caught her. She keeps attacking the girl, saying she seduced him him and broke palace rules. But he is done listening. He asks if she still remembers who he is. One command, and the powerful consort is the one kneeling. No higher title, no victory, just punishment behind closed doors. And the girl she called dirty is still protected. But the palace is not finished. A new woman kneels in white and plays innocent in front of everyone. She says the punished consort did nothing too wrong. It sounds kind, but it only makes the emperor angrier. The woman in the empress robe sits there, watching the act happen right in front of her. The weaker this girl sounds, the more dangerous she gets. And now the evidence is turning around. The woman who brought it is losing control. The woman everyone underestimated is learning the rules. And the emperor is about to find out who has really been playing innocent. She is one sentence away from losing her job, but this hotel has no idea she is hiding the missing heir at home. The manager says, fire her. The woman in red is smiling, and the girl they are humiliating is the only reason their young master is alive. A few hours earlier, she is stuck at a blind date with a gross man who talks like he owns her. He tells her to be sensible. She throws water in his face and rides into the night. That is when she finds him. A wounded man in the bushes, blindfolded, bleeding, and too weak to stand. She thinks she hit some broke male model with her scooter. He looks expensive, but he cannot even see her. The doctor says his wound is inflamed, and she still takes responsibility. She brings him home, not because she knows his identity, because she is the only person there who does not walk away. She feeds him fruit. She hides him from her mom. She helps him wash. She even gives up her bed to a man who has no idea what she looks like. And listen to the irony. The hotel is already panicking over a missing young master. Employees are whispering about him, but the girl who works there has no clue the man everyone wants is sitting in her house with a blindfold on. Then the woman in red walks in. She recognizes her right away. The second she sees that uniform, she decides this girl is safe to bully. First she waves money at her, then she makes her pour wine, then she sends her into the bathroom. Fix the toilet, clean the mess, wipe the floor. This is not service anymore. This is a rich guest turning a worker into a target. And the girl still does the job. No crying, no begging, just swallowing it because she needs that uniform. But the woman in red is not done. She hands over the dress and waits for a mistake. The glasses fall first. That is the detail you cannot miss. Her glasses hit the floor, and the man beside the red dress does not help. He laughs it off. Then the dress gets stained, and suddenly everyone acts like the employee attacked a queen. The woman in red points at the stain. She wants compensation. She wants an apology. She wants witnesses. And the man beside her picks the easiest side. He does not ask who set this up. He just tells her to apologize. Wrong move, because the girl he is shaming is the same girl who carried the blind man out of the dark. Now they drag the fight outside the hotel. The red dress shows everyone the stain. The manager comes out and makes the same mistake. She sees the rich guest and treats the employee like the answer is obvious. Compensate her. Apologize to her. And if that is not enough, fire her. Look at her face. She is not scared. She is tired of being treated like she is disposable. But back at home, the blind man has already picked up the phone. He hears enough. He knows something is wrong. So while the manager protects the paying guest, someone is already on the way. The woman in red keeps smiling, because she thinks this is over. The manager says her name like she is about to erase her. Then the car stops. The white suit man steps out. The manager is still ready to fire the wrong person. He walks straight toward them and says one line none of them expected. Who dares fire her? She came back as the real daughter, but her own family turns the banquet into a public trial. Look at her. A school uniform, in a room full of rich guests. Her brother thinks she did it on purpose. He says she was told to change. She looks right at him and says, no one told me. That should make him stop. It doesn't, because in this family, the other daughter gets trust. The real daughter gets blamed. Then he brings up the money. Every month, finance was supposed to send her $500,000. She says she never received it. Not once. Watch his face. That is the first crack. Someone has been taking the money meant for her, and they still call her greedy. Then they attack her grades. They call her rude. They act like she has nothing to offer. She doesn't yell. She corrects them. She was first in school every year. She looked rough because she rode 2 hours to school and came home late every night. Her mother hears that and finally starts to break. But the other daughter cannot let the room turn toward her. So the old accusation comes back. The stairs. They say the real daughter pushed her. This is where the other daughter knows exactly what she is doing. She cries first. She looks weak first. And the family falls for it again. The real daughter says the other daughter asked her to come. There was an invitation. There was a dress. There was a car recorder. That is not begging. That is evidence. But her mother keeps saying, let it go. Her father says, stop right here. Of course they wanted to stop, because if they check the video, the girl in the white dress may not look so innocent anymore. Look at the real daughter's face. She is not scared. She says, check the cameras. One sentence, and the room changes. The other daughter stops smiling. Now the dress becomes proof. The family says the dress was perfect when it arrived. The real daughter says she never touched it. So who had it? The other daughter. That detail is what everybody wants to skip, because it means the girl they keep protecting may have set the whole thing up. But they still don't apologize. They still treat the real daughter like the problem. So she stops fighting for a place in that room. She walks out. Outside, she is weak, but she still tries to leave. The old housekeeper begs her to stay. She says she would rather die outside than go back and beg. Then she steps on glass. Her shoe is covered in blood. Her leg is cut open. Now her brother cannot pretend this is just attitude. He carries her back inside, and when he asks for her bedroom, The answer is worse than the injury. There is no room for her. The real daughter came home, and they put her in a storage room. Even now, the housekeeper tries to give the good room to the other daughter. That is when he finally snaps. Let her stay in her room. Because the girl in his arms is not a stranger. She is his real sister. And when he remembers that old bracelet, everything starts connecting. The money, the dress, the stairs, they were all pointing at the same lie. Now he only has to play the footage. When that video starts, the daughter they protected is finished. Her family is calling her shameless for touching another man, and they have no idea that man is alive because of her. Look at the woman in white. She is standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by people who already decided she is guilty. The sister cries first, the elders listen first, and the woman who actually knows the truth does not even get one clean sentence out. They point at her sleeve, they point at her hands, and they talk like one touch can ruin her whole life. Then this girl drops the line the whole room wants to hear. How could you be alone with a man? That is the trap, not proof. Just a sentence loud enough to make everyone turn on her. And the worst part is, the man she touched was not a lover, he was bleeding out in the forest. Watch her face, she is not panicking, she is counting who is willing to believe the worst of her. The older sister acts righteous, but she does not ask what happened, she protects the accusation. The others follow her, because it is easier to shame one quiet girl than question the crying one. Now look at the white flower hairpin. That tiny thing is not decoration, it is the trail back to the real night. A man picks it up like evidence, and everyone thinks it proves she met someone in secret. No, it proves someone was there when a wounded man was dying. Cut back to the forest, arrows are flying, a man in black falls against the tree, and she runs to him. She does not scream for credit, she pulls the arrow, checks the wound, and uses whatever she can find to stop the bleeding. The same hands they call dirty are the hands that kept him alive. But in the hall, nobody wants that version, they want the easy version. The easy version says she is reckless, the easy version says she embarrassed the family, and the easy version lets the one pushing the lie hide in the crowd. The girl playing innocent keeps pushing, she steps forward, cries at the right time, and lets the elders do the punishment for her. And the woman in white still does not beg, and that is the scary part. She is done trying to be believed by people who never planned to believe her. Then the medicine appears, a small pill, a small wound, a small detail everyone keeps ignoring. Every piece is pointing the same way. She was saving someone, not betraying anyone. But the family is already too deep in the lie. They would rather call her a disgrace than admit they picked the wrong side. The man in white finally walks in, and the room changes. He is not here for gossip, he is here for the woman from that night. Now the flashback makes sense, the forest, the arrows, the torn fabric, the way she stayed even when it was dangerous. That is not a scandal, that is a rescue. And look at the other girl's face, she knows the proof is starting to move. She can cry in the hall, but she cannot erase the man who remembers being saved. The hairpin, the arrow wound, and his memory are all leading to the same person. The woman they tried to humiliate is the one he has been looking for. He turns around, sees her, and says he finally found her. And now the man they used to shame her is about to expose the lie.
He is watching his wife get humiliated, and he still thinks she is the problem. This is Yun Chuang. Her parents died serving the country, and she only wants to bring their ashes home. But before she can mourn, his family turns the house into a battlefield. The girl they protect gets a soft voice, a clean seat, and every excuse. Yun Chuang gets blamed for asking for space. Look at this. She brings out the red box with her parents' ashes. That should end the argument. Instead, his mother points at it like it is trash, and he does not protect his wife. He tells her to stop making trouble. That is the first mistake. She is not fighting over pride. She is asking them to respect the people who died for their country. She tries to explain once. They cut her off. The other girl looks innocent, and everyone chooses her side. So Yun Chuang stops begging. She takes the ashes and walks out. Even in the rain, she looks calmer than the people inside. Then comes the divorce. He thinks she is acting out. She is not. The papers are already moving. There is a 30-day countdown, and she is not the one panicking. The problem is, he still has no idea who he is losing. At dinner, the same mistake happens again. They treat her like a nobody. One woman brags about money. A man laughs like Yun Chuang has no ability, no background, no future. And Guchen just sits there, trying to keep peace. No, peace is not protection when your wife is being attacked. Then they question her school. They question her work. They act like she made up the National Defense University connection. Watch her face. She is not embarrassed. She is tired, because the proof is not hidden. It is sitting in the red honor certificate. Her parents were not ordinary people. Her own record is not ordinary either. The louder they mock her, the quieter she gets. That is the dangerous part. The woman in orange thinks she has her cornered. She lifts her glass and calls Yun Chuang a fake without saying the word. Then the room changes. Someone mentions the Bai family. A man walks in with guards. Now everyone suddenly knows how to be polite. And Yun Chuang still does not chase approval. She just stands there. Then the old professor steps forward. The room thinks he is here to expose her. Wrong. He says her parents died for the country. The table goes quiet. That is not gossip anymore. That is a record. The woman in orange starts losing her smile. But Yun Chuang is not done. Professor Gao arrives next. Everybody straightens up. They think he is the biggest name in the room. Then Yun Chuang drops the line that kills the whole act. He is my student. Look at Gu Chen's face. That is the moment the story turns. The woman he let them mock is connected to the people they are desperate to impress. The certificate was proof. The ashes were proof. Her silence was not weakness. this. It was restraint. Now the man who called this trouble has to watch the truth walk in. The other woman tries to hide behind shock. The crowd tries to act innocent. Too late. Before Yunchuan can leave, someone screams. The table breaks open. Guchen turns around, and now he has to ask himself one thing. Why did he keep protecting the wrong side?
This woman is signing away the man she thinks is broke, and she has no idea his family is waiting outside with a convoy. At the family dinner, she does not treat him like a husband. She treats him like a problem. Her parents stand behind her. The rich-looking guy stands beside her, and the man in the apron is left there taking every insult alone. They talk about his job, his background, even his parents, like he is not good enough to sit at their table. He tries to answer, but nobody wants his answer. They already made the decision. 3 days later, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. That is not a discussion. That is a public breakup. Then his father pulls him aside and gives him this little black button. He says, when the time comes, press it. That tiny thing is not a toy. It is the proof everyone is about to ignore. At the bureau, his wife walks in dressed like she already won. She holds onto the other man, smiles right in front of him, and acts like this divorce is an upgrade. The other man cannot stop talking. He points at his salary, calls him poor, and tells him to disappear from her life. And she lets him. That is the worst part. She does not defend the man who stayed beside her. She lets the new guy humiliate him at the counter. The papers come out. She signs fast. Look at his face. He is not fighting anymore. He is just watching her throw him away. The clerk finishes the process, and now they are no longer husband and wife. She is happy. He walks out holding a red certificate and a broken look, but then the next mistake happens. Another woman steps toward him, and somehow the ex still thinks she has the right to judge. She laughs at the woman in white. She acts like marrying him is charity. She even compares transportation, like a scooter means this woman lost. No, that is where she exposes herself. She never loved him. She only measured him. Money, cars, status, face. That is all she sees. The red shirt guy plays along, showing off like he already won. He thinks his sports car is the final answer, but the man they are mocking takes out his phone. A transfer message pops up. Not a few hundred, not a few thousand, a massive amount. Watch the smile fade. Now the poor ex-husband does not look poor anymore, and the black button finally starts to make sense. Before they can explain it away, the cars arrive. Black luxury cars, bodyguards. His parents step out like the owners of the whole building. The ex-wife freezes. The red shirt guy does not know where to put his face. His father says this woman was never worthy of him. Then he points around and drops the real bomb. This company? Just part of our family's assets. Those men outside? Also ours. Now look at the woman in white. She is the only one still standing beside him without grabbing for his money. And look at the ex. She threw away the man before she knew his price. The divorce certificate is already in her hand. The convoy is already behind him. And his mother is about to say the one thing that makes everyone shut up. Her boss is worth billions, and her little brother walks into the boardroom calling him brother-in-law in front of every executive. Look at her face. She knows this is career suicide. She tries to drag him out, but he keeps talking. He points at the cold CEO and says this man loves his sister. He acts like the whole company has been hiding a secret romance. Crazy part? The CEO does not shut it down. He should fire her on the spot. Instead, he listens. The brother keeps pushing. He says the CEO has been watching her for years. He even claims there is proof on his body. Now the boardroom is frozen. The staff are panicking, and she wants the floor to open. But this is not just a stupid joke. Her brother is trying to save her from the wrong man. That night, she drinks with her friend and pretends she is fine. She is not fine. The bottle is open. Her phone keeps ringing, and the CEO is suddenly close enough to see everything. She tries to avoid him. Her brother rushes in again like a bodyguard with no plan. In the car, he finally says it. The man around his sister is trash. He keeps hurting her, and she keeps swallowing it. The CEO hears that, and his face changes. Then we get the real problem. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, the denim guy shows up like she has been waiting for him. He talks like she owes him a marriage. She asks why, and he dodges it. Then he grabs her wrist. That is his mistake. The CEO steps in before she has to beg. She looks shaken, but she does not run to the ex. She hides behind the CEO and calls him husband. For 1 second, it sounds fake. For 1 second, it looks like survival. But he does not expose her. He stands beside her. He lets the lie protect her. The ex still thinks he can talk his way out. He waves his phone, argues money, and acts like she is the unreasonable one. But when the CEO stands next to her, the ex is not arguing with a girl anymore. He is arguing with the man holding the power. Then the number drops. 5 million a month. She looks at him like she misheard. Her brother looks like he created a monster. And the ex finally realizes the woman he treated like a backup plan has a billionaire in front of her. Then comes the red booklet. The marriage certificate is not a joke anymore. She hands it over. The CEO takes it calmly, like he has been waiting for this moment. Watch her face when she calls him husband again. She is still nervous, but she is not begging the wrong man anymore. The brother tries to test him. The CEO does not blink. He sends the extra people away and keeps the certificate in his hand. In the car, he stares at that red booklet like it is not a contract. It looks like a win. And now the fake marriage moves too fast. Her family is already packing her suitcase. They are not asking if this is real. They are preparing her to move in. She arrives at at his mansion still calling him boss. Bad move. The housekeeper calls her madam. Then she sees the rooms, the staff, the view, the kind of house no normal employee is supposed to enter. She asks for any room. The housekeeper smiles and takes her toward the master bedroom. And that is when this contract marriage stops looking fake. Her family is about to steal her school future, and the proof is literally in her hands. She has the scores. She has the papers. But the adults only hear one thing. The family can only pay for one kid. And of course, they look at the boy. Look at her face. She already knows where this is going. Then the blonde-haired brother does something wild. He puts a rope around his own neck, because nobody in that room is listening. He is the only one saying the quiet part out loud. She is the one who should be in school. Her father still talks like this is a budget problem. It is not. It is favoritism with a price tag. They keep treating her education like a gift she should feel guilty for taking. But look at the test paper. A 140 in math. This girl is not begging for a chance. She earned it. The boy even admits he is not built for studying. He would rather make deliveries than steal her seat. That is the part the family cannot stand. The son they worship is refusing to be their excuse. So they switch tactics. They cry. They scold. They act like she is selfish for wanting the life she earned. She does not scream back. She just stares at them. That silence says more than any speech. Then time jumps, and she proves the whole family wrong. She gets into the top school. Later, the red admission letter hits the screen, and this is the evidence nobody can argue with. A top university. Not a maybe, not a dream, a real acceptance letter. But the second she brings it home, the family does it again. They do not celebrate her. They start calculating what the boy needs. Tuition, food, his future wife. They talk about her education like cash that belongs to someone else. Watch the aunt smiling. Watch the parents go quiet. They all know she is the strongest student in that house. They just do not want her to leave. So she pulls out her phone. Now she is not just listening. She is recording. That phone is not a prop. It is proof. The brother sees it too. He stands beside her, not with the family. That matters. For once, someone is not asking her to be grateful for scraps. He gets her out. She gets in the car. And the look on her face changes. That is not a girl running away. That is a girl choosing herself. By the time she reaches campus, those people would not even belong at the gate. Her brother shows up with gifts, a phone, a laptop, everything her family never thought she deserved. The confetti falls, and she finally smiles. But college is not peace yet. The dorm turns into the next battlefield. A rich girl walks in like the room already belongs to her. Someone throws dirty laundry at her like she is staff. And here is the funny part. They keep calling her the villain girl, but the footage shows a girl who refuses to be used. She does not bow. She does not pick up the clothes. She looks right at them and says no. The bullies think they found someone easy. They picked the wrong roommate. Outside, the brother is still watching, counting every insult and setup. Then the call comes from that private room. A girl is on the bed, crying for help. The door opens. He walks in with the red jacket, and the whole room freezes. Now they are about to learn who they touched. This prince is about to destroy the only woman who has been telling the truth. He thinks the widow in front of him had a child with another man. But look at her face. She is not scared of him. She is tired of being judged. And the worst part? The lie started inside his own manor. She is dragged to the table and accused of stealing royal bomb. The palace matron waves a little cloth like it is proof. No trial, no questions. Just press her down and make her confess. She says she can find evidence to clear her name. But nobody wants evidence. They already picked the sinner. Then the prince walks in right before the cane lands. For 1 second, everyone remembers who owns this place. The matron switches fast. Now she bows, calls him your highness, and pretends she was only enforcing rules. But watch the woman in white. She does not beg. She asks for one thing. Check the proof. That handkerchief is the trap. It is not just cloth. It is what they use to turn a clean woman into a thief. The prince checks her hands, checks the timing, checks the story. The lie starts shaking, but the damage is done. She was almost beaten in front of everyone for something she did not do. Then he makes his next mistake. He gives her a place in the manor to care for the little royal heir, and she sends money to her mother-in-law. Normal, right? Not to him. The moment he hears there is a man in her village, he builds a whole crime in his head. He even challenges the guard who carried her message. No proof again, just jealousy wearing a crown. Then the guard's wife runs in and calls that man her husband. So the prince realizes he was chasing the wrong man. But instead of learning, he walks into an even worse accusation. He finds the widow in her room, grabs her, and asks about the child. This line hits hard. She says, yes, she gave birth, but the child is not that guard's. She looks him in the eye and says she lived clean. He wanted a confession. What he gets is shame, because now he hears what the village has been whispering about her, and it is uglier than he thought. Now he wants to find the man who ruined her life. He is furious, but he should be furious at himself too. He believed the rumors first. He let the worst people decide who she was. And she stops explaining, because she already knows what explaining costs. When she goes home, it gets worse. Her mother-in-law is sick, and the widow still kneels there like a daughter. But the women in the yard see one royal gift and start spitting poison. They call her shameless. They say a widow like her must be doing something dirty in the palace. Same lie. Poorer room. Then the prince arrives. Not with gossip, not with punishment. He brings an imperial doctor. Now the women who were laughing cannot even stand straight. His maid says the widow served the royal manor with honor, and every mouth in that yard shuts. Watch her face. She still does not look proud. She looks exhausted, because clearing one rumor does not erase what they did to her. And the prince still has one question left. Who is the father of that child?
This little girl was almost sold for 1,000 yuan, and the adults still think she is the trouble. Look at her wrist. That gold mark is the proof everybody keeps ignoring. Years ago, she saved an old immortal in the snow, and he gave her a blessing. But in this life, nobody treats her like a blessed child. A woman gives birth in the hospital, a baby girl is carried out, and the wrong adults get her. By the time she grows up, she is in a dirty courtyard with people who see her as money. The bald man learns her magic is real, and his first thought is not to protect her, it is how to use her. Then another woman yells at her like a burden. The child is scared, but she still stands in front of the man trying to help her. That man is not rich, but he does one thing no one else does. He chooses the kid. The foster woman wants a fee for raising her. She throws out a number like the child is a bill. 10,000 yuan, then more. Watch the girl's face. She just wants one adult to not throw her away. Outside it gets worse. Two men try to buy her in the street. 1,000 yuan for a child. And the young man pulls her behind him. But the little girl changes the scene. The gold mark on her wrist lights up, and the men stop acting brave. That mark is not decoration. It is the one thing proving she is different. Later, in the mall, people laugh at them again. The clerk sees cheap clothes and decides they are beneath her. She talks down to the man, talks down to the child, and threatens them over money. The girl does not scream. She just looks down at that wrist. Then the phone lights up. The unpaid wages arrive. 30,000 yuan. The man who protected her gets justice, and the clerk's face changes fast. But here is the painful part. The child everyone is pushing away is the same child a rich mother has been searching for. In the office, that mother is breaking down. Her family says they searched welfare homes across the country. She still has no daughter. And then the missing daughter walks right into her building. They meet in the hallway. The girl calls her pretty auntie. The mother smiles like she feels something, but she still does not know. The proof is right there. Same little girl, same wrist, same pull toward the woman who lost her. When the mother faints, the office manager blames the man who saved the child. Of course he does. Bad people always need the nearest good person to take the fall. But the girl points at him and tells everyone the truth. Do not fire my uncle. He did not do it. Now the lie starts to crack. The mother wakes up and protects them instead of punishing them. She tells the girl she reminds her of her own daughter. That line should stop everyone in the room, because her daughter is standing right in front of her. Then the name comes up, Little Fish. The girl's eyes change the second she hears it. And while the mother is still thanking strangers, the office men try to humiliate her uncle with a work badge. They think he is nobody. They think one card can push him out. But the card is about to prove the opposite. Watch the manager's face when the machine reads it. This is where he realizes he picked on the wrong child.
This woman is paying guards to beat her, and Jiang Mingyue is the one everyone will blame. That red pendant on her chest is not jewelry, it is the trap. Mingyue is the founder of Jiang Law Firm, sitting in her own office, interviewing a new intern. Then Shani walks in wearing that pendant like a victim badge. She smiles, calls Mingyue sister, and starts acting like the firm belongs to her. The men around them do not check the contract. They just look at Yi crying and decide Mingyue must be cruel. This is where the lie gets useful. Yi shows the pendant, and the man in the brown suit asks if she has already bound herself to Mingyue. He offers her Mingyue's assets, a downtown apartment, whatever she wants. And Yi takes it, because she thinks the system can move Mingyue's life into her hands. Back at the firm, she stops pretending. She tells employees Mingyue should get out of the company Mingyue built. The cruel part is, everyone in that room knows who built this place. They still step back and let the thief act like the owner. She even grabs the pendant in front of everyone, like she owns the proof too. Look at Mingyue's face. She is not begging. She is measuring how far Yi will go. Then the security guards arrive. Yi does not ask them to protect her. She asks them to beat her harder. That is the sick part. Every hit is part of her plan. She believes the system will turn her pain into Mingyue's loss. When Mingyue warns her to stop, Yi thinks she is scared. She offers $1 million and tells the guards to keep going. The whole office watches a fake victim create her own evidence. And the green suit man still stands there like Mingyue is the problem. Now the pendant starts glowing. Yi thinks she has won. She thinks the law firm, the property, the money, everything is transferring. So she goes higher. She climbs up by the window and threatens to jump. Mingyue tells her it is not too late to stop, but Yi wants a bigger scene. Then she falls. Blood on the floor. Scratches on her face. Everyone runs to her. And of course, the first thing they do is look at Mingyue. Nobody asks why Yi was smiling 2 seconds ago. Nobody asks why the pendant lit up. At the hospital, Yi plays the injured angel again. She grabs the green suit man's hand and says the pain is worse. He turns on Mingyue immediately, but Mingyue barely moves. She lets the doctor speak, lets Yi talk, lets the trap finish itself. Yi finally says the quiet part out loud. Maybe the pain did not transfer, but Mingyue's law firm and property have already moved. That is the confession. She was never trying to survive. She was trying to steal. Mingyue only asks one thing. Are you sure? That smile matters. Because the second Yi says it, someone walks into the ward. A man in a blue suit comes for repayment. And now Yi is about to learn what she really signed for.
This groom rips the jade bracelet off his bride's wrist, then acts like she is the one embarrassing him. Look at her. She is on the floor, in a wedding dress, still calling him her husband. And he does not soften once. Before this wedding, she was already hiding bruises. In the mirror, she checks every mark, because if her dad sees those scars, he will lose his mind. Her dad is not a CEO. He is the man from the market, behind a meat counter, taking insults from thugs just to keep his daughter safe. That is why this wedding matters. He thinks he is sending her into a real marriage, but the groom sees a poor girl trying to climb into the Wang family. At the ceremony, everyone is talking about his status. Wang heir, rich family, big name. She stands there quietly, asking to be treated like his wife. He walks over, grabs her arm, and the first thing he cares about is the bracelet. Not her face, not her fear. The bracelet. She panics the second he touches it, because that bracelet is not jewelry. It is proof, but he turns proof into an accusation. He pulls it from her wrist, looks at it like she stole it, and starts counting money that does not belong in this moment. Wedding gifts, family name, face. He makes everything about value, while she is begging him to listen for 1 minute. And here is the ugly part. This is not the first time he has scared her. Earlier, he trapped her in a room, pressing green beads against her neck while she kept saying no. So when she freezes at the wedding, that is not weakness. That is fear recognizing the same man again. She reaches for the bracelet. He pulls back. She falls. The whole room sees the bride on the ground, and somehow he still thinks he is the victim. His friend watches like this is entertainment. The guests stand around like her pain is part of the wedding program, and the groom keeps talking down to her. He does not ask why she is shaking. He does not ask why she is protecting the bracelet. He just decides she is here for money. That is where he picks the wrong side, because the people who actually love her know something is wrong. Her father noticed she was acting strange before the wedding. She tried to smile for him, but her body told the truth. Now the wedding is over, and she is not walking out as a bride. She is being carried out in front of everyone. By the time they reach the hospital, the white dress is gone from the fairy tale. It is outside an operating room. Her family is begging for answers. The groom still has the nerve to say she is not good enough for him. Sir, your bride is fighting for her life, and you are still protecting your pride. Then her father asks the question nobody at the wedding wanted to ask. Why did she fall? Why was she alone? And what did this man do before everyone arrived? The groom's face finally changes, because now this is not private humiliation anymore. There are people in the hallway. There is a phone in her father's hand, and whatever is on that screen is about to make the Wang heir stop smiling, because the bracelet was not the scandal. It was the warning. And now, he is about to find out what happens when the poor bride he threw away still has proof. She still remembers the password to his house. He changed it. That is the first sign this reunion is not just business. This is Chung Jiasue. She comes back to Hong Kong to save Ganyu, but the man against her is her ex. He looks at her and says, "You left me." She acts like she only came for the case. He acts like he does not care. Nobody is fooled. At the airport, she walks in like a boss, but the second she sees him on the escalator, her face changes. He does not chase her. He just looks back. That is unfinished history. Then the case blows up. Ganyu is trapped in a family scandal. Everyone wants the easy PR move. She shuts it down. This brand is not a toy for rich people to fight over. His side goes colder. Tie the drama to the stock price, let the public panic, take control. It is a business war, but every time they share a frame, it feels personal. The first evidence is a photo. A long lens catches a woman being carried into a car. Online, that picture can ruin the whole brand. She does not wait for someone else. She goes after the source herself. At night, in heels, alone. Then the car incident happens, and he shows up first. Watch him. He grabs her arm, checks her injury, and still tries to sound cold. He says it is for the PR case. Please, if this were only a case, he would have sent a driver. She says she can handle it. He still touches her ankle. She keeps saying work. He keeps saying case. Their faces say the rest. In the car, she pushes back with the photo on her phone. She knows his pressure points. He hates being played, but he still cannot stop looking at her. Then he checks the evidence himself. The smoking room video, the security footage, the sprinkler system. Something is wrong. The scandal looks too perfect. That is when the work fight opens the old wound, because after all that, she goes to the one place she should not still care about, his house. In the flashback, he gives her the code and says the place is open to her anytime. Now she stands at the same gate. Same girl, same memory, different password. She presses the code, and it fails. She does not cry. She just looks at the lock like she finally gets it. Maybe he really erased her, but he is already behind her. This is where the show flips. 2 hours earlier, he was not ignoring her. He had a driver waiting downstairs. The password changed, but he did not forget. Inside, the cat appears. That cat is not a cute scene. That cat is the receipt. She left it here because she thought he would be sad after she was gone. Years later, he still has it. She says the cat's owner is not her anymore. He throws it back. Maybe you were the one who refused to wait. Look at her face. She came in ready to act untouched. The cat ruins that. The house ruins that. The password ruins that. And he is not clean either. He acts abandoned, but he kept the cat, kept the memory, and kept watching for her. So who moved on? Not him. Not her. The case was only the excuse. The real evidence was sitting between them. She turns to leave, because that is what she does when it gets too real. But this time, he reaches for her wrist. And now the past they both keep dodging is about to come out. This groom cancels his wedding, because the bride's family turns the pickup into a cash trap. He comes to her house with the cars, flowers, and a suit. The bride is dressed. The ceremony is waiting, but her family blocks the door and charges him to take her out. At first, it sounds small. Red envelopes. 1,000 here, 1,000 there. He hates it, but he gives in, because he loves her. Then the aunt steps forward. If he wants the bride in the car, she wants 1 million yuan. Not tomorrow, right now. Look at the bride. She knows this is wrong. She tells them not to push her, but she does not shut it down. That is the problem. Her family calls it a custom. No, this is a hostage situation with wedding flowers. The groom's father tries to calm everyone down. He says they will not mistreat her. He offers money, but the aunt raises the price. BMW 7 Series and another payment before the car moves. The clock is already past 11:20. That phone screen is the warning. The guests are waiting, but this family is still counting money on the roadside. The groom tries to protect the bride. His father reminds him they have been together for 10 years, so he swallows it again. Then the bank card comes out. Look at her mother's face when she hears it is frozen. She does not worry about the wedding. She worries the money is gone. His family talks about borrowing high-interest money on his wedding day. 4 people insulting him, and the bride still sits in that car. That is why this hurts. She looks trapped. She looks embarrassed. She tells them to stop, but every time her family pushes harder, she lets him get crushed. They finally move toward the venue, and you think the worst part is over. It is not. Her family catches up at the car and asks for 2 million yuan. 2 million, after everything. They say it is for luck. They say it is for her future. They say if he loves her, he should pay. That line is the scam. Real love does not make your future husband beg in the street while everyone watches. He says there is still time to talk. Her mother says not 1 yuan less. The bride finally says maybe they should forget it. But listen to how late that is. She says it after his father is humiliated, after the card fails, after they push him toward debt. Then another woman tells the bride to listen to her aunt. Now the bride is surrounded by people saying love means payment. And the aunt says the worst thing. Other men are stronger than him. On his wedding day, in front of his father, in front of the bride. Watch his face. That is not anger only. That is 10 years breaking in 1 second. He looks at his dad. He looks at the woman in the car. And he finally understands. This wedding was not just a test for her family. It was a test for her. Would she protect him when everyone else treated him like a wallet? She had all morning to open that door. She had all morning to get out of that car. She had all morning to say, enough. But she waits until he has nothing left to give. So when he steps forward, this is not him losing control. This is him choosing himself. Then he says the line they did not price into their plan. No wedding. His new wife is accused of hiding a man in her room, and her soldier husband is standing right there. That is the first trap. The aunties rush in, the door stays open, and the whole compound gets a front row seat to her shame. She tries to speak, but nobody wants the truth. They picked the easiest story. She is the new bride, so she must be the problem. Then another woman shows up with a child. The kid grabs Chung Jingma and calls him dad, and somehow everyone still stares at the wife. The sad woman gets sympathy. The wife gets suspicion. And Chang does not shut it down fast enough. Watch her face. She does not cry. She does not beg. She fires back, because if they call her shameless, she will make them say it out loud. But the damage is already done. From now on, everything she does gets turned into evidence against her. She calls her father about work at the military hospital. They act like she is asking for special treatment. She cooks one meal, uses a few eggs, and the aunties act like she robbed the whole building. She sits across from Chang with noodles, and even dinner feels like a trial. Then she sees a man beating his wife over money. This is where you learn who she really is. She steps in before anyone else moves. He says it is family business. She does not back up. Chang raises his arm to stop the fight, but he stops the man, not the rumors about her. The next day, he is washing her clothes outside, even the private ones. For 2 seconds, the cold soldier almost looks like a husband. But the compound is watching, and gossip travels faster than kindness. One man brings her food. One woman whispers. Everything around this wife gets twisted before it reaches Chang. Then she collapses in the street. Chang catches her before she hits the ground. That should be the moment he understands something is wrong. Instead, the next problem walks in with a black medicine box. The woman in blue comes as a doctor, but she does not act like a doctor. She acts like she owns his wound. She brings the medicine, checks the injury, and talks about Chang's salary in front of everyone. 100 yuan a month. 2 yuan for medicine. She makes it sound like the wife cannot even pay for her own husband. That is not concern. That is humiliation with a clean uniform on. Now look at the wife. She does not explode. She opens her purse and puts the cash on the table. That money is not just payment. It is her saying, do not use my marriage to perform in front of me. And Chang still does not get it. He thinks this is about a few bills. It is not. It is about another woman walking into his home, touching his wound, counting his money, and making his wife look useless. Then her brother comes in with groceries. He sees the room. He sees her sitting there. He hears enough to know something is wrong. And now the word no husband wants to hear lands on the table. Divorce. The wife does not defend Chang. She does not explain for him. She is tired. Her brother is angry. The compound is talking. And right when Chang walks in wearing an apron, he hears it. His wife may actually leave. Now watch his face. The rumor is not the danger anymore. Losing her is. The CEO finally says he likes Suli, and she still lets Su Ming lean on her shoulder. Watch the timing. This is not a private confession. They turn it into a drinking game. The room is full of bottles. The phone is still open on the table, and everyone is staring. One guy asks the CEO to list why he likes her, and he actually does it. He says he likes her when she is weak. He likes every mask she puts on. He notices the little things she thinks nobody sees. That is not a joke. That is a man admitting he has been watching her for a long time. But Suli does not answer him. She sits there with Su Ming right beside her. Su Ming is the young esports player she keeps protecting. He is only 21. He looks at her like she is his whole safe place, and that is where everything gets messy. Because to Suli, this looks like comfort. To Su Ming, it starts to look like hope. hope. And to the CEO, it looks like he is already too late. Look at the glass in his hand. He does not interrupt. He just drinks. Then the game gets cruel. They start comparing the two men right in front of her. Who does she like more? Who has a higher chance? Who is really in her heart? She could stop it. She could say Su Ming is family. She could say the CEO matters. Instead, she smiles, goes quiet, and chooses to drink. That silence is the problem. Su Ming hears it as protection. The room hears it as flirting. The CEO hears it as rejection. Now watch Su Ming. He leans closer. He takes the bottle. He rests against her like he belongs there. And she lets him, not because she is playing innocent, because she has always protected him. But protection without a boundary will destroy three people at once. The CEO sees her hand near Su Ming's leg. He sees Su Ming leaning on her shoulder. He sees everyone pushing them together. So he does the worst thing. He stops fighting for the answer and lets the drink answer for him. That is why this little glass matters. It is not just alcohol. It is the only thing he can hold while watching another man take her space. Later, her friend finally says what nobody in that room was brave enough to say. Your attention to Su Ming is not harmless anymore. He is young. He is confused. And if you keep calling it sibling love while treating him like the person you cannot lose, of course he will misunderstand. But the friend also sees the part Su Li is hiding. She keeps protecting Su Ming, but her face changes when the CEO is mentioned. That is the real clue. She is not choosing clearly because she is scared of choosing at all. So now everyone is reading the wrong signal. Su Ming thinks she might love him. The CEO thinks she already picked Su Ming. And Su Li thinks staying quiet will keep everybody safe. It will not. Because the next time he raises that glass, he may stop asking questions. And before Su Li can laugh it off again, her friend asks the one thing she cannot dodge anymore. What do you actually want?
She escaped a village marriage, but this family thinks a clean shirt can fix her life. This is Xiaoro. She runs through the dark with blood on her collar, and the villagers drag her back like property. They lock her behind metal bars. She says she wants to go home. The problem is her home is the place that sold her. The old woman is already talking about a grandson. The boy, Fugui, thinks this is a wedding night. Look at Xiaoro's face. She's not shy. She is calculating how to survive. She asks to take a bath. He believes it because he wants to believe he owns her. She gets one opening, runs, and ends up on the road under one streetlight. That is where the black car finds her. He sees the blood. He sees the dirt. He sees a girl treated like merchandise. Even after she is taken to safety, she still does not trust anyone. The policewoman says she can explain everything. Xiaoro says she will tell the police because for once, someone asks what happened. Then her father shows up. And this is where the second betrayal starts. He is not the village villain. He is worse in another way. He thinks bringing her home is enough. Xiaoro asks him one thing. Would you sell my sister too? He says the old mistake was his fault. Watch what he does next. He brings her into a house that has already replaced her. The first thing she gets is not a hug. It is another girl. Jialin is dressed like the daughter this family wanted. Plain, comfortable. The father says, that is your sister. No, that is the girl who got the room, the photos, the birthday life while Xiaoro was locked in a cage. And the family acts like Xiaoro should accept it. Jialin looks at her neck, her dirty shirt, her wounds. She is not welcoming her sister. She is checking the threat. Then the adults make it worse. They tell Xiaoro to forget the people from the village. They say it like forgetting is polite. But she remembers every slap, every lock, every night. She says she is the real daughter. Nobody knows how to answer because the pictures on the wall already expose them. Look at those photos. Smiling parents. A perfect daughter. A home that kept going without her. That is not decoration. That is proof. Proof that this family built a life around the replacement. Then she goes to wash off the village. But the water does not erase it. The woman from her past appears in the doorway, acting like a mother, saying the temperature is just right. Xiaoro stands there in silence. She is still deciding which family is more dangerous. By the next day, they send her to school with Jialin. Same class, same hallway, same eyes on her. Jialin gets the soft smiles. Xiaoro gets instructions like she is a problem. On the field, the teacher counts. Everyone moves together. Xiaoro tries to blend in, but she does not belong anywhere yet. And just when this family thinks the village is behind them, the past walks up to the gate. Fugui is there. The boy who thought she was his bride is staring through the bars. Now Jialin has the house. The parents have their perfect lie. And Xiaoro's old nightmare just found her new school.
This girl gets brought back home, and her parents still treat her like a guest. She walks in with one suitcase and that stuffed toy like it is the only thing on her side. The house is huge, but nobody is waiting. She sits at the table, looking like she is visiting someone else's life. Then her mother does the coldest thing. She does not hug her. She does not say, "You're home." She says she is not good at being a mother. Then she says the school record and household registration should not be moved yet. That is her family keeping the exit door open. Basically, don't get too comfortable. You might still go back. Then the father shows up, and it gets worse. He says he came to talk about the two children, but listen to who he protects first. Not his own daughter, Zhu Wenjing, the other girl. He says Chen Gang died saving him, so he has to take care of that family. Fine, gratitude is not the problem. His real child is right there, treated like an extra. His wife calls it out. He has time for data analysis. He has time for Zhu Wenjing, but for his own child, everyone is suddenly busy. Then she says the line that explains this family. This is widow-style parenting. The father is alive, rich, and present, and the kid is still alone. He does not ask what his daughter went through. He gets defensive. He grabs her hand, then pulls away. He asks if she has no responsibility, and she tells him to go question Zhu Wenjing, because that is the person he protects first. That is where he picks the wrong side. Now look at the daughter alone in her room. She calls the woman who actually raised her. For 2 seconds, she sounds happy. She asks her to come during vacation. Then the call ends, and she falls apart. That is not a spoiled rich girl crying. That is a kid realizing blood does not feel like home. So she opens the old box, and this is the real evidence. The snacks, the letters, the scarf. The white scarf is not decoration. Lin Xiaomi knitted it for her by hand. The letter is still there. The memory is still there. And that scarf proves who really cared when her family did not. Then the drama takes us back to school. She wears that same white scarf. Her classmate notices it. One girl wants it. Another keeps staring. And a boy looks at the scarf like he recognizes something. That is the kind of prop that comes back later. Because this scarf can prove who was really there, and who only stood close enough to take the credit. At lunch, the bullying starts small. They mock her food. They laugh at her. But watch her face. She protects the little things she has left. Then night comes, and the setup turns dangerous. A masked person is waiting outside the school. Someone says they will be back in 2 days. That means this was planned. And when the girl is cornered, she is terrified. She cries, she begs, and someone else is smiling with a firework in her hands. That smile tells you everything. The father keeps defending the wrong side. The family keeps questioning the wrong daughter. And nobody is watching the white scarf. Because when he finds out what happened to the girl wearing it, he is going to regret every second he spent protecting someone else.
This rich kid is about to risk an entire village for the girl who keeps pushing him away. He had every reason to leave. Money, a mansion, a family begging him back, but he chooses a Xing. Look at her. She is not waiting for a hero. She is protecting Mingri village with a mahjong table and no backup. The bully has everyone trapped. Tiles on the table, debt in the air. An old man can barely sit up, and a Xing still steps forward first. One night earlier, his people put the share transfer papers in his hand. Go home, fix the engagement. Stop embarrassing the family. They were buying him back. He could take the shares and disappear. He could return to the mansion like none of this happened, but he walks back to a Xing instead. The timing is awful. The bully sees him and immediately gets brave. Because to him, Tianqi is just a rich kid in a clean coat. Not a threat, not a racer, just another man to humiliate. Then he brings out the blade. He talks about doing things like men, and suddenly, this is no longer about mahjong debt. It becomes a race. A Xing understands first. That road is not a game. That road can destroy people. So she tries to stop Tianqi before his pride gets him killed. But watch him. He does not flinch. He does not shout. He just stands there with his hands in his pockets, like the knife is background noise. That is when the first clue appears. Speed pioneer. This man was never pretending to be brave. He was hiding the part of himself everyone forgot to respect. But the red jacket racer laughs. The villagers stare like they are about to watch a joke. Even a Xing keeps pulling him back, because she thinks he is showing off. She still does not get it. His family offered him a fortune to leave. Mingri village gives him nothing but trouble, and he still chooses this side. Now the bet is cruel. If Tianqi loses, the village pays. If he wins, the bully backs down. So this is not a race anymore. This is the whole village sitting on one steering wheel. Look at a Xing when the cars line up. She is not impressed. She is scared. Tianqi walks over and puts both hands on her shoulders. He tries to make it light. He even asks for a lucky kiss. She does not give him one. No cute moment. No soft confession. She looks down, because she knows one wrong turn could ruin everything, and he smiles anyway. That is the part that hurts. She is counting the danger. He is counting the promise. Then he gets in the car. The bully is still laughing. The crowd is treating this like entertainment, but the camera cuts to the wheel. Then the gear shift. Then his foot over the pedal. And now the rich kid is gone. The racer is here. A Xing stands by the road, still acting angry, but her hands look like she is praying. She does not want to need him. He is not racing for applause. He is racing because when everyone else stepped back, he stepped in front of her. The pink car pulls beside him. The mountain road is waiting. One mistake, and Mingri village loses everything. Before the start, he looks too calm, because this is the second everyone finds out if they mocked the wrong man. Then his foot hits the gas. The war god prince could not stand any woman near him. The moment a woman touched him, he would turn pale, push her away, and throw up. But when the lowly wet nurse reached out, he did not reject her. He stared at her and said she was different from everyone else. The wet nurse thought he was teasing her, so she tried to keep her distance. However, the prince would not let her go. He was injured, refused others' care, and opened his robe in front of her, forcing her to treat the wound on his chest. She could barely hold the medicine, but he kept watching her. Outside the room, his jealous cousin saw everything. The cousin had loved him for years. She believed the wet nurse must have used some dirty trick, so she stopped the wet nurse and questioned her like a criminal. Did she bathe with flower petals? Did she use special soap for her hair? Did she eat noodles every day? The wet nurse answered, not knowing the cousin was memorizing every word. Soon after, the cousin copied her from head to toe. She changed her scent, copied her habits, and walked to the prince with full confidence. She thought if the wet nurse could calm him, she could do the same. But the next second, the prince bent over and almost vomited in front of everyone. The cousin froze. Her perfect plan became public humiliation. What made her angrier was that the prince did not blame the wet nurse. Instead, he cornered her and asked why she had pushed him toward another woman. The wet nurse said she only wanted them to stop fighting, but he was furious. She said he had bullied her once before, so they could call it even. He leaned closer, and for one moment, even she forgot to breathe. Only then did the cousin panic. She had copied the wet nurse's scent, food, and hair, but none of it worked. It turned out out the prince was not attracted by a trick. He only reacted differently to this woman. Then, a bigger crisis arrived. The prince was handling disaster relief, but the officials brought a dangerous plan. If they followed it, villages on one side would collapse. He refused to sleep, refused to eat, and stayed in the study staring at the map. No one dared to disturb him. At last, someone said only the wet nurse might make him eat. The wet nurse carried a tray in. The prince acted cold, but once she placed the noodles in front of him, he picked up the bowl. She said she only knew a few characters, yet when she looked at the map, she casually pointed out that water should be guided, not forced. The prince's eyes changed. What everyone dismissed as a servant girl's nonsense was the key to saving the villages. From that moment, the prince looked at her with more interest. The cousin could not accept it. She rushed over and accused the wet nurse of lying to her, saying the whole palace knew she was learning how to please the prince. The wet nurse was confused. She had only delivered food and tried to keep him alive. But the cousin broke down. She shouted that the prince was a mighty war god, a man countless women dreamed of. The wet nurse calmly answered that she would not dislike him. The cousin was stunned. She had spent years chasing the prince, while the wet nurse treated his favor like something she could casually accept. Everyone thought this was only jealousy, but the real storm was beginning. Because the prince had started to suspect why the cousin copied the wet nurse's every move. Once he found the truth, the woman who tried to steal love would be ruined first.
He gets thrown back to college, and he still walks into the same disaster. The first clue is already in the future. Xiao Yuer looks straight at him and asks the question he cannot answer. Why is there another woman? Look at him. He is not shocked. He is caught. Then the crash sends Chen Hanqing back to the freshman gate. Second chance. Clean start. One rule should be obvious. Do not hurt the same girl twice. But the second he sees Xiao Yuer at the welcome booth, he does the opposite. He does not keep distance. He sits down, smiles, and starts using memories only he knows. He tells her she saved him in high school. That sounds sweet. It is also a perfect hook, because she has no idea this man is not just meeting her. He is returning to her. And when trouble comes at night, he plays the hero again. He steps in, throws out the little boxing king act, and makes her feel protected. That is the dangerous part. Xiao Yuer is starting to trust him before she knows what he already did in another life. Now cut to Shin Yuchu. She is not loud. She does not fight for attention. She stands in the cafeteria holding 2 apples while another girl questions her like she stole something. And then she says her family never got to eat things like this. That is not a cute poor girl moment. That is the line that tells you she is used to shrinking herself. Chen sees it too. He sees her looking down. He sees the receipt. He sees how careful she is with 1 apple. So of course, he steps closer. He brings her into Rocket 101. He lets her sit in the office. He talks to her softly, like he is the only person there who will not embarrass her. Then he gives her a phone. That phone is the real red flag, because when Shin opens it, there is only 1 number saved. His. No family, no friend, no safety net, just him. And while she is holding that phone like it is the biggest gift she has ever had, he is already back with Xiao Yuer. He shows up at the hotel. He hands over coffee. He sits across from Xiao Yuer and her friends like this is normal. It is not normal. His friend can see it. The guy in green looks at him like, are you seriously doing this again? Yes, he is. He is building Rocket 101, chatting through QQ, meeting Xiao Yuer, and pulling Shin Yuchu into his world at the same time. That is not romance. That is a countdown, because we already saw the ending. One girl will ask about another woman, and right now, he is creating the reason. Watch Xiao Yuer on the stage. He smiles like she is the girl he came back for. Now watch Shin with that phone. She is not asking him to love her. She is asking if she has anyone to call. That is why he is the problem. He knows the future, but he keeps feeding both hopes. One girl thinks he saved her. The other girl thinks he is her only number. And Chen Hanqing is standing in the middle, acting like these 2 worlds will never touch. They will, because Xiao Yuer is already back in his life. Shin Yuchu already has his phone, and the question from the future is already waiting at the door. Why is there another woman?
This nanny thought one baby could buy her a rich heir's love, but look who is holding the child. Miss Zhou is calm. The nanny is the one shaking. She keeps saying everyone blamed her. Nobody understood her. Then she says the part she should have kept hidden. She wanted Mr. John's love. That is the problem. The baby was never just a baby to her. He was a ticket. If she could stay beside the little heir, she could stay beside the man too. Miss Zhou hears it, and she does not comfort her. She watches her face. She watches how she looks at the child. Then she asks the question the nanny hates most. Was this love, or just a plan that failed? The nanny tries to look pitiful. She says she suffered for years. She says she worked as the nanny. But Miss Zhou is holding the proof in her arms. This child is the reason everyone is still trapped in the same line. Then it gets uglier. The flashback shows the wedding dress. The rich man stands in front of her, but his eyes are not soft. She got the wedding. She got the name. She still could not get the love. Then she goes to the temple. She kneels. She looks harmless. She acts like the pure one. But when another woman falls on the steps, she does not help first. She blames first. She screams that the other woman cursed her baby. That is the trick. Cry first. Accuse first. Make everyone pick a side before anyone checks what happened. Miss Zhou sees the pattern. The woman in pink is not just weak. She is dangerous when she is losing. She can turn a child into a shield, a prayer into a performance, and a fall on the stairs into a weapon. So Miss Zhou cuts through it. She does not yell. She simply tells her she does not need her as the nanny anymore. Watch the nanny's face after that. The sad sadness drops. The anger comes out. She did not only lose a job, she lost access to the one thing she thought would keep Mr. Jeong close. And Miss Zhou is not some random woman in a family fight. The servants warn her about the second young master. That place is called the Forbidden Zone. Men with guns guard the house at night. The Zhou family does not let outsiders touch its secrets. But Miss Zhou walks in anyway. Now the truth is no longer just about who cried in a bedroom. It is about who used the family, who used the child, and who is hiding behind the word love. The men talk in offices. They talk about projects, money, and control. One man says he will never look at her again. Another tries to stop Miss Zhou, but she is past asking permission. Then the doctors enter. The room goes quiet. The woman in white is still trying to show her most perfect side. Clean dress, soft voice, innocent eyes. Miss Zhou does not buy it. She says the important part is not the image, it is the bond. The nanny thought the baby was the strongest rope she had. As long as the child stayed in the middle, no one could push her out. But now the baby is in Miss Zhou's arms, and the woman who used him as her excuse finally realizes she is not in control of the room anymore. She asks, "What are you talking about?" Miss Zhou looks at her, still holding the child, and this time, the answer is going to expose the one thing she cannot fake anymore. He has a wife now, but one phone call drags Su Yuan back into his life. That is the problem. She does not come back for love. She comes back because Dong Wanlin says the project needs her. But the second she sees him, every old wound comes with him. In the flashback, she stood in a wedding dress and said she would only look at him. Before that, she asked him to take her around the world. He had the admission letter. He had the future. She thought she was part of it. Then he left her with a cold goodbye. 7 years later, she returns in sunglasses, not tears. She is not the girl waiting in the snow anymore. But he does not get it. He calls her the project partner and acts like this is just work. No, this is him opening the door he closed. And his wife knows it. She smiles until he says Su Yuan is the soul of the documentary. Watch her face. That is the second hit. The wife wants another girl to replace Su Yuan. She wants the woman from his past out of the frame. But Dong Wanlin still refuses to let Su Yuan go. So the question is simple. Why call your ex back if you chose a wife? Su Yuan sees it clearly. He and his wife are showing off their marriage, but she is the one pulled back by his phone call. He thinks she is being difficult. She is not. She is naming the insult. He wants her talent, her history, and her silence, but he will not admit what he is asking from her. She does not scream. She just looks at him like she has run out of chances. Then the wife makes her move. She says she will help him test the waters. That sounds helpful. It is not. That is a wife pushing the old love out before everyone notices who he still looks at. Su Yuan catches it. She calls it using her. This is where Dong Wanlin messes up again. He treats her anger like a work problem, but this was never only about work. It is the phone call, the old promise, the wife beside him, and the way he acts like Su Yuan should just understand. Then the hospital call comes. Her father is sick. The family does not reach for her first. They reach for money. Su Yuan hears it and shuts down. She says what they need is money, not her. That line tells you why she is so cold. She learned not to expect anyone to choose her. But Dong Wanlin appears at the hospital, behind a door, holding the paper, asking the doctor what can still be done. The doctor says the patient cannot keep waiting. So he knew. He knew her father was running out of time, and he still did not explain. Su Yuan sees him and stops. This is not romance. This is hidden guilt, and it hurts worse because he hides it. She asks why he cares so much about her family. He has no clean answer. If he says business, he looks cruel. If he says guilt, he admits he never let her go. If he says love, his wife proves he chose wrong. Now the real clock starts. The patient cannot wait. The money is still hanging over her. The wife still wants her gone. Then she asks the question he avoided for 7 years. What do you think I am to you? There, he finally has to look at her. Because the project was never the real proof. The hospital paper is. And once Su Yuan sees what he has been hiding, someone is going to regret making that phone call.
She marries a man she just met, and her whole family thinks she has ruined herself. But the joke is on them. This broke husband may be the only person who can get her and her mother out of that house. She walks out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a red marriage certificate and a man who looks too calm. Then he tries to scare her off. For younger brothers, no car, no house, no wedding money, no ceremony. He even says he rents outside. Most girls would leave. She does not. She holds the certificate, because she did not come here for romance. She came here for a way out. Her father gets it wrong immediately. He does not ask if she is safe. He grabs the certificate and acts like she embarrassed him. Her mother is sick beside her, and he still yells like both of them belong to him. Look at her face. She is not begging. She is planning how to leave with her mother. Then the pregnant sister shows up. She hears no car, no house, no wedding money, and smiles like she just won. To her, this marriage proves the heroine is desperate. To her, the new husband is a poor man living off a woman. That is the second hook. The family is laughing at the exact man they should be afraid of. So the heroine makes one phone call. She does not explain. She does not cry. She just asks him to pick her up. And he comes, not alone. His people walk in behind him, and the room changes. The father is still loud, still testing him, still acting like he gets to approve this marriage. But the new husband does not panic. He lets them think he is ordinary. The sister keeps pushing. She wants to see what kind of golden son-in-law this is. She wants a show. Then the car arrives. That white car is the first crack in the lie. The man with no car somehow sends a car. The man with no house somehow takes her to a place that looks nothing like a rental. When she steps inside that huge house, even she is confused. He asks if she is not satisfied with the house. Listen to that. Not, this is all I have. Not, sorry it is small. He says it like this mansion is just a temporary problem. Now she starts watching him. The clothes change. The rooms change. He still tries to act like a normal broke husband, but every detail is giving him away. And he is terrible at pretending to be cold. He says he does not care. Then he texts her like a nervous newlywed. I miss you. I want to hold you. That message almost exposes him faster than the mansion does. She finds him there, dressed like this house is his. He told her no car, no house, no money, but he can send people, move her mother, put her in a mansion, and arrange things with one sentence. That is not a broke stranger. That is a man with power, hiding in plain sight. Her father still thinks he picked up a poor son-in-law. Her sister still thinks she can laugh. They have no idea the man they mocked is the one person they should not provoke. Then he says he can arrange it. No hesitation, no explanation, and she finally looks at him differently. Because a man with no car, no house, and no money should not fix everything with one phone call. Her family is waiting to laugh. But how long can he keep pretending he is poor?
They sent this bride to the most dangerous heir with almost no dowry, then tried to ruin her name at the wedding. They thought one fake lover was enough to bury her. Big mistake. In the rain, everyone says she ran off with another man. But look at her dress. She is bleeding, hunted, and still trying to stay alive. The man in the dark is not a stranger. He is the marquis heir, the groom her family fears. And she is the fiancé they were ready to sacrifice. She tells him only one of them may live. He does not trust her, but he does not leave her either. That is why the lie starts to shake. If she comes back alive, her family has to explain why she was meant to disappear. When she returns home, nobody asks who tried to kill her. Her father only sees shame. Her family pulls out the white silk, because for them, the clean ending is simple. Let her die quietly. She does not scream. She says she hopes her father lives a long life. That is not forgiveness. That is a knife wrapped in respect. Then look at her hands. Her fingers are hurt, but they still send her to marry. No protection, no real dowry, just sealed papers and a face saving right to the groom's house. At the wedding, the smear becomes public. The woman in purple stands there like she already won. The bride is accused of being unchaste. A man is pushed forward as her supposed lover, and her own people want the groom to hear every word. The bride does not collapse. She lets the liar talk. He says he knows her, and he says there was something between them. Then she points to the thing he should never have known, a small item from the inner courtyard. That is the crack. If he was just her lover, why does he have something from her family's private yard? Someone gave it to him, and someone taught him what to say. Now the fake shame turns into a setup. The groom looks at her. For the first time, he is not seeing a ruined bride. He is seeing a woman fighting back with proof. Then she does the smartest thing. She says she will not tell everyone. That sounds weak, but it is bait. The second she says it, the people who framed her get louder, because silence is the one thing they need. She is not begging for a husband. She is forcing the room to choose, a bleeding bride with proof, or a family that came with lies and no mercy. By the time the ceremony moves on, the groom has already touched the truth. He pulls her closer, the accuser loses control, and the woman who smiled at the gate is not safe anymore. But the marriage house has one more test. After the wedding noise, she steps out alone, still in red, still holding herself together. The courtyard is empty. Then the guards appear. Now they want to see if this unwanted bride can survive the path into the heir's world. She opens the umbrella, and the air bends around her. The guards admit they have tried this formation before. Anyone who failed was shot full of arrows. That is when the heir steps out from the dark. He knows she was framed. He knows she is not the weak bride they tried to sell him. And when he gives the order, everyone who called her dirty is about to learn one thing. She did not come here to beg. She came here with proof. They are about to reject this woman from an airline interview because she is married, pregnant, and not proper enough. The problem? The pilot they are waiting for is her husband. This is Jung Tang. She wakes up in 1980 beside Captain Lu, with people outside the door. They do not ask if she is okay. They see the bed and turn her life into a scandal. She is still trying to understand the year, but they are talking about marriage, divorce papers, and a baby. That is how fast they decide what she is. Messy, greedy, not good enough for a pilot. But Captain Lu does not act like the man they expect. When she faints, he carries her. In the hospital, he stays by the bed. She keeps testing him. He still does not leave. Then the doctor checks her. The baby is real. Now she is the pregnant wife everyone thinks should stay quiet. So Jung Tang changes the game. She does not lie there and wait to be judged. She puts cucumbers on her face. She trains in the room. She measures her waist. She gets ready for airline recruitment. Everyone treats the dream like a joke. A pregnant wife wants to work on planes? A woman like her wants Dragon Air? They expect her to hide. She acts like she has already entered. At the interview, the room is unfair from the start. The judge clearly has a favorite. The red uniform girl cannot beat Jung Tang clean, so she reaches for a dirty move. She hints Jung Tang got in through connections. Then she grabs the papers and
and makes everyone look at Jiang Tang like she cheated. But Jiang Tang does not panic. Look at her face. She knows this is not an interview anymore. It is a public trap. Then the trap gets uglier. They bring up her marriage. They bring up her pregnancy. They bring up rumors from the staff dorm. Nobody asks what she can do. They only ask why a wife like her dares to stand there. And this is where she wins. She is not begging. She answers straight. If she cannot fly now, she can start on the ground. If they want rules, she will use the rules. If they want to shame her, she will make them say it out loud. Then Captain Lu arrives. The man outside points him to the interview room. And Captain Lu says, "My wife may be in there." Now watch the room change. The people who laughed at her have to look at the man they respect. The woman calling her unqualified has to face the pilot beside her. But Jiang Tang does not hide behind him. She calls him Captain Lu. Then she smiles and asks if she looks good. He tries to stay serious. She makes that impossible. He says the airline still needs a medical check. She just changes the path. Let the flight route wait. She can be ground staff first. She can learn the system first. She can earn the uniform step by step. That is not giving up. That is her opening move. And now everyone should be nervous. The judge thought she was easy to push out. The red uniform girl thought one rumor could end her. The crowd thought a pregnant wife had no place here. Captain Lu is standing beside her now. Jiang Tang reaches for his sleeve, and he does not pull away. He asks if this is okay. The decision has not been made, but the woman they laughed at may be the one they cannot afford to lose. She was a CEO fighting a rich heir in front of cameras. One truck later, she wakes up in a village bed, wearing someone else's face, and everyone calls the stranger beside her husband. Her real name is Nan Qingqing. His name is Lin Chuchen, the rich heir who used her scandal. In the city, they hate each other. They argue in his car, the truck comes straight at them, and their old lives disappear. Now she opens her eyes as a village girl named Meili. The room is broken. The blanket is old. The man beside her is supposed to be Mayukai, her husband. She does not panic for long. She starts checking the story. The parents say her dead uncle left a house to Meili and Yukai. They even show a blurry photo to prove the couple came back from the city together. But look at her face. She does not buy it. A free house, a strange husband, and a photo where nobody can see anything? That is not family love. That is a trap. Then the husband wakes up. He does not act like a village husband. He looks at the room like he has never seen it. He looks at the parents like they are strangers. And when she gets close, he says her real name, Nan Qingqing. That is the first crack. She still does not know he is Lin Chuchen, so she makes the worst guess possible. She thinks this man is hiding that he likes men, so she starts testing him. She pokes his jaw. She leans in. She tells him to prove he likes women. He keeps acting calm, but his face gives him away. Then she kisses him, not in private, right when the parents walk in. That kiss is not romance yet. It is cover. Two enemies now have to sell the same lie, because the village already believes they are married. The house should be their ticket out. Instead, it becomes the trap. The village bully shows up with a debt note. He says the dead uncle owed money. He says 3 months of interest became 50,000. And of course, he wants the house as payment. But the proof is pathetic. The handwriting looks childish. The name is wrong. Even the mother can tell the note is fake. This is where the bully messes up. He thinks he is scaring a helpless village girl. He has no idea he is arguing with a CEO inside someone else's body. She reads the paper once and calls it out. He gets angry. He grabs her, and Lin Chuchen forgets the act. He steps in. The bully orders his men to hit her. Bad choice. She turns, kicks first, and drops them like she has done this before. Now everyone is staring at the village wife who fights better than the men threatening her. Then he catches her. She is still pretending. He is still pretending. But the way he looks at her is not pretend. After the fight, she takes over the house. She decides they will eat there. She orders everyone to sit down like she owns the place. But dinner exposes another crack. He cooks. A poor husband should not act like a trained heir. A fake husband should not know how to protect her. And a random village man should not know the name Nan Qingqing. So while everyone calls him the perfect son-in-law, she watches him across the table. The burned dish is not the secret. The real secret is why this man knows who she was before the crash. She knows the groom is cheating, and she still walks into the wedding because Lin Wan is not coming here to marry him. She is coming here to bury him in front of everyone, and the man with the online traffic is already waiting in the room. 2 hours before the ceremony, she already has the proof. This man has lied to her for 3 years. He used her money, her cards, and her trust to keep other women around. And look at the worst part. On the wedding day, he is still in the bridal room with another woman. The girl acts weak. She says she was dizzy. He says he only helped her, but his tie is loose, the bed is a mess, and his bride is right there. He does not explain like a man. He just waits for her to swallow it. Then the relatives come in. They do not care that he betrayed her. They care about the wedding. They care about the money. They want her to smile, forgive him, and keep feeding this whole family. This is where Lin Wan changes the game. She does not scream. She does not beg. She calls her assistant. The report comes in. Photos, bank records, the college girl he secretly kept, the money he spent under Lin Wan's name. Even the evidence for the big screen is ready. Now the wedding is no longer a wedding. It is a countdown, and the groom still has no idea. He thinks she is jealous. He thinks she is angry. He thinks she will calm down before the ceremony. That is why he gets bolder. His family makes the bride step over the fire basin. They make her serve tea. They make her lower her head in her own wedding dress. The other woman stands there watching, pretending she is harmless. Then she gets hurt, and everyone turns on Lin Wan. The groom rushes to the other woman first. He checks her face, holds her hand, and blames his own bride. That is the mistake. He is not protecting an innocent girl. He is protecting the woman helping destroy him. Lin Wan asks for her phone, not to cry, not to call off the wedding. She checks the trap. The screen outside says only half an hour is left. The guests are arriving. The cameras are ready. The relatives smile because they still think this rich bride belongs to them. Then the other woman pulls out a phone stand. She wants to live stream the bride being humiliated. She thinks she is getting content. No, she just opened the door for Lin Wan. The countdown drops again. The bride walks down the aisle. The groom looks nervous now, but it is too late. In front of the whole room, Lin Wan finally says what he is. A man who eats from a woman's hand and still cheats behind her back. The other woman panics. The groom freezes. The guests look around. And when the mistress tries to turn the live stream against her, Lin Wan does not back down. She looks straight at them and says she is betting on his public downfall. Then the man at the back steps forward. He has the traffic, the power, and the stage they were begging for. He says if they want attention, he will give them the biggest audience online. Now the groom's face changes. The mistress stops smiling. The relatives finally understand this was never a wedding. It was a trap with flowers, and the proof is about to hit the screen.
The man everyone thought had been poisoned by their tea suddenly woke up, pushed himself off the ground, and became full of strength in front of the crowd. A moment ago, the roadside stall was about to be ruined. The next second, people fought to buy one more cup. But before this couple earned one coin, the woman had opened her eyes in a strange bed. Beside her lay a handsome scholar, and she realized someone had drugged him and thrown them together. Before she could react, men burst in and tried to drag him away. They accused her, blamed him, and wanted to tie them up. However, she did not run. She stood beside the scholar and said she would stay with him. Only then did she see how bad his life was. He owed 20 taels, his family looked down on him, and Zhang Yuan was waiting to destroy him. Everyone thought he was useless, but this quiet scholar had a sharp mind, and the woman beside him was no longer helpless. Soon after, he took her to pick herbs. He searched a bowl of medicine, found tiny insects, then tested them by candlelight. When he checked her pulse, she understood he was not only trying to pay a debt, he was studying poison that had trapped them that night. Then he posted a notice in the village, claiming he could treat a disease no one else dared to touch. The villagers laughed. A young girl warned the woman not to get involved, because the patient was a local bully. If the cure failed, the scholar might die. But he still walked into the room where Zhang Qing lay half naked, covered in red sores. Zhang Qing roared. The servants tried to scare him, and everyone waited for one mistake. The scholar did not panic. He checked the sores, asked for 3 days, and demanded everything be prepared. However, when the time was up, he stood calmly beside the bed. The treatment had worked, and the people who laughed at him could no longer speak. That victory gave the woman a new idea. If medicine could save one patient, it could also become their way out. She brought out jars of medicinal tea and opened a roadside stall. One free cup, a children's set, a bigger cup for the strong men nearby. The stall became crowded, but Zhang Yuan could not accept it. He sent trouble straight to the stall. A man drank the tea and shouted that it tasted wrong. Another man collapsed in front of everyone, and the crowd panicked. When everyone thought the couple would be blamed, the scholar crouched beside the fallen man, opened a packet, and fed him the medicine tea. At that moment, the fallen man woke up. He looked stunned, then regained his strength. He pushed himself up in front of the crowd, while the people who came to watch trouble froze. The woman held the cup, the scholar stayed calm, and the business Zhang Yuan tried to destroy became even more famous. However, danger was not over. Another customer tried to make trouble, but the scholar forced him to show his hand and pointed out the real problem was 3 miles away. The woman handed him money and told him to help those people. Only then did he realize she was not only clever, but also soft-hearted. That night, everything changed. He noticed her clothes were torn, and she took a needle to mend his sleeve. Both remembered the night they were drugged. She leaned closer, he froze, and the distance between them almost disappeared. But just when he began to understand his feelings, another elegant woman appeared with silver on the table, and Zhang Yuan was already planning his next move. The masked man found the recorder hidden in the woman's robe and pinned her on the bed. She came to steal proof from him, but the moment he caught her wrist, he called her a shameless liar. Only then did everything begin to connect. Not long ago, she was pulled back into Li Sihan's world. Her elder brother burst into the room with bodyguards and shouted at Li Sihan to let her go. But Li Sihan did not move. Another man knelt on the floor, claiming he and the woman truly loved each other. Li Sihan only asked why a man with such a clean obsession would still dare touch her. The woman thought the nightmare was ending. However, when Li Sihan held her again, she realized he had never let her leave. He apologized, called her by her nickname, and promised he would make her fall in love with him again. But the next morning, his tenderness vanished. He told his assistant to let her stay and keep it secret, as if she were a mistake he could hide. 5 years later, the woman came back with a file and a recording. She wanted answers for everything between them. At the company, people whispered about her. A co-worker mocked her. A senior manager used a project and a contract to trap her. When she refused, he pushed her onto the bed and said the deal was in his hands. But this time, she would not trade herself for anyone's favor. She swallowed her fear and called another powerful man for help. Soon, Li Sihan heard what had happened. but instead of saving her openly, he questioned her coldly. He asked whose hands the contract was in. She looked at him and said she would never beg him again, but danger came faster than regret. In the parking garage, she chased after Lee Si-han and called his name, yet he walked away. That night, another man broke into her room and grabbed her by force. She screamed and struggled until someone arrived. Before she could know who saved her, the scene changed again. At a private club, a drunk client humiliated her in front of everyone. He grabbed her hair, threatened to destroy her, and said he would make her pay. Just then, a man in a black mask appeared. He beat the attacker down, forced him to kneel, and warned him never to touch her again. The woman was shaking, but the masked man only told her that her friend would be safe. The strange part was, he knew too much. He knew where she was, who had hurt her, and who she cared about. Her friend insisted the attacker must be the same man behind everything, but the woman was not convinced. She hid a recorder in her robe and went to meet the masked man alone. What she did not expect was that he would find it instantly. The tiny device fell into his hand, and his expression changed. He pressed her onto the bed and asked if this was the only reason she came. She was frightened, but she still refused to admit defeat. Later, when she woke up, he was holding her from behind. He looked less like a monster and more like a man afraid she would disappear. But her body was getting worse. She called the doctor and said she felt uncomfortable. The doctor told her to come in and complete the hospital admission. That night, the woman left alone in the rain. She sat before her laptop, took out a blank sheet, and began writing a letter to Lee Si-han. She had hidden too much, endured too much, and now even her body was betraying her. But just as the truth was about to be written down, someone was about to discover the letter. And this time, Lee Si-han might finally learn what he had lost. The pregnant woman thought her baby could make the whole Ji family kneel, but the moment the old master walked in, the blue-haired young master asked the question no one dared to ask. Was the child in her belly really a Ji heir? A few days earlier, everyone was waiting at the school gate. A black luxury car arrived, then a red sports car stopped before the crowd. The blue-haired boy got out late, acting like rules had nothing to do with him. But the girl in the white dress did not flatter him. She blocked him and asked why he was late on the first day of school. What no one knew was that Rong-yu was no ordinary student. She was 18, but she had suddenly traveled 70 years into the future. The old man everyone feared was actually her son. In this new world, the Ji family was rich and powerful, but the boys were arrogant, sick, childish, or hiding secrets. They all thought this little grandmother could be ignored. But Rong-yu did not come back to watch them ruin themselves. She dragged the late boy to school, refused every excuse, and told the old master that if school was good for his health, then he had to attend. Soon, she entered the Ji mansion and saw the real mess. One young man acted like a child and held toys in bed. Doctors surrounded him, but even the experts could not tell whether he was injured or pretending. Rong-yu realized this family needed more than money. Just then, a woman in a brown sweater walked in, holding her belly. She claimed she had come back with one of the Ji sons and was carrying the Ji family's precious heir. The younger boy softened. Even the old master hesitated, because if the baby was real, the Ji family could not abandon it. But Rong-yu noticed the lie first. When the woman spoke, her eyes shifted, her words changed, and her fear looked like calculation. Rong-yu called in the driver who had followed the Ji son. The driver tried to support her story, but the more he explained, the lie became obvious. The old master still let the woman stay as a protected guest. Yet Rong-yu did not relax. Soon, the woman exposed herself. She entered the young mistress's room, touched the jewelry box, and dreamed about replacing Rong-yu. Behind closed doors, she and the maid planned to use the baby to take over the Ji family. At the same time, Rong-yu watched the young masters carefully. The blue-haired boy was reckless but loyal. The schoolgirl beside him was calm and clever. The childish young master might not be as simple as he looked. Piece by piece, they realized the driver, the pregnant woman, and the fake story were connected. Then the woman made her move. In front of everyone, she accused Rong-yu and the schoolgirl of bullying her. She pointed at her belly, said she was carrying the Ji family's golden grandson, and took out the green jade hairpin as if it proved her status. But this time, the young masters no longer stayed silent. The blue-haired boy rushed in to protect his third brother. Rong-yu stood firm. The old master arrived and saw the woman's panic. He cancelled her young mistress treatment and told his men to drive her out. The woman covered her belly, but her confidence disappeared. Because the next second, Rong-yu looked at her and asked, if the baby was her strongest weapon, could she prove it belonged to the Ji family? Everyone froze. The driver lowered his head. The old master's face changed. On the bed, the young master everyone treated like a fool quietly watched everything.
At the family dinner, the rival thought one childhood promise could humiliate the new wife. But Zhong Yan pulled his wife into his arms in front of everyone and made the whole table freeze. Before this, the woman had no idea she would become the wife of the most rule-bound man in Jingqing. One moment, she was in a room full of flowers and glass, being kissed beside a piano. The next moment, she stood inside the Zhong mansion like a bride, facing rituals, and an old matriarch who watched every move. The old lady did not welcome her. She tested her with tea and rules. When the woman almost made a mistake, another woman reminded her this was etiquette. Only then did she understand it. In this house, even breathing had rules. But when the matriarch ordered the family doctor, she covered her mouth, held back panic, and refused to beg. Then Zhong Yan appeared, the man everyone feared. To outsiders, this marriage looked like a deal. To the Zhong family, she was only a bride chosen for a plan. Even she could not tell whether he was protecting her or keeping her under his name. However, Zhong Yan was not as cold as he looked. When she was scared in the bedroom, he did not take advantage of her. He left for the ancestral hall and burned incense alone. Later, when she stood in the rain with an umbrella, he came to her and called her someone heaven sent to him. Just when she started to believe this marriage might not be a cage, trouble came to the dinner table. The Shu family was fighting the Zhong family over the same land, and a woman from that family walked in as if she already owned Zhong Yan's heart. She smiled politely, but every word was a blade. She hinted that Zhong Yan had made her a childhood promise. She wanted the new wife to know this marriage was only business, while she was the woman who knew him first. Everyone waited for the new wife to lose face, but the woman did not run. She asked whether this dinner was really an apology to the Shu family. The rival's smile cracked. The room went quiet. Then Zhong Yan moved. He placed his hand on his wife, pulled her close, and let everyone see the ring on her finger. When the rival used the past again, he gave his answer. What mattered now was not an old promise, not a land deal, and not another woman's wish. The rival could no longer pretend. She tried to turn the marriage into a joke, but this time, Zhong Yan did not let his wife stand alone. In front of the whole table, he announced that he liked her. The woman froze. She had thought she was only a pawn in a wealthy marriage. She had thought this man was dangerous, but now, he was protecting her in front of everyone who wanted to shame her. After dinner, the two sat in the car. Her jealousy slipped out. She asked if he was so attractive that every woman had to come for him. Zhong Yan understood at once. She was not angry because of the rival. She feared becoming a joke in her own marriage. He leaned closer and told her he would not let her misunderstand. Before she could step back, he held her face and kissed her. This time, she did not look like a trapped bride. She looked like a woman beginning to take back her place. Yet the sweetest moment hid a secret. Later that night, Zhong Yan sat alone with old photographs. One photo showed the woman from long ago. Only then did it seem this marriage had never been just business. He had known more than he said, and the real reason he chose her was still locked inside those photos.
The young doctor had shouted that the whole bandit camp was about to be poisoned, when a cold blade was pressed to his chest. Moments earlier, this female bandit chief wanted him as her man. Now everyone stared at him like he was the real threat. But this disaster began long before he was dragged into the mountains. Back in the village, the woman only wanted a peaceful life with her husband. He was weak from an old illness, and she stayed beside his bed through the night, changing his bedding and checking his breathing. By morning, he seemed fine again, and the couple prepared to sell herbal tea. At first, the villagers only came to watch the joke. Some had bullied them before, and one troublemaker waited for a chance to destroy their name. Soon, a man fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and screaming that the tea was poisonous. The crowd surrounded the woman at once. They pointed at her stall and accused her of hurting people. The woman froze, but her husband stepped forward. When everyone thought he would panic, he picked up the bamboo cup and asked them to test it in public. The troublemakers shouted louder and demanded officers search their home, but the man refused to back down. He reminded the villagers how they had wronged his wife before, then pointed out the one person who had a reason to frame them. Only then did the truth begin to crack open. The so-called victim was acting. The poison was not from their tea at all. Someone had planted deadly grass to ruin the couple and steal their business. The villagers who had mocked them suddenly went silent. In front of everyone, the man held his wife's hand, proving he would not let anyone touch her again. After clearing their name, the couple counted their money and planned a bigger future. He wanted to take the recipe to the city, while she stayed behind to prepare their next move. It looked like their luck had finally changed. But that night, everything went wrong. The man followed rumors about a haunted place and found a frightened little girl hiding there. Before he could understand the trap, he was pulled onto a mountain road and attacked. A blade flashed, blood hit the dirt, and he collapsed in front of the others. His wife arrived too late, staring at him on the ground as if their new life had been cut open in one strike. Yet the man was not dead. He woke up in a bandit stronghold, facing a masked female chief. She wanted to punish him first, but he noticed her hidden illness and said he was a doctor. If she wanted to live, she had to let him treat her. The chief did not trust him, but when he described her symptoms exactly, she changed into red and let him examine her wounds. What she did not expect was that this ordinary-looking village man was not afraid of her. He spoke to her like a patient, not like a monster. The more he cured her, the more dangerous she became. Soon, she no longer wanted to kill him. She wanted to keep him. The man refused. He had a wife. He had to go home. But the female chief blocked his way. Outside, the camp was in chaos. His brother wanted to leave, the bandits were watching, and the chief kept moving closer. Just then, the doctor noticed something was wrong. The food, the air, the bodies on the ground, the whole camp had been trapped. He shouted for everyone to get up. But before he could explain, the chief lifted her sword and aimed it at him. Only then did everyone realize this man might be the only one who could save them. The man finally stopped hiding. In the meeting room, he looked at everyone and said the sentence that could destroy every lie. Song Siua was Gu Jingshan. But when the truth came out, the woman who needed to hear it most had already been pushed to the edge. Not long ago, she sat alone at night, writing a farewell letter. She wrote that no one should feel sad for her, because her life was about to end. Then she took the money that still connected her to him and walked into his company one last time. Before she could leave, the woman in gray stepped in. She adjusted his collar and acted like she belonged beside him. When the heroine held out her resignation letter, he did not explain. He only watched her like a stranger. So she quit. Everyone thought she was just angry, but she knew her body was breaking, and she could not waste the last part of her life begging for love. Soon after, Mr. G found her. He called her Miss Shu and offered the respect she never got. To outsiders, it looked like she had found a new backer. To him, it looked like betrayal, but the real reason was hidden in the rain. In her memory, on the night she almost died, a young man in white held her in the storm. He said he was not Song Siyue anymore, then disappeared like a secret. Since then, the name Song Siyue became a wound. She thought Gu Jingshan had nothing to do with that past. She thought the man who saved her had left forever. That was why she could stand beside Mr. G. That was why she could say cruel words to Gu Jingshan. She wanted to cut him off before he hurt her again. But Gu Jingshan could not let go. When she collapsed, he rushed to the hospital. The doctor said even another operation might not be enough. He watched the woman who once loved him lie there with almost no strength left. Only then did his face crack. Yet when she woke up, she still refused him. She tried to leave. He blocked her in the corridor and grabbed her. She told him to let go, because she was going to someone else. He asked if she had sold herself to another man. She said they were already separated. He thought she was still angry. He had no idea she had given up. He appeared at the hospital when he heard something was wrong. He hugged her in front of the ward, but she pushed him away and called him crazy. He said she did not have to work anymore. She looked at him with exhausted eyes. What she needed was not control. What she needed was the truth. Then jealousy got worse. At the bar, Mr. G said he had been trying to recover his memories. Just as she turned to leave, Gu Jingshan arrived. He pulled her aside, pressed her against the wall, and almost kissed her. She froze. He wanted to prove she still belonged to him, but all he proved was that he was terrified. But it was already too late. After the bidding meeting, he watched her walk toward Mr. G with a smile he had not seen for a long time. The more she looked free, the more desperate he became. Finally, in front of documents and witnesses, he tore off the last mask. Song Siyue was not another man. Song Siyue was Gu Jingshan himself. The rescuer she had missed, the man she thought abandoned her, and the powerful man she kept rejecting were all the same person. But at that moment, she was holding medicine in her palm, too exhausted to hear the truth. And when Gu Jingshan leaned closer, ready to say everything, she still had no idea the man she hated was the only person who had loved her under two names. The yellow sports car was trapped between two freight trucks in a tunnel, and the boy thought they were dead. But the young matriarch did not scream. She grabbed the wheel, cut through the last gap, and crashed out in smoke. The boy crawled on the road, shaking. Then everyone realized this was not an accident. Someone was trying to destroy the G family. Not long before this, the same girl was still in a school uniform inside the mansion. She looked too young to command anyone, yet the old master respected her, and the bodyguard obeyed her as the head of the house. The old man had a heart attack. The rebellious young master kept causing trouble, and the woman in pink pretended to worry. But the girl saw through the mess. She gave the old man injections, calmed him down, and made the noisy boy obey. Everyone thought she only had strange medical skill. However, the woman in pink was already nervous. In the car outside, she said the fool would not wake up for a while. As long as the secret stayed buried, they could still make money. Soon after, a yellow sports car appeared at the G gate. The young master treated it like a toy, and the trap moved closer. That night, the woman met her accomplice in the woods. She asked if he was sure about the car. The man told her to trust his methods. At the same time, a small remote control car rolled across the carpet, and the young boy collapsed. The girl rushed out and got into the yellow car. The boy was joking, but the next second, the speed kept climbing. The old master sensed danger and gave orders from another car. He arranged the tunnel entrance and tried to slow them down, but the enemy was faster. Two huge trucks blocked the road ahead. The boy froze, saying their only way out was gone. The girl stared forward and said it was too late to be afraid. Then she forced the car between the trucks and saved him. When they stopped, the boy could barely stand. The old master rushed over with tears in his eyes. Everyone stared at the girl in shock. She had only just taken her driver's license, yet she had pulled a life back from a death trap. The young master in white quietly supported her, and the G family finally understood that this little matriarch could save them. But before they could find the mastermind, another scene exploded at the station. The same pregnant woman fell to the ground and screamed that the G family wanted to kill her and the baby in her belly. Her accomplice knelt beside her and shouted for help. Passers-by instantly turned against the G family. The old master was furious, but the woman kept crying that her child was the G family's golden grandson. Just then, a young man in black walked down the stairs. His lost memory had returned. He said he remembered every face, every name, every woman from his past. But when he looked at the pregnant woman, his eyes turned cold. He had never known her. The crowd froze. The woman swore the baby was his, even cursing her family to prove it. But he said he wanted to live a few more years, and this child could never be his. The G brothers stepped forward one by one, refusing to be dragged into her lie. The pregnant woman could no longer keep her act steady. Then the young matriarch looked at her, then at the man in the cap beside her. Her expression unchanged. These two carried the same dirty smell of a hidden crime. Before anyone could ask what she meant, she raised her hand toward them. The real culprit was about to be exposed.
The girl had just matched the lottery numbers, but before she could even celebrate, she collapsed and opened her eyes in an ancient palace. 13 days unemployed had pushed her to the edge. That tiny lottery ticket was her only chance to turn her life around. When the numbers on TV matched one by one, she thought she had finally won. But joy lasted only a second. She collapsed before she could touch the prize. When she woke up, maids were kneeling around her and calling her, "Your Majesty." A stranger in a luxurious robe stood above her, and everyone looked at her like she was already guilty. Only then did she realize she had become the empress. But this empress was not loved or respected. The emperor sat coldly in the imperial study while she knelt below him. His favorite concubine cried like a victim, claiming the empress had hurt her out of jealousy. The servant stayed silent, because in this palace, the favored woman was always right. Everyone waited for the empress to lower her head and accept punishment. But the woman inside this body was not the same weak soul. She watched the concubine's performance and understood one thing: if she kept begging, she would die here. At that moment, a system suddenly appeared in her mind. It told her to complete missions if she wanted rewards and a chance to return home. Her first problem was simple but cruel. Even the guards dared to stop the empress outside the imperial study. So she stopped chasing the emperor's pity and started looking for the mission clue. Then the system gave her a strange target: find a courtesan famous for beauty and talent. Her maid was shocked, because an empress searching for a courtesan could destroy her reputation. But the woman smiled and accepted the task, because shame was better than dying in this palace. What she did not know was that this mission would lead her straight into a brothel, a hidden trap, and a masked man who was clearly no ordinary guest. The girl had just matched the lottery numbers, but before she could even celebrate, she collapsed and opened her eyes in an ancient palace. 13 days unemployed had pushed her to the edge. That tiny lottery ticket was her only chance to turn her life around. When the numbers on TV matched one by one, she thought she had finally won. But joy lasted only a second. She collapsed before she could touch the prize. When she woke up, maids were kneeling around her and calling her, "Your Majesty." A stranger in a luxurious robe stood above her, and everyone looked at her like she was already guilty. Only then did she realize she had become the empress. But this empress was not loved or respected. The emperor sat coldly in the imperial study while she knelt below him. His favorite concubine cried like a victim, claiming the empress had hurt her out of jealousy. The servant stayed silent, because in this palace, the favored woman was always right. Everyone waited for the empress to lower her head and accept punishment. But the woman inside this body was not the same weak soul. She watched the concubine's performance and understood one thing: if she kept begging, she would die here. At that moment, a system suddenly appeared in her mind. It told her to complete missions if she wanted rewards and a chance to return home. Her first problem was simple but cruel. Even the guards dared to stop the empress outside the imperial study. So she stopped chasing the emperor's pity and started looking for the mission clue. Then the system gave her a strange target: find a courtesan famous for beauty and talent. Her maid was shocked, because an empress searching for a courtesan could destroy her reputation. But the woman smiled and accepted the task, because shame was better than dying in this palace. What she did not know was that this mission would lead her straight into a brothel, a hidden trap, and a masked man who was clearly no ordinary guest.
She asked for an 8.88 million yuan bride price, a hotel wedding, and a custom gown. Then, on the morning of the ceremony, her groom opened the door and found another man leaning over her wedding bed. Look closely. The man in black is President Lin, a young CEO who can book an entire hotel floor with one call. Yet inside the red wedding room, Suyao sits in lace pajamas and smiles. "Honey, just test the mattress with me," she says. The wedding photo is still hanging. She is treating marriage like a game. Her family storms in. Her mother smiles until her pearls shake. Her brother drops onto the sofa and says, "Brother-in-law, a real man proves sincerity with money." Then comes the bill, 8.88 million yuan. No negotiation. Suyao hooks Lin's arm. "Husband, you're so good to me." Lin says nothing, lowering his eyes to memorize every greedy face. The humiliation gets worse. Suyao's friend announces a single party before the wedding. Not for Lin, for Suyao. Suyao nods. "It's just a party. Wait for me." Lin's jaw tightens, but his orange phone is already in his palm. Night falls. A candle burns beside a white piano. Lin touches one key, then stops. His assistant places a folder on the lid. "We've checked everything," she says. Inside are hallway videos, hotel records, and a room number circled in red. 888. There is also a transfer record. Suyao cashed out 20,000 yuan and sent it to the man in the pink shirt. Lin flips one page and says, "Play it at the wedding." Morning, room 1102. The door is covered with red wedding paper. Lin enters in his groom's suit, and the pink-shirt man is beside Suyao, one knee on the bed, his hand too close to the bridal gown. Her bridesmaids laugh. The man snaps, "Are you sick?" Yao agreed to this test. A bridesmaid adds, "If he can't take this little humiliation, he doesn't deserve her." Suyao stares at Lin. "If you call the police, this wedding won't happen." Lin steps forward. His black shoe crushes the rose petals. "Then don't have it," he says. The room freezes. Suyao's smile cracks, then she grabs the bouquet and walks out as if she has one. Outside, she climbs into the wedding car with the pink-shirt man pressed against her shoulder, while Lin follows with bodyguards. The banquet hall looks perfect, with hundreds of guests waiting to clap. Suyao walks down the aisle in the gown Lin paid for. She lifts her chin and recites, words, whether poor or rich, I will never leave you. The MC turns to Lin. He does not repeat the vow. The bouquet slips from Suyao's fingers and hits the marble with a dull thud. A woman in black steps onto the stage. Please look at the screen. Bam! The sweet wedding photo disappears. Hotel footage fills the wall. Suyao, the custom veil, the pink-shirt man, room 888. Last night, guests start whispering. Someone mutters, isn't that the gown her fiancé bought? Suyao lunges at Lin, jeweled sleeves scraping his black suit. You have to believe me. She is framing me. With AI this advanced, any video can be fake. Her bridesmaid nods fast. Yes, it's AI. The pink-shirt man shouts, you can't even see the face. The doors open. A hotel manager strides in with a printed register. Room 888. Last night, our front desk saw everything. Suyao's hand slips from Lin's sleeve. The hall goes silent. Then the manager turns the page and the name beside room 888 is not the pink-shirt man. She paid a stranger for one night, then offered him $10 million to become her husband. At sunrise, Song Nian wakes in a luxury hotel bed with a medical report shaking in his hand. It says he is perfectly healthy, but the woman beside him is gone. On the nightstand, cash, a bank card, and one cold line, last night was paid for. Don't let me see you again. The woman is by Luo Yan, an IC CEO who can make an entertainment company bow with one call. She does not date, does not touch men, and does not explain. Her assistant asks, Ms. Bai, are you really marrying that man? Bai Luo Yan lifts her eyes. I'd rather choose someone I don't hate. The man she doesn't hate is the broke 23-year-old she just humiliated. Back home, Song Nian's mother jumps when the matchmaker says the bride is rich. She slaps the table. Her conditions are that good. If this works, you'll never worry again. Song Nian backs away. Mom, I'm only 23. She points at his nose. A soft meal is still a meal. Don't act noble when rent is due. He thinks he is walking into a blind date. Cheap cafe, 2 coffees, 1 awkward hello. Bai Luo Yan sits down in a white blazer, calm enough to freeze the room. Song Nian almost chokes. You? She slides a contract across the table. Marry me. No roses, no apology, just an acquisition deal. Every month, I'll give you half my salary. Help me handle my family, and after divorce, I'll pay you another $10 million. He leans closer. So after using me once, you want to rent me by the year? Bai Luo Yan taps the pen. You can refuse. His phone lights up with his mother's message. Pick a day and marry. His smile dies. At the marriage office, even the photographer stares. Are you two really here to get married? They stand half a meter apart, like enemies forced into the same frame. Song Yen mutters, we've only met twice. Bai Luo Yan clenches the bouquet. Smile. He fixes the crooked veil and whispers, Ms. Bai, you look more nervous than I do. Her eyes cut over. Mind the distance. Watch closely. When his fingers brush the veil, she does not push him away. The fake marriage moves fast. A black card lands in Song Nian's palm. Household expenses come from this. He walks through her marble mansion and whispers, so this is what rich people call home. Bai Luo Yan tells the housekeeper, prepare his room. Separate rooms. One sign lie. Trouble knocks before the ink dries. He Fei, the girl his mother wanted him to meet, storms in wearing red. You used to be nothing, she snaps. Now you think you can climb into a rich woman's bed? She raises her voice. Women like Bai Luo Yan don't marry men like you. They buy them. Song Nian puts down his chopsticks so hard the ceramic cracks. Even if I'm being bought, I'm still not for sale to you. Fei follows him to Bai Luo Yan's company lobby and grabs his sleeve in front of every employee. If you don't explain today, I'll expose what you are. He shakes her off. What am I? A married man. The elevator doors open. Bai Luo Yan stands there in a brown suit. Board members waiting upstairs. Her eyes drop to Fei's hand on his sleeve. Nobody breathes. The assistant's tablet lights up with a photo of the lobby scandal. Inside the meeting room, a director slams the file shut. Ms. Bai, if this man is your husband, his scandal is now company business. Bai Luo Yan turns to Song Yen. Tell me, did I marry trouble, or did trouble finally find my husband?
The wife handed over her wedding ring and divorce papers while secretly carrying her husband's child. Not long ago, she stood beside him in the hospital, begging only for trust. Her mother was seriously ill, and everyone thought she married the powerful man for money. But after he paid the bills and promised a real wedding, her frozen heart softened. For a moment, she thought this marriage might become real. Then the next crisis hit. Her father, once a judge, was caught in a bribery scandal. To save him, she swallowed her pride and begged people who used to flatter her family. Instead, they humiliated her. They called her shameless. They said a corrupt official's daughter should stop pretending to be noble. At a public event, under the lights and fake snow, she finally broke down. She called her husband with trembling hands and said the words he never expected, let's get divorced. He rushed over as soon as he found her. When she said divorce again, he grabbed her wrist and asked if ending the marriage was what she wanted. She asked him back, wasn't divorce the right thing to do? Her family was collapsing, her name was dragged through the mud, and she no longer wanted to wait for his mercy. He stared at her, finally understanding that her silence was not obedience, it was despair. The next second, he kissed her, as if one kiss could erase every time he ignored her pain. But the misunderstanding grew deeper. Soon after, she removed the ring and gave it away, saying it was useless to keep. Then she sent him the divorce agreement and told him to come back quickly to finish the procedure. When he returned home, he thought she was only using divorce to bargain over the premarital agreement. This time, she did not cry first. She looked at him and said she had liked someone for a long time. She had been waiting for that person to speak first, but she was tired of waiting. She did not want his money, his pity, or a marriage where she had to guess whether he cared. The man froze. Only then did he realize the wife he thought would never leave had already given up. 1 month later, she appeared again, no longer as a fragile wife, but as a sharp businesswoman negotiating a project. The men across the table looked down on her and waited for the real boss. They thought a woman with a ruined family could not control the deal, but she calmly handed over the plan and forced them to listen. What they did not know was that the powerful man behind the project had never stopped watching her. Then the bigger secret exploded. She told him she was pregnant. Instead of joy, his face turned cold. He thought she rushed to divorce because she could not wait anymore. She lowered her eyes and said nothing, because explaining had become too exhausting. But in the hospital, the truth came out. The doctor said the baby was 13 weeks old. 13 weeks. The man repeated those words, and his expression changed completely. The child was not evidence of betrayal. It was proof that he had misunderstood her from the start. Before he could find her, another blow arrived. Her father was sentenced to prison for taking bribes as a judge. Outside the court, the once powerful man was dragged away in prison clothes. He saw his daughter, grabbed her bag, and tried to speak one last time. She turned back, pale and shaken, and just then, her husband walked in. This time, he had to choose: protect the woman he had pushed away, or lose her and his unborn child forever.
She gave him a $30 million wedding contract and the master key to the Song family villa. He repaid her by hiding his mistress in their bedroom washer. Look at the woman in white. Song Aoshue does not shout first. She folds her arms, stares at Zhang Wenchuan's crooked belt, then at the black high heel under the bed. The red quilt is wrinkled. A pearl necklace flashes behind the bathroom door. Wenchuan blocks the doorway with a fake smile. Aoshue, stop making trouble. There is nobody inside. Nobody? The washer bumps once. His mother, Zhao Mimi, rushes forward. My son is decent. If you can't trust him, you don't deserve to be our daughter-in-law. The room turns on the bride in white. They call her jealous, rude, ungrateful. Wenchuan grabs her wrist and hisses, kneel and apologize before grandpa gets angry. Aoshue looks down at his hand. 1 finger, 2 seconds, she peels him off like dust. Then explain this. She lifts a silk stocking from the sofa cushion. A man's belt follows, still warm from someone's waist. Shanshan, the so-called sworn sister, is missing. The air freezes. Wenchuan laughs too loudly. Maybe it belongs to a maid. Zhao Mini points at Aoshue's face. See, she is crazy. She even searched the laundry room. Aoshue walks to the bathroom, presses her palm on the washer, and the machine trembles again. From inside comes a gasp. Bam! The round door swings open. Shanshan spills out in a black dress, hair messy, pearls tilted, one bare shoulder under the bathroom light. She crawls on the marble like a thief dragged from a vault. Wenchuan's face turns paper white. His father drops the newspaper. Aoshue squats in front of Shanshan and smiles. Sister, were you washing yourself or my husband's lies? Shanshan clutches Wenchuan's sleeve and sobs. Believe me, I only came to explain the contract. Wenchuan cuts in too fast. Yes, I was afraid people would misunderstand. That's why she hid. Afraid? Look closely at his collar. Lipstick stains the edge, the same shade as Shanshan's mouth. Aoshue picks up the black card from the vanity. 3 hours ago, this card bought a $280,000 diamond bracelet. Not for the bride, for the mistress. The receipt is still inside Wenchuan's phone case. The elders should explode. Instead, Zhao Mini shields her son. Men make small mistakes. Aoshue, be sensible. Sign the agreement first. Our Zhang family cannot lose face. They push a folder toward her. It says Song Group will hand the resort project to Wenchuan, but the beneficiary line has been changed in thin blue ink. Shanshan. Aoshue finally laughs. Cold, clean, deadly. She tears one page in half, letting the pieces fall over Wenchuan's shoes. You wanted my company, my villa, and my wedding bed. Now choose one thing to keep, your pride, or your knees. Wenchuan lunges for the contract. Grandpa Song raises his cane, but before it hits the floor, Aoshue places a small green vial on the table. The label makes Shanshan stop breathing. It is the drug she used to make Wenchuan lose control, stolen from her handbag minutes ago. Still want me to apologize? Aoshue asks. Zhao Mini's mouth opens, but no sound comes out. Wenchuan clutches his stomach, sweat bursting across his forehead. Another door creaks. A man in a black suit steps in with a sealed DNA report and says only one sentence. Miss Song, the child in Shanshan's belly is not his. The villa goes silent. When Aoshue sees the name printed on the father line, her smile disappears. She agreed to a flash marriage to escape her stepfather's bedroom, only to discover her new husband owned the $8 billion Dingsheng Group. Look at Wen Song in that white nightgown. At 8, her mother remarried. Years later, a midnight shadow pushes open her door, and by morning the whole family treats her like the criminal. Her stepfather, Wu Hao, smiles in a clean white shirt with dirtier eyes. The old woman points and spits. You are not even my son's child. Who gave you the right to talk back? Her mother lowers her head. When Song clutches the bedsheet. Mom, do you believe them? The answer is worse than a slap. Her mother touches her belly. She is pregnant with a second child. For that baby, Wen Song must swallow every forced apology and every cup of scalding tea pushed toward the grandmother. When the old woman screams that Wen Song almost burned her, the step-cousin smirks on the sofa, waiting for her to kneel. When Song points at him, you can barely walk straight. Don't blame me for your filth. The room freezes. Her mother whispers, endure it. Once your dad calms down, everything will pass. No. Wu Hao returns with the bag she forgot. He knocks at her locked door, rubbing a necklace between his fingers. Open up. I just want to talk. When Song backs against the wall, calling for her mother, but no one answers. Her best friend gets goosebumps. Marry someone
someone, the girl blurts out. Find a husband they can't touch.
So when Song signs the red certificate with a man she thinks is her friend's cold little uncle. He is Gu Shujo, the black-suited boss with a gold pin, silent enough to scare a boardroom. She texts, "Can we divorce?" His answer is ice. No. Employees whisper which heiress dared to marry into the Gu family. When Song stands in a cheap cardigan with her resume, not knowing the man across the table can crush Wu Hao with one call. Then the contract marriage stops looking like a contract. In the car, when Song turns pale, she grips her stomach. It hurts. Gu Shujo scoops her out in front of everyone, one arm under her knees. Her friend panics. Put her down. He doesn't look over. Move. At his penthouse, he kneels in the hallway to change her shoes. He buys hot water, medicine, even the blue box she is too embarrassed to mention. She whispers, "A man with your status, why do this?" He buttons his cuff. "Because you are my wife." But look closely at the locked painting room. Servants call her Mrs. Gu and line up with red gift boxes, yet refuse to let her enter one place. Sir looks at that painting every day, the housekeeper warns. When Song's smile cracks, is she a wife, or only a replacement for the woman in the picture? Before she can ask, Wu Hao storms into Dingsheng wearing a borrowed badge. He grabs her wrist in the marble lobby and roars, "Did your father teach you to be this shameless? Did you already give yourself to that old man?" He raises his voice. "Just because your mother is pregnant with a second child, you fool around with men and refuse to come home?" When Song shakes her head, the bow in her hair trembling, he is lying. Don't believe him. Wu Hao squeezes harder. "Come home with dad. Be good." She pulls away. He lunges. A black sleeve flashes into frame. Gu Shujo catches Wen Song before she hits the floor. The lobby goes silent. Wu Hao doesn't know the man holding her is not some old sponsor. He is Dingxing's boss, and the marriage certificate in Wen Song's bag is about to destroy him.
The woman woke up beside a younger man and left him a stack of cash like it was a hotel bill. Last night, she was supposed to become the perfect fiancé of the Liu family heir, but while the guests waited, her fiancé ran away again for his childhood sweetheart, so she stopped being loyal. If he could keep another woman, she could find another man. When the fiancé chased her, he still acted innocent. He said he had no choice, said that girl was weak, and said the person he loved had always been her. In the past, one apology would have made her forgive everything. This time, she ended the engagement before he could finish. Then the childhood sweetheart rushed over and pretended to cry. She said she never meant to steal him, then hinted that after a few months, the man would be hers. The woman finally understood. These two were using her patience as a joke. Soon after, her father held a company meeting. Everyone was waiting for a mysterious designer who could save the fashion show. No one knew that designer was actually the woman herself. However, the childhood sweetheart had set her eyes on the design director position. She acted gentle in front of the elders, asked the woman to give it up, and then spread photos of the woman with the younger man. She wanted everyone to call the woman shameless before the show, but the younger man in those photos was not a mistake. He saw the scandal, smiled, and walked back into her life. That night, someone tried to make the woman drink a drugged glass at a bar. Before she could react, he pulled her away. By morning, she woke up beside him again. He looked pure, but every word was dangerous. He teased her for sleeping with him twice and asked if she wanted to keep him. The woman did not deny it. She was rich, beautiful, and tired of betrayal. So she offered him money, a luxury life, and one rule: stay by her side and make her ex-fiancé regret it. The younger man agreed too quickly. When she mentioned a villa in the most expensive residence in the city, he did not look shocked. He only smiled and asked if she knew its value. At the same time, the childhood sweetheart dragged the ex-fiancé to the luxury sales hall and sent the woman a photo, showing off the new life she had stolen. The woman arrived calmly. The ex-fiancé thought she was jealous. He said he wanted this villa. The childhood sweetheart smiled, waiting to see her humiliated, but the woman only crossed her arms and said the house was not his to take. The sales manager did not believe her. The man in front of him was the president of the Liu group, so he sided with the ex-fiancé and treated her like a troublemaker. The childhood sweetheart became even bolder. She called the woman shameless and said she was only pretending to be rich. Just then, the younger man walked in wearing a black suit. The whole sales hall went quiet. Only then did everyone hear the truth. This villa had already been reserved for the woman the night before. The employee who insulted her was removed on the spot. The ex-fiancé froze. He had thought the younger man was just a pretty boy she picked up to anger him, but now the so-called kept man was standing above the entire project. The woman did not even need to argue anymore. The childhood sweetheart's smile disappeared, and the ex-fiancé's face turned pale. Only then did he realize the woman he threw away was not begging for him, and the man beside her might be someone even the Liu family could not afford to offend.
A baby heir was choking on the marble floor, and the only woman who could save him was being dragged away like a criminal. Hours earlier, she stood by the lake in a line of polished nannies. She came in a plain black dress, hiding a wound on her right hand, because her sister had viral encephalitis. The examiner glanced at her and said, "Too dirty." Eliminated. A woman in pink laughed, "A country girl wants to serve the Pei family? Go clean the trash first." She only bowed. "Give me one chance. I can take care of a child." The Pei young master watched in silence. The next round moved into the mansion. Marble floors, servants, and the Pei family's newborn heir. The official nanny held the baby proudly. "I studied infant care for years. She is not even qualified to touch his shoes." The housekeeper warned, "The young master's safety comes first." Then the baby coughed. The nanny shook the bottle and tried to feed him again. The heroine's eyes sharpened. Stop, he is choking. The room turned on her. Nonsense, the woman in white snapped. Are you cursing the little young master? The cough became a broken gasp. The baby's lips darkened. The heroine grabbed the child. Put him down, the young master ordered. Bodyguards rushed in, but she had already turned the baby face down across her arm. Her palm struck his back twice. The white-clad nanny screamed, "She is hurting him. Throw her out." A guard twisted her arm. Her knees hit the floor, but she still held the baby steady. "I am saving him," she shouted. "Feed him again and you will kill him." A wet choke burst out. A tiny ball of cotton and milk shot from the baby's mouth. His cry tore the silence open. Everyone froze. The young master took the baby. The heroine sat on the floor, hair loose, sleeve crooked, but her eyes were cold. "Now tell me," she said, "was I dirty, or was your professional nanny blind?" The young master stared at the cotton. "Check the swaddle. Check the bottle. No one touches this child without my order." The nanny panicked. "Sir, I followed the routine," he replied. "A routine that almost killed him?" They asked why she knew emergency care. She answered, "When my sister got sick, I learned everything that could save a life." They placed the baby in her arms again. The madam sneered, "If my grandson loses one hair, I will make you vanish from this city." The heroine lowered her eyes. "Then watch carefully." She loosened the blanket, refused the wrong bottle, checked the child's breathing, and kept him calm. For the first time, the young master spoke for her. "She stays." So the poor girl entered the Pay mansion as a nanny. The rules were simple: change clothes, obey orders, ask no questions. Yet the young master noticed the wound on her hand. He told his assistant, "Find out who hurt her." Then another door opened. In the upper bedroom, a pale young lady sat in bed, pretending to be weak. The heroine carried the baby in and bowed. The girl stared at her face. Her hand shot out. "I'll tear up that pretty face." The cup crashed. Under the girl's sleeve was a fresh bruise, not from illness, but from a struggle. This was never just a nanny selection. A baby almost choked. A fake expert lied. A hidden lady attacked. And a poor girl who came to save her sister stepped into the Pay family's deepest secret. They thought she was easy to crush. They were wrong. From the moment she saved that child, she became the woman who could see through every lie.
The girl thought her secret crush was buried safely in her phone, but one wrong swap was about to expose every line she had written about the campus god. At school, she watched him from a distance. He was the top student from the West Building, cold, clean, and impossible to reach. In class, she looked at him while he slept, then lowered her head, afraid her eyes would betray her. But outside the building, he suddenly called her name. He remembered her. Before she could answer, another girl appeared and mocked her. In that girl's eyes, the campus god belonged to someone brighter and bolder. The girl wanted to leave, but the man asked one question: "Do you believe I chased you first?" Everyone thought she was the one clinging to him, but his words made the rumor crack. Soon, their phones were mixed up. The girl unlocked the wrong phone and found notes that looked like a hidden crush diary. At first, she thought someone had discovered her secret. Then she realized the phone was his. The boy she thought was out of reach had been hiding feelings too. Just when she started to hope, the rival set a trap by the pool. The rival jumped into the water and screamed his name, pretending she was drowning. She wanted everyone to believe he would choose her, but the next second, the girl fell into the pool too. She could not swim, and when everyone waited to see who he would save, the man rushed toward her. He pulled her from the water and held her close. The rival was still in the pool, humiliated and furious. She had planned a rescue scene for herself, but he used it to protect the girl she looked down on. After that, the girl returned his phone in the changing room. He was half dressed in front of her, and she was too embarrassed to look up. But instead of teasing her, he noticed her shaking hands and her birthday. To her shock, his birthday was the same day. The misunderstanding grew deeper. A friend at the milk tea stand revealed that 4 years ago, the girl had helped him add WeChat. She thought it was nothing, but that moment had stayed with him for years. The campus god had been walking toward her long before she knew it. Still, the rival refused to give up. She took photos when he taught the girl billiards, trying to turn the scene into a scandal. In the photo, his body was close behind her, his hand holding the cue with hers. To outsiders, it looked intimate. To the girl, it felt dangerous. She thought he was only being kind, maybe still caring about someone else, but he kept breaking her doubts. When others laughed at her, he stood beside her. When she did not know how to play, he guided her shot by shot. When she wanted to run away, he pulled her back. Then the rival made her final move. In front of a crowd, a man knelt with flowers and tried to force the girl into a public confession. Everyone stared. Some waited for gossip. Some waited for her to lose face. The girl stood frozen, holding a bouquet she never asked for. Just when everyone thought she would accept, the campus god stepped forward. His face turned cold. He blocked her behind him and looked at the man on the ground. "Who gave you the right to make her answer you?" The crowd fell silent. The rival's smile vanished, and the girl finally realized that the boy she had chased in secret was not waiting for another woman at all. He was waiting for her. But before she could speak, someone raised a phone, and the photo from the billiard hall appeared on the screen.
The shy freshman only wanted to ask the campus heartthrob for his WeChat, but by midnight, the whole school was calling her his girlfriend. At the club fair, her friends pushed binoculars into her hands. Across the lawn stood the boy everyone stared at, clean shirt, cold face, and a temper no one wanted to test. The girl panicked. She had never chased anyone before, but her friends had decided for her. If she wanted campus campus romance, this was the man. Before she could speak, a red-haired troublemaker mocked him. The next second, the campus heartthrob shut him down with one cold line. The girl froze. This man was not just handsome, he was dangerous when offended. Soon, his name filled the school forum. Everyone called him untouchable. Her friends dressed her up and told her to look sweet enough to make him stop. The girl wanted to run, but then a tiny white dog rushed into her arms. The dog's name was Wang Wang, and its owner was the exact man she had been trying to approach. She agreed to walk the dog, thinking it was a harmless excuse. But the leash tangled, she lost her balance, and she crashed straight into his chest. Her face burned. She tried to act calm, but all she could think was how close they were. Yet instead of laughing, he asked if she was hurt and reached out to steady her. What shocked her more was that he remembered her name. To her, he was a campus legend. To him, she should have been a stranger. But when he called her name softly, her heart lost control. From then on, she could no longer tell whether she was chasing him, or whether he had been quietly pulling her closer. That night, he brought her a pink rabbit helmet and told her to get on his motorcycle. She was scared, but she still climbed on. At first, she only grabbed his shirt. Then the bike moved, and she instinctively hugged his waist. The man did not push her away. He only let her hold on tighter. Under the streetlights, she thanked him for taking her home. He said he was hungry, as if asking for one more reason to keep her there. The girl did not understand. She was too busy hiding how fast her heart was beating. But someone had taken a photo. The next morning, the forum exploded. The post said the cold campus heartthrob had driven a girl home. In the picture, she wore his rabbit helmet and held his waist like they were already a couple. Her roommates surrounded her. Was she his girlfriend? Was the untouchable man finally taken? The girl denied it again and again. She said she was only his friend's friend. She said he only helped because of the dog. But the more she explained, the less anyone believed her. Even her friends teased her, saying the forum had already chosen her as his girlfriend. That night, she dreamed of high school. A boy in uniform stood too close, teased her, and almost kissed her. When she woke up, her face was still hot. But she slowly realized the boy did not feel like a stranger. Just when she thought the rumor would fade, a girl who had always looked down on her walked in with a phone. She accused the freshman of pretending to be innocent while secretly chasing the campus heartthrob. The freshman tried to explain, but the other girl would not listen. At that moment, a message arrived. The man himself was coming downstairs. Everyone froze, because if he denied the rumor, she would become a joke. But if he admitted it, the whole campus would know she was never the one chasing him at all. The girl had just made her relationship public, but the next second, the dinner table turned into a trial. Her friends stared at the boy beside her and forced them to explain everything. The boy did not hide. He pulled her closer and admitted she was his girlfriend. Soon, her phone exploded. Friends asked if she was dating the campus heartthrob, and someone told her to call him husband. She tried to act calm, but her ears turned red. That night, he walked her into the empty hallway. She thought he would only say goodnight, but before she could step back, he held her face and kissed her. She pushed him and said no. He lowered his voice and asked if he could kiss her one more time. She wanted to refuse, but her heart betrayed her first. However, the real problem came the next day. In the car, he suddenly asked her to go abroad with him. He said long distance was not a problem. He could fly back every month. He could pay for everything. They could study together, start a business together, and never separate. To him, it sounded like a perfect future. To her, it sounded like a cage, because money was never the real issue. Since she was little, she hated reaching out her hand and waiting for someone else to save her. Going abroad was not a sweet trip. It was her chance to stand on her own. If she accepted his money, she would only become the girl who depended on him. So she smiled, hid the pain, and told him she could not go. He froze. He thought she was rejecting him. She knew he was hurt, but she still pushed him away. Later, while eating alone, she stared at her phone and understood the truth. The thing she hated most was not long distance. It was being protected so well that she forgot how to protect herself. This time, she wanted the right to choose. But what no one expected was that the boy did not give up. When she returned to school, someone told her he had bought a ticket overnight and rushed back just to see her. He stood there with flowers in his arms, tired but stubborn. The moment she saw him, all her defenses almost collapsed. She told herself not to be moved, but he only needed to stand there, and her world started shaking. Soon after, the two were pulled into a messier night. In a hotel room, the atmosphere became dangerous. She was nervous, afraid things would cross the line, but he did not force her. Instead, he reminded her that she had the right to refuse. Only then did she understand. He was not trapping her. He was giving her a choice. Just then, their friends burst in with food and beer. Everyone squeezed into the room and started teasing them. Someone joked that the boy was still pure. Someone else said she had made him lose control. He looked embarrassed, but when the jokes went too far, he protected her. The more they teased him, the clearer she saw his sincerity. When everyone finally left, the room became quiet again. He sat beside her, looked into her eyes, and said they were bright and beautiful. She tried to laugh it off, but his face moved closer. This time, she did not run. Their lips were almost touching. But before this kiss could decide their future, another scene appeared. A girl in another room was studying like her life depended on it. She was chasing a scholarship and messaging someone she missed. Then one message appeared. He knew about the tiny burn scar on her leg, a secret he had noticed back in high school. At that moment, the sweet love story became a secret from another timeline. The woman walked onto the set and realized the crew was ready to erase her story. The actress in white smiled like an innocent heroine, but every word was a trap. She claimed she was protecting the production, yet she pushed the director to replace the woman and make Lon the center of every scene. The staff were afraid, the director did not dare offend investors, and everyone thought the woman would lower her head again. But this time, she did not beg, because she already knew the script. In that story, she was only the second female lead, a tool used to push the leads together. If the script said she should lose her job, she would lose it. If the script said she should be humiliated, everyone would call it fate. So she smiled and asked for one chance, let her act the shooting scene. The crew froze. The actress in white almost laughed. A rich girl holding a gun in an action scene? They were sure she would embarrass herself. But the woman picked up the prop gun and checked the bullets, safety, and target. She was not nervous. She looked like someone who had survived this scene once. Then she raised the gun. The first shot landed. The second shot landed. The third shot hit exactly where she wanted it to. The crew went silent. The actress in white lost her smile. Just then, the woman made an even crazier request. She wanted the target moved. Everyone thought she was ruining the shoot. But the next second, she hit the moving target without blinking. The director was stunned. The role that was supposed to be stolen now proved she was not useless. However, the real trap had just begun. At dinner, the powerful man thanked her and protected her from drinking. To others, he was only the biggest investor. But to her, he was tied to her hidden identity, her marriage, and the fate she was rewriting. The more he defended her, the more the actress in white panicked. Soon after, the woman found the next knife. Someone had secretly changed the script. The new female supporting plot was designed to ruin her. The heroine got more scenes, more pity, and more chances to get close to the man. Then the woman found the reason. A 30 million order had been placed behind her back. It turned out that the actress in white was not innocent. She had paid someone to rewrite the story. She wanted the man, the role, and she wanted the woman to become the joke of the crew. But she chose the wrong target. The woman grabbed the screenwriter, splashed water on him, and asked who gave him the courage to change her script. He tried to defend himself, saying the new plot was more attractive. The woman only showed him the phone. Messages, drafts, payment clues, everything was there. The screenwriter froze. Only then did he realize she was not guessing. She had caught the deal. But at that moment, the powerful man arrived. He looked at her, then at the screenwriter, and his face turned cold. He thought she had seen a message from last night. She looked straight at him and said she had always been there. Those words made the room fall silent. The next day, the whole cast would join the script reading. The actress in white was ready to use the rewritten plot to steal the spotlight. The screenwriter was trembling. The powerful man was watching every move. The woman understood one thing. If someone could rewrite her ending once, they could do it again. So before the reading began, she opened the script and waited for the real traitor to expose himself.
The girl was slapped in public and called a homewrecker. But the woman humiliating her had no idea she had just kicked the wrong person. That afternoon, the girl only wanted to leave. But the older woman blocked her path, accused her of destroying another family, and mocked her dead mother. Then she used her age like a weapon, as if being an elder gave her the right to hit people. The girl did not beg. She picked up the phone from the floor and called the police. At the station, the older woman instantly changed her face. She held her cheek, acted weak, and told the officers the girl had pushed her first. When everyone thought the girl would be forced to apologize, a young man suddenly walked in. He was the wealthy young man who had hired her as a rental girlfriend. To outsiders, their relationship was a deal. To him, protecting her had become real. The woman tried to scold him too, but the next second, he exposed her hypocrisy. If she wanted to call other women mistresses, she should explain her own place in the family first. One sentence froze the room. The woman panicked, and the girl finally realized someone was on her side, but she still pushed him away. In the car, she told him not to get involved in her trouble. He was rich and protected. She was just the girl he had rented for hours. If his father found out, he might get punished, and she did not want to owe him more. However, he did not leave. That night, he was still waiting. He handed her warm drinks and told her she did not have to be anyone's sacrifice. If her family only used her, she could make her own decision from now on. The girl was stunned. She had always treated their contract like a job. She could play the girlfriend and help him deal with his mother. But she had one rule: she would not sell her body, and she would not trade dignity for money. To her surprise, he agreed. He respected her lying, then quietly crossed every wall around her heart. He took her to make pottery, held her hands when she could not shape the clay, and pretended it was only a lesson. He brought her home, where his mother smiled at her like she was already a daughter-in-law. The girl tried to explain it was just a contract, but he only said they were playing games tonight. Yet every game turned dangerous. He sat behind her and guided her fingers on the controller. He called her princess. He asked for one tiny boyfriend benefit, just holding hands. She kept reminding herself this was fake, but her heart reacted faster than her mouth. Just when she thought this sweet lie could stay between them, reality hit again. At school, a teacher called the young man into the office and talked about connections, money, and marriage. He said the man was from the Jiang family, the kind everyone wanted to climb. He even tried to match him with his own daughter. When the girl walked in, he looked at her like she was not not a student with a future, but a poor girl lucky enough to catch a rich man. Then he said the cruelest thing. If she could marry into money at such a good age, why bother working hard? She should just cook for the rich. The girl's face went cold. She had been called a mistress, a fake girlfriend, and a tool for rent. But no one had the right to decide her future. Just as the teacher was about to keep insulting her, the young man raised his eyes. This time, the girl he had hired was no longer only his rented girlfriend. She was the one person he did not allow anyone to look down on.
The woman once treated one man like her whole world, but he used her money, protected another girl, and acted like she owed him. For years, she lived like the family ATM. When the man ignored her, she sent soup. When her family needed money, she paid. Even when she bled from a stomach injury, they did not ask if she was okay. They only accused her of fighting with her brother again. That was when her heart went cold. This time, she stopped begging. A rebellious blonde boy came to her office and said any job would do. Everyone thought she would humiliate him. Instead, she asked, "Are you short of money?" Then she gave him a chance to earn it himself. People around her thought she was still easy to control. Her assistant said the cold man might still care. The woman only smiled. If he cared, why did he always appear after she had already been hurt? Soon after, she met another boy in a bar. He looked innocent, called her sister, and wanted to enter the entertainment world. Others treated him like a pretty toy. She saw a boy desperate enough to sell his dignity for a future. So she fed him, gave him a place to stay, and told him that if he wanted this road, he had to walk it clean. But the cold man suddenly came to her house and saw the boy in a bathrobe. He lost control, as if the woman still belonged to him. This time, she did not explain. When he questioned her, she said directly that she no longer liked him. He froze. The boy beside her became bolder. When the cold man tried to insult her, he covered her eyes and said no one could dirty his sister's eyes. When the man threatened to ruin her reputation, the woman only laughed. The people waiting for her favor could reach France. Did he really think he was still special? From then on, she stopped hiding. She changed the boy's clothes, brought him into her company, and let him stand beside her in public. The staff whispered that she had found a young lover. The old boss mocked her for spending her own money. The man in the white suit asked how she could pay him back, but she did not lower her head. She had survived betrayal, blood, and a family that valued sons more than daughters. A few rumors could not break her. Only later did everyone learn why money mattered to her. As a child, her parents were absent. Her brother received the protection, the celebration, and the future. She stood beside him like an extra child and thought that if she had been born a boy, maybe they would have loved her too. But now she no longer waited for that love. She paid the hospital bills, changed the ward, and carried the burden alone. When people called her selfish, she did not argue. Then came the family dinner. The cold man sat there with another girl beside him. The girl held the wallet, acted innocent, and enjoyed the attention bought with the woman's money. Everyone expected the woman to stay silent like before, but the boy she saved stepped forward first. He pointed at the cold man and exposed the truth. He was using her money to please another woman. The room went dead quiet. The cold man tried to deny it. The girl panicked. The woman looked at them without any softness left in her eyes. But before she could finish this fight, a message arrived from the hospital. Mr. Chui's test result had changed, and the name on the screen was connected to the secret she had been chasing. At that moment, she realized this was no longer just about betrayal. The real danger had finally opened its eyes. The woman used her new husband's black card to buy the most expensive wine in the club. She thought it was just one wild night with her friends, but someone secretly filmed everything and sent it to a business group chat. At that moment, in a cold boardroom, every director was reporting profits to Mr. Joe. The man at the head of table was her registered husband. Everyone waited for him to explode. His wife was surrounded by men, drinking like she did not care about his money or his face. But after watching the video, he only said one sentence: "End the meeting." Before this night, the woman had been pushed to the edge. Her family froze her card and tried to force her to obey. She acted like she only loved money, but she knew one truth: money might not bring happiness. But having no money meant anyone could step on her. Just when everyone thought she had lost everything, Mr. Joe took her to a sunset garden, gave her his coat, and let her spend without asking why. She thought he was just a cold, boring man. She even teased him for never having a girlfriend. He looked speechless, but he did not leave. He only kept watching her, as if she was the only person worth his patience. However, another woman had started a trap. She wanted to ruin her before she could enter the Joe family. So she lured her into a club, pushed wine into her hand, and surrounded her with male models. She thought one ugly photo would destroy the woman's future. But she did not know Mr. Joe was watching from the bar. The woman got drunk and nearly fell into the trap. The fake friend thought victory had arrived. The next second, Mr. Joe carried the woman away in front of everyone, and the dirty plan finally landed on the fake friend herself. When she woke up, the man beside her was not Mr. Joe, not a rich heir, but the male model she had hired. She screamed in panic. If this got out, her dream of marrying into the Joe family would be finished. Meanwhile, the drunk woman was safe with Mr. Joe. She kept talking about marriage, business, and benefits, pretending she only wanted a deal. But every word pulled him closer. He could have taken advantage of her, but he did not. He only protected her, because he knew she was drunk and hurt. Soon after, the two got their marriage certificate. The woman thought this was only a useful partnership, but Mr. Joe reminded her that they were legally married. Then he asked her to call him husband. She wanted distance, but his black card was already already in her hand. So when her friends took her out to drink, she used it without hesitation. A man secretly took photos and waited to laugh at her. He thought he was exposing a shameless woman wasting a rich man's money. He never expected the card belonged to the most powerful man in the company. When Mr. Joe arrived, the troublemakers went quiet. The woman was too drunk to recognize him. She struggled in his arms and shouted that she wanted to go home, because her husband was waiting for her. He froze, angry and amused, because that husband was the man carrying her. That night, he brought her back to the Joe house. The housekeeper saw everything and froze. By morning, the woman woke up with no memory of what she had said, or who had seen them together. She only knew her head hurt, and the man in front of her was too close. But Mr. Joe remembered every word, and when he leaned down and kissed her, she still had no idea that the whole Joe family was about to find out the truth. The woman prepared a ring and walked into a wedding hall, ready to ask the man she had loved for 5 years to marry her. But before she could put the ring on his finger, she learned the cruelest truth of her life. The racer she trained, protected, and pushed to the championship was not preparing to marry her. He was preparing to marry another woman. Her name was Wen Yining. In the racing world, everyone knew her as the coach of the Sunflower team. The logo, the cars, the victories, even Gu Shizhou's glory all carried her shadow. When he stood on the podium with the trophy in his arms, he thanked the team. He thanked the coach. He said she was always there. But the person waiting for him in the wedding hall was not the woman who built him. It was Qinghuan, the soft-faced woman he called his future bride. Yining still held the ring boxes in her hands. She had imagined his answer countless times. Gu Shizhou was only 25. He was young, proud, and shining. She believed 5 years of love was enough. She believed the night she stayed beside him, the injuries she covered for him, and the races she gave up for him would one day become a promise. But at that moment, she finally understood. To him, she was not the woman he wanted to marry. She was the experience he used before walking toward Qinghuan. What hurt her more was not that he chose someone else. It was that he had known everything. He knew she loved him. He knew she would come when he called. He knew she would forgive him even when he forgot her birthday, even when he made her wait alone, even when he treated her care like something cheap. He thought she would still be there after the wedding. He thought a few soft words could drag her back. He thought Wen Yining could never leave him. But this time, she did not cry in front of him. She put away the ring. She looked at the man she had raised with her own hands and finally decided to stop being his shadow. Not long after, Gu Shizhou heard that Yining had come back to the team. His first reaction was not guilt. It was confidence. He thought she returned because she still cared. He thought she was jealous of Qinghuan. He thought she would make trouble, then calm down, then go back to working for him like before. So when she appeared by the car, he acted as if nothing had happened. He asked her to get in. He even reminded her not to keep the car waiting too long, as if she were still the woman who would sit in the passenger seat and listen to him. But Yining's answer was colder than he expected. That passenger seat no longer belonged to her. The man who had treated her as a backup was no longer qualified to give her orders. The team uniform on her body was not a decoration. The title of coach was not a joke. She had given years of her life to the track, and now she was going to take back every bit of respect he had stolen from her. At first, Gu did not believe she had changed. At a dinner with friends, he watched people mention Qinghuan again and again. He saw Yining stay calm when they tested her. He heard them bring up his marriage, his bride, and the wedding dress. They expected her to lose control. They expected her to be embarrassed. But Yining did not beg, did not explain, and did not fight for a seat beside him. She simply looked at them and let them expose how little they understood her. Qinghuan was smarter than she looked. In front of Gu, she was gentle, weak, and afraid of trouble. Behind that soft voice, every word was a knife. She asked if Yining was angry. She acted as if she did not want to hurt anyone. She moved into Gu's space, held his attention, and used his guilt like a leash. The more she pretended to be innocent, the more people blamed Yining. If Yining stayed silent, she was jealous. If she fought back, she was bitter. If she walked away, they said she was pretending. Then Lu Xiao appeared. He was not part of Gu Shizhou's noisy circle. He was calm, powerful, and dangerous in a way that made people lower their voices. When Yining was injured and left alone, it was Lu Xiao who stayed beside her. When others mocked her, it was Lu Xiao who stepped forward. He did not ask her to perform weakness. He did not treat her pain as a joke. He saw what Gu refused to see. Yining was not a woman chasing love. She was a woman who had carried a whole team on her back. Gu did not understand that. When he heard that Lu Xiao had taken care of Yining for a whole night, anger came faster than regret. He did not ask why she was hurt. He asked why another man was near her. He had forgotten her birthday, ignored her needs, and pushed her aside for Qinghuan. But the moment someone else protected her, he acted as if he had been betrayed. That was when Yining saw the ugliest part of him clearly. Gu Shizhou did not want to love her. He wanted to own the version of her that waited. He wanted Qinghuan's sweetness and Yining's loyalty at the same time. He wanted a bride in a wedding dress and a coach who would still fight for his career. He wanted every woman to stay in the place he assigned them. Yining stopped cooperating. At the team, rumors exploded. Some said she had seduced Lu Xiao. Some said she came back only to destroy Gu's marriage. Some said she had no right to interfere with the racers anymore. Qinghuan watched those rumors grow and smiled
behind everyone's back. But what no one expected was that Yining did not come back to fight for Gu. She came back to reveal who had really been holding the team together. When the racing committee became involved, the atmosphere changed. If Gu's reckless driving and private conflicts were exposed, he could be banned. Qinghuan panicked because she needed his fame. Gu panicked because the track was the one thing he could not lose. But Yining was calm. She knew the rules better than all of them. She knew every driver, every file, every hidden mistake. And when someone tried to question her authority, she gave them the answer they hated most. She was the coach. The room froze. For years, Gu had let people believe he was the center of Sunflower. He accepted the cheers, the interviews, and the trophies. He let others think Yining was just the woman behind him. But now she stood in front of the racers and made it clear, she was not his assistant, not his abandoned lover, and not Qinghuan's rival. She was the person who could decide whether he stayed on the track. Gu finally felt fear, but he still refused to admit he was wrong. He thought if he forced one more confrontation, she would break. So he challenged her, questioned her, and pushed her into the one place where neither of them could lie, the racetrack. Everyone thought Yining would back down. She had been away from the driver's seat for too long. She had spent years coaching instead of competing. Gu Shizhou was the champion. He had fans, confidence, and Qinghuan watching from behind. But Yining only put on the racing suit, looked at him, and accepted. The moment the engine started, Gu realized something was wrong. Yining did not drive like a woman chasing an old lover. She drove like someone ending a debt. Every turn was sharp. Every overtake was clean. The red car rushed forward like all the anger she had swallowed for 5 years had become speed. Gu tried to catch her, but the more he pushed, the more he lost control. He had always thought her success depended on him. On that track, he finally understood that his glory had depended on her. But victory did not heal everything. After the race, Yining looked at the team, the uniforms, the familiar logo, and the people who had once watched her suffer. She admitted something even harder. She had also been wrong. She once believed that if she helped Gu win enough races, he would see her. She once believed that love could be earned through sacrifice. She once believed that losing herself for one man was loyalty. Now she knew it was only self-betrayal. Gu could not accept it. The more Yining pulled away, the more desperate he became. He sent messages. He waited. He asked about her. He questioned Lu Xiao. He even let Qinghuan live closer, hoping Yining would be jealous. But every move only proved how selfish he was. Qinghuan clung to him and whispered that she could not leave him. Gu comforted her, yet his eyes kept chasing Yining. Qinghuan saw it, and her gentleness began to crack. Soon, she stopped hiding her ambition. At a meeting, she tried to turn the whole team against Yining. She implied Yining was using the team for revenge. She suggested Yining was involved with Lu Xiao while still tangled with Gu. She wanted everyone to see Yining as shameless. She thought the old trick would work again: act weak, accuse softly, and let others attack for her. This time, Yining did not retreat. She asked the questions Qinghuan feared. If Qinghuan cared about Gu so much, why did every crisis push him closer to losing his career? If Qinghuan was innocent, why did every misunderstanding benefit her? If Yining was only jealous, why was every piece of evidence tied to Qinghuan's lies? The room went silent. Lu Xiao stood beside Yining, and that made the silence even heavier. He did not need to shout. He simply made it clear that no one was allowed to get close to Yining again. The people who had mocked her suddenly lowered their heads. The racers who had doubted her finally remembered how many times she had saved them. Even Gu froze. The woman he thought would wait forever now had someone powerful protecting her, and worse, she no longer needed that protection to stand upright. But Qinghuan was not finished. At a gathering outside the track, she tried one last humiliation. She sat close to Gu, touched him in front of everyone, and announced that she and Shizhou were together. She wanted Yining to look like the unwanted woman. She wanted Lu Xiao to doubt her. She wanted the whole team to choose sides. Then an envelope appeared. Inside was not a love letter. It was proof. The timing, the messages, the contact with Lu Xiao, the way Qinghuan had twisted every interaction, all of it began to turn against her. She claimed Yining had betrayed Gu while dating him. But when Lu Xiao's name was mentioned, Yining did not panic. She looked straight at them. Lu Xiao was not her dirty secret. He was the witness Qinghuan never expected. Qinghuan's face changed. The more she tried to explain, the worse it sounded. She had used fear as an excuse. She had used kindness as a mask. She had pushed people toward Yining, then cried that Yining was dangerous. She had made herself the bride, the victim, and the center of everyone's sympathy. But now, with Lu Xiao standing there, her story started falling apart piece by piece. Gu looked at Yining, and for the first time, he could not blame her expression on jealousy. There was no jealousy left, no pleading, no hatred hot enough to keep them connected, only disappointment. That hurt him more than anger. Anger meant she still cared. Disappointment meant she had already left. He remembered the woman in the red dress, the birthday he missed, the times he touched her feelings and treated them like practice. He remembered telling himself she would understand. He remembered believing she would always forgive him. Now those memories did not make him proud. They made him look cruel. But regret came too late. Yining had already learned the lesson he forced on her. Love without respect was not love. Waiting without being chosen was not devotion. Giving everything to a man who only took was not romance. From that moment on, every step she took was for herself. Lu Xiao saw that change before anyone else. He did not rush her. He did not demand an answer. He only asked whether she felt wronged after cutting so sharply through the people who hurt her. Yining did not answer like a weak woman. She had been weak for too long. Now she knew that if she softened at the wrong moment, everything she had built could fall apart again. But Lu Xiao also carried secrets. His connection to Gu Shizhou was not as simple as outsiders thought. When the word marriage came up again, the atmosphere shifted. Because if Yining married Lu Xiao,
she would not just leave Gu behind. She would stand in a place where Gu could never reach her again. The woman Gu used as experience could become someone he had to respect. The abandoned coach could become the person his whole circle feared offending. And just when everyone thought the fight was finally ending, another truth surfaced. Qingwan was not only afraid of losing Gu, she was afraid of Yining getting close to the real center of power. Gu was not only jealous, he was terrified that Yining would discover what had been hidden behind the team, the wedding, and the accidents. Lu Xiao was not only protecting her, he had been watching longer than anyone knew. Yining looked at the people around her and finally understood. The race she had just won was only the beginning. Gu's regret, Qingwan's lies, the team's loyalty, and Lu Xiao's secret identity were all about to crash together. At that moment, Lu Xiao stepped closer, blocked everyone from touching her, and said that no one was allowed to approach Yining again. Everyone froze, but Yining did not look at Gu. She looked at Lu Xiao, because she had just realized the man beside her might be the one person who knew where the real proof was hidden. And the next second, the word that could destroy Gu Shizhou's last bit of pride finally appeared: sister-in-law.
A $20 delivery girl walked into a billionaire's mansion with noodles and left holding his unlimited black card. Pei Yunbai, heir of the $9 billion pay group, was not choosing a wife. He was choosing a woman who could keep him alive. Look at the lobby. Models, heiresses, even a woman in black lace line up like luxury handbags. One boasts, I manage funds. Another smiles, I bring luck to husbands. Pei barely raises his eyes. His assistant whispers, young master, change another batch? Pei taps the armrest. Send them away. The door opens, and in comes He Yuelyang, wearing a delivery helmet with cat ears and rain on her sleeves. She is there for noodles, not marriage. Someone blocks her path. Servant elevator is downstairs. Yuelyang lifts the box. Then tell your billionaire to stop ordering cheap noodles at midnight. That one sentence makes Pei look up. His sister, wrapped in white fur, grabs Yuelyang like she has found a cure. You, stay. The poor girl is pushed into a room, handed a contract, and told the rule. 100 days beside Pei Yunbai, public girlfriend, private caretaker, no questions. Salary, $300,000 upfront. Bonus, a black card with no limit. Yuelyang's fingers tremble, but she asks, do rich people always buy human beings this cleanly? Pei leans close, black robe loose at the collar. I am not buying you. I am paying you to behave. She stuffs the card into her pocket. Fine, but night service costs extra. The first slap lands on pride. At dinner, Pei's mother storms in with a handbag worth more than Yuelyang's neighborhood. Throw her out. The room freezes. Yuelyang smacks the contract onto the marble table. Madam, your son signed me. If you want me out, pay the penalty. $2 million. Yuelyang tears a page, tosses the scraps in the air, and laughs. Take it. It removes bad luck. Pei watches from the sofa. No one has ever dared to be this rude in front of him. His lips move once. Interesting. The trials get uglier. They force Yuelyang into a maid uniform one size too small. Pei orders, change it, or get out. She tugs the collar. If your house can afford a chef, a driver, and 10 useless rules, it can afford fabric. In the kitchen, staff plant hair in the soup to frame her. She grabs the bowl and asks the chef, your wig sheds this evenly? The servants go silent. Pei finishes the whole bowl, and the chef's smile dies. Behind the glass wall, the pink-suited playboy and Pei's sister spy like gamblers. She whispers, if she gets my brother under control, she turns permanent. The playboy smirks, or she gets eaten alive. Look closely at Yuelyang's face. She hears every word. That night, Pei refuses dinner, locks himself in the dark, and the mansion panics. His sister shoves Yuelyang toward the bedroom. Go. He only calms down when you are near. Yuelyang walks in with a tray. Boss, midnight damage is not in my contract. A hand shoots from the shadows. Bang. Porcelain shatters across the floor. Pei pins her against the closet door, his eyes red in the blue light. Who sent you? Yuelyang lifts her chin though her wrist is trapped above her head. Your sister, your money, your terrible personality. Pick one. Pei's grip loosens. His gaze drops to the crescent scar behind her ear. The same mark from the girl his family spent 1 year and $2 million searching for. Outside, the butler rushes in with a sealed file. On the first page, 3 words are printed in red: DNA match confirmed.
The girl thought the badminton court would help her get closer to her crush, but the first person to protect her was the boy she kept trying to avoid. Her friend begged her to join a doubles match. She was terrible at sports, but when she saw the senior in white across the court, she forced herself to agree. Everyone thought she was being brave for love. Only the silver-haired boy saw the truth. She was nervous, weak, and easy to hurt. Sure enough, the match had barely started before she missed the shuttle and fell hard. The others froze, but the silver-haired boy walked straight to her, knelt down, and held out his hand. She said she was fine. He looked at the scrape on her knee and asked if it hurt. She nodded, then shook her head. He instantly saw through her lie. When she wanted to treat the wound herself, he did not move away. He wiped the blood and wrapped the bandage with patience. This arrogant boy always spoke like he did not care, but his hands were gentler than anyone else's. Just then, the senior came over. Instead of helping her, he only asked whether the game could continue. His face turned cold. Soon after, the girl entered a piano competition. Before going on stage, she kept eating candy because she was nervous. The silver-haired boy teased her, but when she admitted she was scared, he did not mock her. He told her to stop treating the piano like life and death. What no one expected was that he stayed outside and watched her through the glass. That day, she played Chopin and won first place. Everyone praised her, but what truly shook her was the boy behind the window. He never promised to come, yet he came. He never said he cared, yet he remembered every fear she tried to hide. Only then did she realize the person protecting her was not the senior she chased after, but the boy she had misunderstood. At a private party, the senior's friends played her competition video on the screen. Some teased her, some treated her like entertainment. The senior smiled politely, but did nothing. The silver-haired boy sat beside her in silence. When someone noticed cake on her face, he leaned closer and wiped it away himself. The room instantly turned awkward. Her heart almost stopped, but the party soon became cruel. The rich kids began dangerous games. They pushed the senior to do intimate dares with another girl. The girl watched the boy she once liked lean close to someone else, and her pride shattered. The others laughed, waiting to see her break. However, the silver-haired boy did not laugh. When the game tried to drag her in next, his eyes changed. They forced her to drink, asked humiliating questions, and tried to turn her into the next joke. Before she could react, the silver-haired boy took the glass and drank it for her. The whole room froze. Everyone knew he never interfered, but this time, he did. The jealous woman finally lost her smile. Not long after, that woman blocked the girl in the restroom and warned her not to dream of entering their world. The girl washed her hands, looked back, and told her that whom she chose to get close to was her own freedom. Outside, the game reached its most dangerous moment. The silver-haired boy was chosen for a confession challenge. Everyone shouted for him to confess. The girl thought it was another joke, but he walked toward her, bent down, and whispered for her to say yes. Every smile disappeared, because no one knew whether he was acting, or finally telling the truth. The woman thought her broken marriage could not get worse, until her husband came home like a stranger and stared at their daughter as if he had never seen her before. One moment, the man was still living 10 years ago. The next second, he woke up in a luxury house, married to the campus beauty he once could barely approach, and a little girl was calling him daddy. He thought it was a prank. He thought the woman was acting, but when the child knocked over the wine, her whole body shook. She kept saying she did not mean it, as if this house had taught her to fear her father. The woman rushed over and shielded the girl. She warned him not to take his anger out on a child again. Only then did he realize something was wrong. In this future, he was not a lucky husband. He was the man who had ruined her life. Soon after, he checked the phone, company files, and messages left by his future self. It turned out that he had married her for years, had a daughter with her, but still treated them like strangers. Worse, everyone believed he had another woman outside. That woman called him brother, cried about her dream project, and asked him to invest in a drama the company could not afford. She knew how to act weak. She knew he had once given her $5 million in secret. She even pushed him to mortgage property, as if his wife and child were a cash machine. In the past, he would have softened, but this time, he finally saw the trap. The so-called sister did not care about him. She only cared about his money, his guilt, and the blind favor he had given her for 7 years. The man laughed bitterly. He said he must have been blind. Then he refused to keep paying for her dream. But the woman did not stop. She went to his wife and played the victim. She said she was willing to get hurt for him. Then she asked for $10 million. When the wife stayed calm, the trap became dirtier. A fake voice appeared. A recording sounded like the husband acting sweet to another woman. The staff whispered. The family doubted the wife. Even the girl looked scared. What no one expected was that the wife was not easy to break. She had carried this marriage for too long. She could accept betrayal. She could accept gossip, but she could not accept anyone using her daughter. When the man tried to explain, she threw the truth back at him. He had cheated for years. He had never given her love. Their marriage survived only because of the child. Those words crushed him. He wanted to say he was not that man anymore, but in her eyes, the damage was real. Then the child collapsed on the sofa, pale and frightened, and his last excuse disappeared. For the first time, he stopped chasing confusion and started protecting them. He brought the girl her favorite gift. He stood beside his wife when the fake sister came again. He began searching for the evidence behind the recording. Soon, the truth started to crack open. Someone discovered that the sweet voice might have been made by AI. The wife looked at the phone and calmly said this was no love confession. It was someone reporting to her. At that moment, the man realized the affair that destroyed his family might have been staged from the beginning. But before he could expose it, another shock arrived. He returned to the old family house, and the family elder appeared. The old man looked at him, as if he knew a secret from 10 years ago. The man froze, because the real reason he had come to this future was about to be revealed. The poor delivery man only wanted money for a hospital bill, but the woman he met was not a scammer. She was the cold heiress no rich heir could control, and her grandmother had secretly posted a heavy reward for a child notice to force her to meet a man. At first he thought the ad was fake. It promised a fortune, then asked for a deposit. He almost walked away, but his sister's surgery needed $500,000, and he had no father, no house, and no car. Just then, the heiress's assistant invited him to a cafe. He arrived ready to expose a fraud, but the next second, the woman asked if he was healthy enough to give her a child. He was stunned. She did not want romance. She wanted a man who could become the father of her future child. He admitted he was poor, but he did not lie. To her surprise, he even asked if her family agreed. Only then did she realize he was different from the greedy rich sons around her. Before they could finish, an arrogant suitor appeared and claimed she was his woman. To escape him, the heiress hugged the poor man and called him her boyfriend. The suitor laughed and mocked his status, but when the poor man stood up for her, her eyes changed. For the first time, a man protected her without asking for anything first. The grandmother soon heard the news. Instead of being angry, she was excited. Her granddaughter, who had always rejected men, was finally curious about one. She investigated him and found he was honest, needed money only for his sister, and had just been dumped by his materialistic ex. That ex had once used his kindness. But when a richer man appeared, she threw his flowers away and said hard work would never make him worthy. He left with his pride broken. Soon after, the grandmother offered him a deal: marry the heiress, protect her, and the surgery money would be handled. He agreed because his family had no other way out. The heiress gave him the key to her apartment and warned that their marriage had to stay hidden. But trouble came faster than love. When he returned home, the village bully and the ex mocked him in front of everyone. They said he had no car, no house, no bride price, and no wife. They demanded a marriage certificate, then laughed that no rich woman would ever marry him. His family was humiliated, and the village watched the joke. At that moment, luxury cars drove in. Men in black carried expensive gifts, a rare luminous pearl, and stacks of bride price. Everyone froze. The bully insisted these gifts could not be for the poor man's family. The ex refused to believe it. But when the marriage certificate appeared, and the heiress's people called him the son-in-law, the village went silent. The man treated like trash had actually married the woman those rich heirs could only dream of. Everyone who laughed at him turned pale. Even his ex realized she had thrown away the one man who would rise higher than all of them. But after the public face slap, the marriage was still only a contract. He went back to delivering water, while the heiress returned to her company like nothing had happened. Her grandmother kept pushing them closer, but she still acted cold. Then one day, he accepted a delivery to room 1701. He carried the water upstairs, never knowing the customer behind the door was his hidden wife. Inside, the heiress had just stepped out of the shower. When the door suddenly opened, both of them froze, because their fake marriage was about to become dangerously real. The woman crashed the engagement banquet in white and called the rich family's second son her boyfriend, right in front of the bride. Everyone thought she was insane. The bride was covered in diamonds. The guests were waiting for a perfect marriage, but the second son had just received one terrifying call. If he stayed at this banquet, his elder brother would die. In the old timeline, that was exactly what happened. A car accident took the eldest young master away. The family blamed the second son. His father called him useless. His brother's fiancée clung to another man, and the woman watched the whole way family collapse. So this time, she chose the fastest way to break the script. She walked in, grabbed the second son's arm, smiled at the bride, and announced she was his girlfriend. The bride froze. The guests whispered. Even the second son stared at her like she had lost her mind. But the woman did not care. She pointed at the bride's expensive outfit and exposed the fake elegance under it. The handbag, the dress, the perfect smile, everything was only a costume. The bride wanted the Way family's name, but not the man who came with it. The second son thought the woman was just another troublemaker. He tried to get rid of her, but she dragged him away before he could fall into the same trap again. Soon after, she sat beside him like a strict teacher and forced him to answer the simplest question: 3 times 3. He failed. She almost laughed from anger. How could a rich heir be this hard to save? He wanted to escape. She wanted $90,000 a month to fix him. From then on, their strange deal began. Then the traps came one after another. A strange man on a bicycle tried to cause trouble in the street. The second son pulled the woman behind him and protected her. His father scolded him in the office and said the family business could barely survive. Everyone treated him like a disaster, but only the woman knew the truth. He did not kill his brother. He had been carrying someone else's blame. When the elder brother was said to be dead, the woman did not believe it. She followed the clues into the room no one wanted her to open. There, she found the horse painting. The second son stared at it in silence, but she understood what it meant. That painting was connected to the accident, the missing brother, and the real person behind the tragedy. Before she could reveal it, the company fell into crisis. A shipment could not leave the warehouse. The forklift broke down. Workers panicked. Customers were ready to complain. Everyone said they had to wait. The woman walked in and stopped them. She looked at the goods, the machine, and the loading path, then gave the solution no one had thought of. The second son watched her handle the mess, and for the first time, he stopped treating her like a scammer. She was not just saving his company. She was teaching him how to take back the place that should have been his. But while the woman was changing fate, another danger was moving closer. In the Lin family's office, a glamorous best friend walked to a powerful man and used the old rules again. One meeting, tomorrow at 3. One secret deal. The woman thought she had already broken the first tragedy. She had no idea the next trap had been set for her. And when the second son finally looked at the horse painting again, his face changed, because he realized the clue was not in the accident report. It was hidden inside the painting.
The woman woke up under a strange man, and the first thing she saw was the face of the most dangerous heir in the city. Everyone called her the daughter of the Jiang family, but in that house, she was only a tool. Her relatives used her name, her body, and even her marriage to trade for power. At a private club, she was humiliated in front of strangers while people whispered that she was already ruined. Just then, Xiaozhuo appeared, the young master of the Xia family, cold, rich, and impossible to offend. The woman thought he was saving her, but the next second, he pushed her into an even darker game. Around the Jiang family, every man wanted to control her, but Xiaozhuo wanted more than obedience. He wanted revenge. His mother had suffered because of the Jiang family, and while she lay sick, they kept enjoying their perfect lives. So when the Jiang brothers called him family, he coldly said he was not their brother. The woman tried to escape, but Xiaojue locked her in a golden cage. She called him disgusting. She called him a monster. He smiled, tied her wrists, cleaned her wound, and told her this cage had been prepared for her. To him, she was not a guest. She was his prey. However, the woman was not weak. After being betrayed again and again, she stopped begging for love from the Jiang family. She wanted to go home, but not as their obedient daughter. She wanted to return as someone who could destroy their plans. She even told the eldest Jiang son that if he wanted to climb to the top, she would help him. Soon, the Jiang family arranged a wedding, thinking she would accept her fate. The guests mocked her, saying no decent man should marry her. The bride stood alone on the red carpet while everyone waited to see her collapse. Just then, the groom walked in wearing a black mask. Everyone froze. The man under the mask was not the groom they arranged. It was Xiaojue. In front of every enemy, he held her hand and called her his dear Tang. He said he would cooperate with her and protect the people she cared about. Then he gave her a new identity in front of the whole crowd. Mrs. Xia. The people who mocked her instantly shut their mouths. Her family panicked. Her father even tried to stop the wedding by demanding shares, as if his daughter's marriage was only a business deal. But Xiaojue did not care. With one sentence, he turned their trap into his public declaration. The woman thought becoming Mrs. Xia might give her a way out. But after the wedding, the truth became darker. Xiaojue was not simply protecting her. He was using her in a revenge game she did not understand. When she refused him, he pulled her back. When she called him a rogue, he only told her to listen to his advice. Then came the secret that broke her heart. In the past, someone had ordered her to be sent to a mental hospital. She had begged and struggled, but no one saved her. Now, staring at Xiaojue, she heard the cruelest truth. He did not only see her as herself. He saw another woman in her, a woman named Ziyuan. Only then did she understand why his protection always felt like a chain. She was not only the Jiang family's pawn. She might also be Xiaojue's substitute. But this time, she refused to remain anyone's shadow. While the Jiang family waited to sell her again, and Xiaojue waited for her to surrender, she quietly remembered where the real proof was hidden. And the next time they tried to lock her away, she would make every one of them pay.
A woman fell from the sky in a beam of lightning, and the crowd screamed that she was not human. But she was not a monster. She was a mother trapped in the cultivation world for 100 years. The guards sent her to the police station, thinking she was insane. She calmly said she only wanted to find her son. Everyone laughed. How could this young woman have a grown son? But when the missing person file was opened, the room went silent. It turned out that the little boy she left behind was now a sick middle-aged man. Her husband was gone. Her son had survived a terrible car accident, and his wife had carried the family for years. When the woman reached the old house, she saw her son unconscious in bed while his wife and children lived in debt and shame. Only then did she realize how much time had been stolen from her. The daughter-in-law could not believe this young woman was her husband's mother. The children were even more shocked. Their grandmother looked younger than their sister. But the woman did not explain. She touched her son's hand, used spiritual power to wake him, and promised that from now on, she would protect them. Soon, she saw how miserable their life was. They squeezed into a shabby house. The children fought over rooms. The mother counted every coin. Buying a better home was only a dream. But the woman took out an old jade piece and went to an antique shop. The shop owner thought it was ordinary. The next second, his face changed. The jade was worth a fortune. He offered a shocking price, and she sold it without blinking. To her, it was just a small object. To this world, it was enough to rewrite fate. When she said she wanted a sea view mansion, everyone thought she was joking. The salesman asked for proof of assets. The father panicked. The children felt embarrassed. But the woman handed over the bank card and chose the most expensive villa. That night, the family stood in front of the mansion, still refusing to believe it was real. The old father kept saying they had come to the wrong place. But when the door opened under the woman's fingerprint, everyone froze. The huge living room and luxury view all belonged to them. The children rushed upstairs like they were dreaming. The daughter-in-law cried from happiness. The woman watched quietly. She had missed her son's childhood in her past life. In this life, she would give his family everything they had lost. But peace did not last long. She took the children to the mall and told them to choose whatever they liked. The family was careful with money, but she told them not to worry. A woman in her group stared at this strange young grandmother, mocking her age and her poor family. Before the woman could respond, a powerful old man collapsed. The crowd backed away. Some called an ambulance. Others warned her not to touch him, because if anything went wrong, she would never escape responsibility. But she saw the truth at one glance. This was not a simple fall. His life energy was blocked. The woman took out her silver needles. Everyone thought she was crazy. Even the old man's family suspected her motive. But she ignored them, pressed one needle into the key point, and golden light flashed under her hand. The old man's fingers moved. The crowd gasped. The woman stopped smiling. And just when everyone wanted to know who this mysterious young grandmother really was, the old man opened his eyes and stared at her, because he seemed to recognize her. The new maid thought she had only entered the Shen mansion to earn a living, but the moment she stepped through that door, she became the prey of a pregnant madam, a dangerous husband, and a trap built just for her. Chang Tianqing was desperate for work. Madam Shen was pregnant, spoiled, and used to being treated like a queen. She asked the new maid to massage her legs, serve tea, clean her room, and stay quiet no matter what she saw. At first, Tianqing lowered her head and endured it all. She needed this job too badly. But soon, she realized the real danger was not the madam. It was the man of the house. Mr. Shen walked in, looked at her face, and his eyes changed. He cornered her in the bathroom, accused her of trying to seduce him, and threatened to fire her if she resisted. Tianqing begged him not to. She had nowhere else to go. From then on, every order became a test. He made her prepare his bath. He asked her to hand him water. He forced her to stand beside him while he sat in the tub. When she tried to run, he used Madam Shen as the threat. One wrong move, and the madam would know. One refusal, and she would lose the only place that could keep her alive. But Madam Shen was not blind. She watched the way her husband looked at the maid. She saw the cake on Tianqing's clothes, the panic in her eyes, and the tiny traces of a secret that should not exist. Instead of driving Tianqing away immediately, she smiled and started setting traps. A dress, a piece of lingerie, a birthday banquet. Every object was bait, waiting for Tianqing to touch it so she could be blamed. Tianqing tried to keep distance, but Mr. Shen kept dragging her closer. At night, he caught her outside by the flowers and pulled her into his arms. She struggled, but he would not let go. Madam Shen appeared right in front of them, and in that frozen second, Tianqing had no way to explain herself. To protect herself, or perhaps to cut off all escape, she said the cruelest sentence herself. She was the wild woman Madam Shen had been looking for. After that, the mansion turned colder. Madam Shen searched the rooms, questioned everyone, and forced Tianqing to handle the things she should never touch. Mr. Shen also began to change. When Tianqing wore Madam Shen's dress, he did not push her away. Instead, he moved closer, as if he was looking at someone from the past. Then he saw the mark on her shoulder. That single mark made him freeze. Only then did a new suspicion appear. Maybe Tianqing was not just a maid. Maybe she was the girl connected to his past. Maybe the woman everyone called a servant was the person he had been searching for all along. But before he could ask clearly, Madam Shen moved first. She lured Tianqing toward the stairs. Glass beads rolled across the floor. The pregnant madam fell, blood spreading beneath her dress. Mr. Shen rushed over and saw Tianqing standing there. Tianqing cried that she did not know what happened, that it was not her, but all the evidence pointed at her. Madam Shen looked weak, but her eyes were calm. She had planned this moment too perfectly. Just when Tianqing thought she had been dragged to the bottom, the real nightmare finally showed its face. In Madam Shen's memory, a little girl sat by the piano. Beads fell one by one. This was not sudden jealousy. This was revenge prepared long ago. And the voice in Tianqing's head was terrifyingly clear. Cheng Tianqing, welcome to the hell I built for you with my own hands.
The woman was almost sold into a bed by her family, and the man waiting for her was not a prince, but a rich stranger they wanted her to please. They thought she would cry, obey, and save their business with her marriage. But this time, she walked out with one thought. If they wanted to turn her into a deal, she would destroy the deal first. So she appeared at the arranged meeting in a red dress, ready to scare away the groom chosen for her. She expected an old, ugly man, but sitting across from her was a calm stranger who looked too powerful to be ordinary. He did not ask if she loved him. She said she liked money, freedom, and a marriage where both sides knew the rules. To her surprise, he only said this kind of marriage sounded efficient. When everyone thought the blind date would fail, the two agreed faster than anyone could react. The next second, they went straight to register the marriage. The man waiting to laugh at her froze. He thought she was throwing a tantrum. He thought she would come back begging, but she had already become someone else's legal wife. At the marriage office, even the photographer felt awkward, because the newlyweds stood far apart like strangers. But the woman only wanted a clean break from the people who treated her like property. However, her new husband was not as cold as he looked. When another man chased after her, he opened the car door first. When they sat together in the back seat, the space became too small, and the deal suddenly felt dangerous. Soon after, she returned to the office. No one knew she had just married a man who could shake the whole city. To them, she was still the quiet employee they could bully. Her fat supervisor was the first to move. He leaned over her desk and talked as if she belonged to him. She needed the job, but that did not mean she would let him step on her. That night, he followed her outside with flowers, acting like a disgusting lover. Before she could escape, a rebellious boy rushed in on an electric scooter and knocked him down. Everyone thought he was a troublemaker, but he was the only younger brother who truly stood on her side. While she was fighting alone, her new husband had already heard the news. His mother was still complaining that another blind date had failed, but he calmly told her that before the wedding, he had already registered the marriage. The bigger secret was that he was not an ordinary groom. He was tied to the top of the group, the kind of man even directors did not dare offend. And the woman still had no idea how useful that name would become. The next morning, trouble exploded in the office. The fat supervisor and his furious wife accused her in front of everyone, saying she had seduced a married man. The wife cursed her, pushed people around, and even went after the younger brother who tried to protect her. The woman finally stopped smiling. She said she would call the police. The supervisor panicked, but he still believed she had no background. He thought a small employee family could never fight him. Then his phone rang. The voice on the other end was cold enough to silence the room. The man only said one sentence: "The woman you are insulting is my wife." At that moment, the supervisor's face turned pale. His wife froze. Every employee stared at the woman in shock, because the quiet girl they had bullied was not his mistress at all. She was the hidden wife of the man they feared most. And just then, the elevator doors opened.
The girl came home in her school uniform, only to hear the parents who raised her discuss how to send her away like an unwanted object. For more than 10 years, she believed this was her family. She ate at their table, studied under their roof, and called them mom and dad. But one accident changed everything. It turned out she had been switched at birth. The daughter they truly wanted was living in a rich family's mansion, while she became the extra one. At first, the mother promised nothing would change, but the girl had already heard the truth. Her father was angry, not because she was hurt, but because he had raised someone else's child for years. He shouted that if the real daughter came back, they could raise both girls together. However, even he hesitated. Raising two daughters meant money and trouble. Only then did the girl understand. In their eyes, love could be counted. A daughter could be exchanged. Family affection had a price. Soon after, the wealthy woman appeared. She looked elegant and powerful, as if one sentence could decide both girls' futures. She came to talk about the real daughter, but what she cared about most was timing. The college entrance exam was coming, and both families wanted to wait until the results came out before deciding. That was the cruelest part. The girl was not being protected. She was being used. If she scored well, one family would claim her as pride. If she failed, they could push her away. The poor parents wanted a useful daughter. The rich parents wanted a perfect daughter. No one asked what she wanted. Then her adoptive father drank too much and rushed into the rich house. In front of everyone, he ordered her to pack her things. He cried that he had raised her for years, but every word sounded like a bill. The room went silent. The rich family looked embarrassed. The real daughter lowered her head. The girl stood there, cold and awake. When everyone thought she would cry and beg, she did the opposite. She did not call him dad. She did not explain. She looked at the adults who had turned her life into a negotiation and asked why they were all so afraid to tell the truth before the exam. That one question exposed them. The poor family wanted her scores. The rich family wanted their image. The girl raised in the mansion looked innocent, but she had been quietly watching both sides fight over blood, money, and reputation. From that moment on, the girl stopped chasing family love. She could not choose where she was born, but she could choose who deserved to stand beside her. If they treated her like a spare daughter, she would no longer treat them like real parents. At the dinner table, the adults still tried to sound reasonable. They said the exam was important. They said everything could wait, but the girl heard the hidden meaning. Wait until the exam results. Wait until her value was clear. Wait until they knew whether she was worth keeping. So she smiled, not because she forgave them, but because she finally saw through them. Then she looked at the rich family and asked directly, "So she is your biological daughter, right?" Everyone froze. The fake peace shattered in an instant. No one expected a high school girl to tear open the secret they had all tried to hide. But she was not finished. If two families had hidden the truth for so long, there had to be one more secret behind the baby swap. And before anyone could answer, the quiet girl at the table slowly raised her head.
The woman was about to be sold like livestock in a starving village, but the man who woke up beside her was no longer her useless husband. One second, he was a broke delivery rider in the modern world. The next second, he opened his eyes in an ancient wooden room, hungry, sick, and wearing rags. The original owner of this body had died from a simple fever, and the woman named Shiro had lost every person who could protect her. The villagers saw her as easy money. They tied her hands, mocked her face, and said a woman with no family should either work, give birth, or be sold. When everyone thought the man would stay silent, he stood in front of her. He did not understand this world yet, but he knew one thing: if he let them take her, she would never come back. He pushed back the traffickers and dragged her into the broken house. Shiro was stunned. She had accepted her fate, but this strange husband looked at her like she was a person, not a price. After he saved her, she quietly told him that from now on, she would be his wife. Soon, the man discovered a bigger secret. A mysterious door could send him between ancient times and the modern world. At first, it only allowed him to carry 10 kilograms. The energy was low, and every trip had limits. But when Jiro burned with fever, he rushed back to his modern room, grabbed medicine, food, and clothes, then returned before it was too late. To Jiro, the meat porridge he cooked was the finest meal she had ever tasted. To him, it was only ordinary food. Only then did he understand how cruel this era was. A fever could kill a grown man. A bowl of porridge could make a woman cry. A clean cloth could feel like treasure. But kindness alone could not protect them. They needed money. So the man stared at an empty green glass bottle and smiled. In his time, it was trash. In this world, it looked like rare crystal. He carried it to the county town. The shopkeeper tried to cheat him with a tiny price, but the man pretended to leave. The shopkeeper panicked and finally paid real silver. With that money, everything changed. He bought meat, fabric, medicine, and new clothes. He returned to the village in clean white robes, like a different person. The people who had laughed at him froze. The traffickers who wanted to sell Jiro's sister lowered their heads. And when the thug tried to provoke him again, the man knocked him down in front of everyone. Jiro could hardly believe it. She thought this husband was only reckless. She never imagined he could turn useless things into silver and protect her family with one decision. What shocked her even more was the system upgrade. Now he could could bring back more goods and more hope. Soon, he made another move that stunned the village. He announced that he would build a green brick house with big tiled rooms. The village chief thought he was joking. The villagers thought a young man like him could never support so many workers. But the man opened his bag, took out silver, and said he would pay wages first. The crowd went silent. The ones who mocked him now begged for work. The ones who looked down on Jiro now called her lucky. Even the thug who had caused trouble lowered his head and asked if he could be hired too. Everyone waited for the man to reject him. But the next second, the man looked straight at the thug and gave him a task no one expected, because he was no longer just saving one woman. He was about to take control of the whole village.
The woman thought she had grabbed a construction worker to escape a forced marriage, but the dusty man in the yellow helmet was the heir her whole family could not afford to offend. Lin Wanton was pushed by her family to marry a rich suitor. She refused to become a business tool, so she ran to a construction site and pointed at Xiao Chun, a man covered in cement and eating buns. In front of everyone, she said he was the man she wanted. The workers almost laughed out loud. To them, Xiao Chen was just a poor laborer. But she needed a husband fast, and he needed a woman to stop his parents from forcing him to marry. Before anyone could react, two strangers were tied together by a shocking deal. She thought everything was under control. She followed him back to his village to meet a poor rural family. But something felt wrong. His parents dressed simply, yet kept hiding things. They almost called servants by accident, rushed to cover expensive details, and panicked whenever the word heir appeared. They treated her like a real daughter-in-law, handed her a thick red envelope, and pushed the two into the same room. The woman was embarrassed, but Xiao Chen stayed honest. He slept on the floor and never crossed the line. To her surprise, this rough-looking man was not greedy or rude. The next morning, after his parents kept urging them, the fake relationship became a legal marriage. From then on, she believed she had married a poor but decent man. However, when she brought him back to her own family, the real humiliation began. Her mother looked him up and down with disgust. Her father questioned how a construction worker could stand beside their daughter. The rich suitor mocked him, showing off a major Starbay contract and acting as if Xiao Chen was not qualified to speak. When Xiao Chen calmly said he could handle that contract, everyone froze for 1 second, then laughed. To them, he was just a migrant worker pretending to be powerful. The suitor stepped closer and threatened him. Her family demanded an apology. They even treated the necklace his parents gave her as a cheap village trinket. But then her father picked up the necklace, and his expression changed. It was not ordinary jewelry. It looked like the legendary heart of the ocean, a priceless piece ordinary people could never touch. The suitor panicked and insisted it was fake. The mother sneered that a rural family could never own it. Xiao Chen said nothing, but his eyes turned cold. Just then, men in black suits arrived outside the villa. The simple man from the village walked in wearing a formal suit, and the whole room went silent. The people who had laughed at Xiao Chen waited for him to explain, but what he said made their faces turn pale. Xiao Chen was not a poor worker. He was the only heir of the powerful Xiao family in Kyoto, the young master hiding his identity all alone. The mother froze. The father could not speak. The arrogant suitor finally realized he had been insulting the man he wanted to rely on, and the woman, who only wanted to borrow a stranger as a shield, understood that her accidental husband might be the strongest protection she could ever have. But before anyone could recover, the suitor asked one question that changed everything. If Xiao Chen was truly the Xiao heir, why had he been living at a construction site under another name? At that moment, Xiao Chen turned to the woman, and the secret behind their sudden marriage was about to be exposed.
The woman learned the truth on her engagement day. Her fiancé had slept with another woman, and that woman was already pregnant with twins. She thought her family would comfort her, but her mother only cared about money. The cheating man blamed her, the mistress mocked her, and the family that raised her was ready to sell her again. This time, she stopped begging. She broke off the engagement and left. That night, drunk and cornered, she met a handsome stranger in a hotel room. She thought he was a paid man. After one reckless night, she threw him money, mocked his skills, and walked away. But the man she humiliated was not a toy. He was the hotel's new president, a powerful man no one dared to offend. The next day, every manager bowed to him. The woman froze. The man from last night was now her boss. Soon, her body changed. A pregnancy test appeared, and the doctor confirmed the result, twins. Her first reaction was fear. She had just escaped a cheating fiancé and a greedy family. She could not let two babies become another chain. But the president noticed everything. He arranged doctors and refused to let anyone touch her. However, the hotel was full of people waiting to ruin her. A jealous coworker accused her of dirty relationships with male guests. A manager tried to use her pregnancy to force her out. They called her shameless. When everyone thought she would lower her head, she only asked for proof. Just then, the president ordered the surveillance footage to be checked. The lies were exposed one by one. The so-called victim had been acting. The man accused with her had a wife and child. The co-workers who wanted to destroy her were the real ones spreading filth. Everyone went silent. But bigger humiliation was waiting at home. Her parents had arranged a new marriage for her. The man was older, divorced, and had a 12-year-old son. They had already taken money from his family and told her to obey. They said feelings could be raised after marriage. The woman asked if they still saw her as family, but when she said she was pregnant, her mother slapped her. Her father panicked. The whole house treated her babies like a scandal that ruined their deal. They chased her into the street, and the future in-laws rushed rushed after her like predators. In the snow, they grabbed her, cursed her, and tried to drag her back. She held her stomach and begged them not to touch her child. No one listened. She fell, and her phone slid away. At that moment, she finally understood that no one from that house would ever save her. But the next second, a black car stopped. The president walked out through the snow. He lifted her from the ground and told his people to protect his wife. The villagers were stunned. Her family froze. The woman they had treated like trash was carried away by the most powerful man there. In the hospital, she learned the babies were still alive. They were twins. The man asked her to keep them. She called him a vampire, thinking he only wanted the children. But she could not deny the truth. When her fiancé betrayed her, when her family sold her, and when everyone stepped on her, he was the only one who came. So she made a decision. She would give birth to the children, but not as a weak woman begging for love. This time, she would live for herself. However, once she accepted the babies, she would be pulled into the man's world completely. And the next person to discover her pregnancy would make the entire hotel explode. On the day of her engagement, the heiress was told that her useless fiancé had sneaked into her aunt's bedroom. But what no one knew was that this man had died once because of the same trap. In his past life, Aunt Fong wore a red robe and cried that she had only gone upstairs to rest. The Gu family elders protected her, the guests cursed him, and even his fiancé almost believed he had disgraced her. Then Aunt Fong's secret lover rushed in, beat him until his face was covered in blood, and shouted that Aunt Fong was carrying his child. The man lost his marriage, his name, and his life. When he opened his eyes again, he was back at the engagement banquet. This time, he did not beg. He calmly started a live stream and told the viewers to wait for a gift. Everyone laughed. To them, he was just a poor son-in-law chasing internet fame. Aunt Fong also thought he was still the fool she could frame with one screen. But before the banquet began, he had already hidden a camera near her room. Soon, the screen showed Aunt Fong secretly calling a young man. She smiled and said she missed him. Then she poured something into a bowl, changed into a red robe, and waited. The young lover walked in as if this was their private hotel, but the man in black was watching every angle. Downstairs, Aunt Fong pretended to be innocent. The elders praised her, the guests mocked the fiancé, and someone said he was not worthy of the Gu family's daughter. The heiress stood in her white dress, humiliated. She wanted to trust the man she was about to marry, but every word around her pushed her to doubt him. Just then, the man smiled. He let them insult him. He let them call him useless. He even let them drag everyone upstairs. Because the more people came, the harder Aunt Fong would fall. When they reached the room, Aunt Fong started acting again. She clutched her robe and accused him of being obsessed with her. The elders were furious. A room, a half-dressed woman, and a missing lover. Everything looked like proof against him. But the next second, he asked one question. If Aunt Fong was so innocent, where was the young man she had just called? Aunt Fong froze, then said he had already left. The elders believed her at once. One of them even shouted that the fiancé was using a stranger to destroy the Gu family. The comments exploded, and thousands of viewers waited for the truth. The heiress suddenly remembered the voice behind the door. It sounded exactly like Aunt Fong's lover. For the first time, she did not blame her fiancé. The man held her hand, apologized for ruining their engagement day, and told her to do one thing: call that lover's phone. Aunt Fong's face changed. The lover hiding in the room panicked and covered his mouth. The elders still shouted that the fiancé had gone too far, but when the heiress dialed the number, a ringtone suddenly rang from under the bed. In an instant, the room went silent. The small internet celebrity crawled out with a terrified face. Aunt Fong's lies were ripped open in front of her husband, her family, and the live stream. The guests who had mocked the fiancé could not say a word. The heiress finally understood that the man everyone called useless had been protecting her from the start. But Aunt Fong still refused to admit defeat. She looked at the hidden lover, then at the man in black, and tried to create one last excuse. At that moment, he turned to the camera and said the real evidence had not even been shown yet.
The girl thought the badminton court would help her get closer to her crush, but the first person to protect her was the boy she kept trying to avoid. Her friend begged her to join a doubles match. She was terrible at sports, but when she saw the senior in white across the court, she forced herself to agree. Everyone thought she was being brave for love. Only the silver-haired boy saw the truth. She was nervous, weak, and easy to hurt. Sure enough, the match had barely started before she missed the shuttle and fell hard. The others froze, but the silver-haired boy walked straight to her, knelt down, and held out his hand. She said she was fine. He looked at the scrape on her knee and asked if it hurt. She nodded, then shook her head. He instantly saw through her lie. When she wanted to treat the wound herself, he did not move away. He wiped the blood and wrapped the bandage with patience. This arrogant boy always spoke like he did not care, but his hands were gentler than anyone else's. Just then, the senior came over. Instead of helping her, he only asked whether the game could continue. His face turned cold. Soon after, the girl entered a piano competition. Before going on stage, she kept eating candy because she was nervous. The silver-haired boy teased her, but when she admitted she was scared, he did not mock her. He told her to stop treating the piano like life and death. What no one expected was that he stayed outside and watched her through the glass. That day, she played Chopin and won first place. Everyone praised her, but what truly shook her was the boy behind the window. He never promised to come, yet he came. He never said he cared, yet he remembered every fear she tried to hide. Only then did she realize the person protecting her was not the senior she chased after. her, but the boy she had misunderstood. At a private party, the senior's friends played her competition video on the screen. Some teased her, some treated her like entertainment. The senior smiled politely, but did nothing. The silver-haired boy sat beside her in silence. When someone noticed cake on her face, he leaned closer and wiped it away himself. The room instantly turned awkward. Her heart almost stopped, but the party soon became cruel. The rich kids began dangerous games. They pushed the senior to do intimate dares with another girl. The girl watched the boy she once liked lean close to someone else, and her pride shattered. The others laughed, waiting to see her break. However, the silver-haired boy did not laugh. When the game tried to drag her in next, his eyes changed. They forced her to drink, asked humiliating questions, and tried to turn her into the next joke. Before she could react, the silver-haired boy took the glass and drank it for her. The whole room froze. Everyone knew he never interfered, but this time, he did. The jealous woman finally lost her smile. Not long after, that woman blocked the girl in the restroom and warned her not to dream of entering their world. The girl washed her hands, looked back, and told her that whom she chose to get close to was her own freedom. Outside, the game reached its most dangerous moment. The silver-haired boy was chosen for a confession challenge. Everyone shouted for him to confess. The girl thought it was another joke, but he walked toward her, bent down, and whispered for her to say yes. Every smile disappeared, because no one knew whether he was acting, or finally telling the truth. The woman was still bleeding after an accident, but her husband's first love walked into the banquet and smiled as if she had won him back. Before this, everyone thought the woman was only a pretty wife kept inside a rich family. They forgot she was once a racing champion. On the track, her husband's rebellious younger brother was almost ruined by a dirty trick. The woman stepped out in a red racing suit, took the wheel, and turned the game around. When the boy called her sister-in-law, everyone realized she was no decoration. But at home, she was treated like an outsider. Her family mocked her, blamed her for marrying into the Shin family, and even tried to take away the notebook that carried her research. The younger sister acted weak in front of the elders, but behind their backs, she pushed all the trouble onto the woman. This time, the woman did not cry. She looked at them coldly and said she was going to divorce her husband. The family was shocked. They thought she was only throwing a tantrum. Since the day she married the powerful man, everyone believed she should be grateful, obedient, and silent. But she had already had enough. She had helped his company, guarded his brother, and cleaned up crisis after crisis, yet all she got was suspicion. To her surprise, her husband was not as calm as he looked. At a bar, when his friends joked that he could change wives anytime, he said his wife could only be her. When she got drunk and another man tried to take her away, he carried her back himself. He warned her not to mix with the wrong people, but his jealousy only made her laugh. She thought he was controlling her again. She did not know he had already started to care. Soon after, his first love returned. She appeared at the banquet in white, gentle, and harmless, but every word she said was a knife. She called out the man's name, stood beside him in front of everyone, and made the woman look like the third person in her own marriage. Then the woman saw the old signature on a gift and the secret portrait hidden in the room. Only then did she understand why the first love was so confident. The next second, the first love pushed the conflict even further. She cried that she was jealous, said she still loved the man, and begged him not to abandon her. Then, in front of everyone, the woman fell and hit her head. When she woke up in the hospital, the first love had already turned herself into the victim. Her husband said it was only a misunderstanding. The woman's heart turned cold. He wanted to explain. He even punished himself for not being there in time, but the damage was already done. The woman knew that as long as the first love stayed between them, every tear from that woman would become proof against her. However, she was not weak anymore. When the first love thought the hospital bed would trap her, the woman got up. When the enemy tried to use another public scene to shame her, she grabbed the microphone and fought back in front of everyone. She told the man that since he could not let go of his first love, she would let him go. Everyone froze. The younger brother rushed in with evidence. The husband's face changed. The first love finally panicked. The woman had already prepared the divorce agreement, and this time, she was not begging him to choose her. But just as she pushed the papers toward him, the man suddenly received a call. His eyes darkened, because the real proof behind the accident had finally appeared. The bride walked into her own wedding room and saw her fiancé leaning over another woman on the sofa. He did not even look guilty. Instead, he told her the marriage was only a business deal, and that love had never been part of the contract. For a second, the woman could not breathe. She had worn the dress, obeyed the family, and swallowed every humiliation because she thought this wedding could at least protect her name. But the man had already turned her into a joke before the ceremony even began. Just then, a young doctor appeared. Everyone thought he was only a quiet intern from the clinic, someone with no power and no background. But he took her away from that room before she completely broke down. He knew where her pulse was weak, where her pain was hidden, and even how to calm her body with one needle. Only then did she realize that this seemingly harmless man was not simple at all. Soon after, she returned to the hospital. The women who used to smile at her had already prepared a new trap. One female doctor acted gentle in front of the director, but behind her back, she had been hiding reports, using old connections, and waiting for the woman to fall. The woman saw the medical file, then found the old photo that proved the past relationship she had trusted was nothing but a lie. This time, she did not cry. She burned the photo and walked out. From then on, she changed the game. She went straight to the traditional medicine hall and found the young doctor again. In front of the golden acupuncture model, she calmly asked him to stay by her side. He thought she only needed a doctor, but what she really needed was a blade sharp enough to cut open all the lies around her. The young doctor agreed. When others mocked him as a useless trainee, She gave him the internship chance everyone said he could never get. When the powerful man in the brown suit came to question him, she stood in front of him. When the jealous woman tried to test their relationship, she only smiled and told the young doctor that he could contact her anytime. But the closer they got, the more dangerous it became. The young doctor called her sister in front of others, but his eyes never looked at her like a younger brother. He cooked for her, watched her medicine, and noticed every time she tried to hide the pain in her shoulder. She warned him not to touch her so easily, yet the next second, he pressed her against the wall and asked if she had not been the one who canceled the distance between them. The hospital quickly smelled something wrong. The rival doctor began to panic. The man she once trusted started to notice that she no longer looked back at him. Even the woman who wanted the young doctor for herself could not accept that he would run to the woman every time she was hurt. Then the real danger came in the acupuncture room. The woman thought she was only treating his pain. She lowered the needle, and he stared at her as if the whole world had disappeared. Her method worked better than any painkiller, but his heartbeat became harder to control. Before she could step away, he pulled her close and kissed her. Outside the door, the jealous woman arrived. She had followed the clues all the way here, determined to catch them in the act. Inside, the woman was still in his arms. Outside, the rival raised her hand and called his name. At that moment, the door handle moved. The girl was supposed to disappear inside a private club, but the man who came to save her looked like he had accepted death. The kidnappers were on the floor. The girl was barely conscious, shaking in a gray shirt. His bodyguard begged him to leave, but he refused. He said she was the only reason he kept living. Then he ordered his men to take her away, while he stayed to face danger. The next second, he opened his eyes in a classroom. The black suit was gone. The power was gone. On the wall, the calendar showed 2021. He was back in high school, back in the year he had wasted, back before the girl's life was destroyed. Now he was not the feared man everyone obeyed. He was just a lazy student, a troublemaker, the boy every teacher had given up on. When he rushed to the office and begged for another chance, even the teacher thought he was dreaming. But he knew this was real. In his past life, he had watched the girl fall into darkness, and only understood too late that she was his reason to live. This time, he would not be late again. He returned to class under mocking eyes. The classmates thought he would still skip lessons and fight. The bullies thought he was easy to provoke. Even the girl looked at him like he had become a stranger. But he opened the textbook, picked up the pen, and did the work he had ignored. Soon, the first test came. The teacher expected him to embarrass himself. The whole class waited to laugh. But he solved a hard math problem in front of the girl. She froze. The boy who never studied was suddenly serious. The boy everyone called useless was trying to change his fate. But changing himself was not enough. The bully who had humiliated the girl came again. He blocked him on the rooftop and acted like the school belonged to him. Everyone thought a fight would break out. However, the boy stepped closer and warned him to stay away from her. From then on, he studied with her, protected her in silence, and forced himself to catch up. The teacher changed from disbelief to surprise. Even the classmates realized something was wrong. This boy was no longer the same person. Then the school music event arrived. Each class needed a performance, and no one expected him on stage with a guitar. But when he started singing, the girl froze again. The reckless boy in her memory looked bright and calm. For the first time, she smiled at him. On the trip, he sat behind her on the bus and teased her into joining his band. She pretended not to care, but her eyes softened. For a moment, it seemed like the new life was working. Maybe this time, the ending could be different. But danger had not disappeared. It had only arrived earlier. At the rest stop, men surrounded the bus. The teacher tried to stop them, but one thug shouted that even if the police came, he would kill the girl first. Her classmates panicked. The girl was grabbed in front of everyone, and the boy's face turned cold. In his past life, he had been too late. This time, he ran after them. The gang hid the girl in an abandoned cabin beside a dying fire. She tried to stay awake, but fear and exhaustion were crushing her. Just then, the door opened. The boy stepped in with no bodyguards, no power, only the memory of the future in his eyes. He untied her and told her not to be afraid. For a second, she thought she was safe. But before they could escape, she suddenly collapsed in his arms. And outside the cabin, the kidnapper's footsteps stopped at the door. The woman everyone mocked as a useless housewife was actually the original author of the system that could shake the whole industry. For 3 years, she stayed beside her husband and hid all her brilliance. She left the hacker alliance she had created, gave up the trading desk, the code, and the glory, just to help his company rise. But in his eyes, she was no longer a genius. She was only a wife who smelled of cooking oil and belonged in the kitchen. Then his so-called Stanford genius appeared. Su Ching smiled in front of the office and threw out a contract. She wanted the wife to sign away the permanent license for the core algorithm. To make the insult worse, she even offered money, as if a house could erase years of theft. Her husband did not protect her. Instead, he stood with Su Ching and told everyone the housewife was not qualified to question them. He thought she would cry. He thought she still loved him. He thought a few cruel words could force her to bow. But this time, she only looked at them coldly, because the algorithm had never truly belonged to them. It was written by her. The hidden program inside it was designed by her. Before she signed, she quietly left one final trap under her own name. Soon after, Su Ching was pushed onto the stage as Feng Yun Tech's secret weapon. Cameras flashed. Investors clapped. Reporters called her the genius who had solved the industry's hardest problem. Shield 2.0 was announced as a miracle. Everyone believed Feng Yun was about to reach the top. Only the wife knew the truth. Sitting across from a mysterious powerful man, she explained that the White Horse program required one manual registration. If the wrong person tried to claim it, the system would fall into a dead loop. The more Su Ching showed off, the closer Feng Yun moved toward disaster. The man did not stop her. He only told her to wait and watch the show. At the signing banquet, the executives were celebrating. Su Qing raised her glass like a real genius. Her husband smiled proudly, calling her his trump card. The partners signed the deal, and the penalty alone was 300 million. Everyone waited for Shield 2.0 to go online. Then the red warning light exploded across the screen. The system stopped responding. The investors froze. Her husband panicked, but he still pretended everything was under control. Su Qing rushed to the computer and promised she could fix it. But the more she typed, the worse the crash became. Commands failed. The firewall locked itself. The system began to collapse in front of every client. Only then did the so-called genius turn pale. She finally admitted there was no new technology. Everything came from a rough draft given by a hacker named Serena. She had copied the idea, stolen the glory, and used Feng Yun's name to sell it to the market. Her husband was stunned. Because Serena was connected to only one person, the woman he had mocked as a kitchen maid, the wife he had betrayed, and the real creator he had driven away. Now Feng Yun's biggest contract was falling apart. The partners were demanding answers, and the system that was supposed to make him rich had become a trap he could not escape. He called his mentor in panic, begging for 6 hours to fix it. But far away, the real creator had seen through every move. And when the mysterious man asked whether she was the one controlling the crash, she did not answer right away. Because the real punishment had only just begun. The groom came to pick up his bride, but before she could even step into the wedding car, her own mother blocked the door and demanded 1 million in extra cash. The whole village was watching. The red decorations were already up, the guests had arrived, and the bride was sitting there in her wedding dress, waiting for the man she loved to take her home. But her family did not care about the wedding. They only cared about money. At first, the groom tried to stay calm. He had already prepared the betrothal gifts. He had followed every rule they asked for. He had come with respect, with flowers, and with his whole family. But the bride's mother suddenly changed her mind. She pointed at him in front of everyone and said that without the extra money, he could forget about taking her daughter away. Everyone froze. The groom's face darkened, but he still lowered his voice and tried to reason with her. The auspicious time was almost over. The bride was already dressed. If they kept delaying, the wedding would become a joke. But the woman crossed her arms and refused to move. To her, this was the perfect moment to force him to pay. Soon, the relatives joined in. Some mocked him for being poor. Some said if he could not even pay this money, he did not deserve to marry the girl. The groom's family was humiliated in front of the crowd, but the bride could only sit inside the car, listening to every word like a knife in her heart. Only then did she realize that in her mother's eyes, she was not a daughter. She was a price tag. The groom's elder tried to save the situation. He offered to write an IOU. He begged them to let the bride get in the car first and settle the money later. But the bride's mother would not accept it. She wanted cash, and she wanted it now. The groom finally lost his patience. He stared at the woman and asked if this was still a wedding or a sale. He had loved her daughter, respected her family, and done everything they demanded. But every time he gave in, they only asked for more. First it was the betrothal gift. Then it was the boarding money. Then it became a luxury car, jewelry, and more red envelopes. The bride's mother still thought she had won. She believed the groom would never dare to walk away, because the bride was already in the car and the guests were already watching. So she pushed even harder, saying that if he wanted her daughter, he had to prove it with money. But what no one expected was that the groom suddenly said he would not marry under this humiliation. The scene exploded. The bride's mother panicked for only a second, then shouted that her daughter would never marry him anyway. The relatives laughed, thinking the groom had finally been forced to admit defeat. But the bride looked up. Her eyes were red, but her voice was steady. She was not going to let her marriage be sold by the people who had used her all her life. Just then, a group of men in suits appeared at the entrance. The noisy crowd slowly became quiet. Even the bride's mother stopped shouting. The groom did not look surprised at all. He only stood there coldly, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Only then did everyone begin to understand something was wrong. The man they had mocked as poor might not be poor at all. The family they had tried to squeeze for money might be the one family they could never afford to offend. And the bride's mother, who thought she could control the wedding with one greedy demand, was about to learn who the groom really was. At that moment, one of the suited men walked forward with a document in his hand, and the bride's mother's face instantly changed. The woman woke up inside the short drama she had just been watching, and saw bodyguards kneeling. In the real world, she was a sick girl in a hospital bed. 1 second, she was scrolling on her phone. The next second, a strange light pulled her into the screen, and she became Wan Iran, the hated wife of a powerful man. Her husband was Mu Jun, the cold rich heir everyone feared. But she was not the heroine. She was the arrogant villain wife who bullied servants, clung to her husband, and was doomed to lose everything. Then the plot voice reminded her of the rules. If she wanted to survive, she had to follow the original story. So she made the fastest plan possible: act annoying, make Mu Jun hate her, force him to sign the divorce papers, and leave with the compensation. But the plan failed from the start. She stormed into the living room in a red dress, scolded the kneeling men, and threw out cruel lines like a perfect villainess. She even waved a whip as if she ruled the house. However, when Mu Jun appeared, he did not lose control like the script said. He only looked at her calmly, as if he could hear how fake her performance was. She pushed the divorce agreement in front of him. 10 million in compensation was written inside. To her, this was not heartbreak. This was freedom money. She tried to act proud and heartless, saying she would never waste her life on him again. But when he refused to sign, she panicked. Why was this cold husband not following the plot? To make him hate her faster, she searched online for how to annoy a husband. She sent clingy messages, acted jealous, and pretended to be dramatic. Soon, the childhood sweetheart came in crying, saying her nose was ruined and hinting that when Iran had done it. This should have been the perfect chance. If Moo Jun believed it, he would finally despise his wife. So when Iran did not defend herself, she even made the scene worse on purpose. But Moo Jun did the last thing she expected. He asked for the security footage. Only then did she panic. If the truth came out, he would know she had not hurt the girl at all. So she changed tactics again. She cried that she could not live without him, while pointing at the divorce agreement, hoping he would sign it just to escape her. When even that failed, she planned a bigger scandal. If the plot needed chaos, she would give it chaos. She changed into a sweet white dress, prepared 2 glasses of drugged red wine, and waited for the night to collapse. In her mind, once Moo Jun saw enough trouble, the divorce would be certain. But the next second, the trap turned on her. Moo Jun returned earlier than expected. He noticed the wine, noticed her strange expression, and sat down as if he had guessed the game. When Iran forced a smile, raised the glass, and tried to keep acting. But in the confusion, she took the wrong cup. Soon, her face burned, her thoughts blurred, and she could barely stand. Moo Jun stepped closer, his voice colder than ever. He told her to wake up. She told him to let go. Yet the more she pushed him away, the more he realized this woman was not the cruel wife from the rumors. He carried her back to the bedroom. She warned him not to regret it. He still leaned down and kissed her. The next morning, when Iran woke under the blanket, horrified, the divorce had not been signed. The plot had gone completely off track. And just as she wondered whether Moo Jun had already left for work, the bedroom door suddenly opened. The poor schoolgirl was humiliated for being broke. But the boy everyone called Trouble was the first person who quietly protected her. She had no powerful father, no safe home, and no room to make mistakes. Her mother was sick and bitter, yet still took almost every bit of money the girl earned. When the girl came home late, her mother did not ask if she was tired. She accused her of meeting men and reminded her that her father was dead. To survive, the girl learned to lower her head. But at school, one boy kept appearing in her most embarrassing moments. When she suddenly needed sanitary pads, other classmates mocked her, but he bought them for her without making a scene. When she tried to pay him back, he acted cold and told her not to waste time. Everyone saw him as a rich, careless rebel, but only she knew he had seen her worst moment and still chose not to expose her. Soon, the pressure became worse. The teacher knew her family was poor and handed her the poverty grant and tuition money. For her, that envelope meant one more semester, one more exam, one more chance to stay in school. Her mother wanted her to pick a free school, but the girl wanted the college entrance exam and a future that did not belong to poverty. What no one expected was that the boy started pushing her forward. He was arrogant and acted like he did not care. Yet he gave her practice books, challenged her scores, and told her that if she got into the same university, they could be classmates for another 4 years. The girl tried to keep distance. He had money, choices, and a way out. She had only exams. But the more she avoided him, the more he lost control. After the final exam, he finally stopped pretending. He grabbed her and asked why she ignored him. She said she was not important. When she called him a coward, he admitted he could walk 99 steps toward her if she took just one. At that moment, the girl finally understood. He did not pity her. He liked her. Then the results came out. 718 points. A provincial top scorer. 2 top universities sent admission intentions, and the poor girl who once counted every coin became the pride everyone talked about. Her mother, who used to scold her for dreaming too high, now told others that her daughter was the provincial champion. But the girl only wanted to know whether the boy would still choose the same road. He said he might go abroad. She said she still wanted Tsinghua. For a moment, the distance became real again. But on her birthday, when she thought no one remembered what she liked, his message came first. He was downstairs. In the rain, beside the car, he held a cake and wished her happy birthday. She said she did not eat sweets, but he still made her take a bite. Then he gave her a necklace, a gift that carried his name. She smiled for the first time like someone who had finally been chosen. He watched her through the rainy window, drew a heart on the glass, and kept pretending he was calm. The next day, she teased him for being picky with food, and he called her baby as if they had crossed the line from classmates to something far more dangerous. But their happiness had only just begun. A poor girl, a wealthy boy, a mother who still wanted control, and a future pulling them in different directions. He said he would pick her up for the class dinner tomorrow. What she did not know was that the moment he appeared, everyone would finally realize the boy she had been hiding was never ordinary. The woman woke up in a white dress, only to see a debt-ridden man stealing the necklace her mother left her. He did not care that she was hurt. If he could not pay back loan sharks by tomorrow, he was dead. So he pushed her to the floor and ran. But she did not break down. She booked an appointment for 9 the next morning, because that necklace was not just a keepsake. It was the first clue in a revenge she had prepared for 3 years. 3 years ago, she was dragged onto a rooftop in the rain. A thug held her down and told her the truth. Sister Han, the actress everyone trusted, had paid them to ruin her face. That night, her beauty, her violin, and her future were destroyed. She survived, but from then on, she stopped begging for mercy. She only believed in evidence. Now she is back, colder and dangerous. On her wall, every enemy has a photo: the thief, the young master, the producer who controls the industry, and Sister Han, the woman hiding behind fake innocence. This time, she will make them expose each other. At a birthday banquet, everyone thinks she is just a pretty woman trying to climb up. The young master reaches for her, the rival actress mocks her, and the guests wait to see her embarrassed. But the next second, she falls into the arms of the powerful producer. The rival actress turns pale. The woman smiles as if it is an accident, but every move is planned. Soon after, she appears in a red dress and gets close to the young master. He believes she likes him, so he brings her to the producer as a new artist. However, the producer sees through her and calls her a gold digger. To his surprise, she does not deny it. She says her acting is good. If the company wants to use her, she will use them too. What no one expects is that she really can act. She gets the role of a vicious supporting woman, and everyone waits for her to fail. But on set, she turns one cruel scene into a blade. The director is stunned. Even the producer realizes she is not chasing fame. She is chasing someone. Then an accident happens. A girl is injured, and Sister Han thinks she has caught the woman's weakness. She rushes to the hospital and pretends to be the victim, but the woman sees through her. The plan did not hurt the right person. The producer tends to the woman's wound and warns her not to cross the line, but she only smiles. If this drags Sister Han out, she is ready. Soon, she receives a ticket to a private script salon, where directors decide who rises and who disappears. The rival actress arrives too, dressed like she already owns the room. She challenges the woman in front of everyone. Everyone expects the woman to lose, but then someone brings out a violin. The room goes quiet. No one knows the violin is the scar she buried the deepest. Her hands once trembled from pain. Her face was ruined because someone feared her talent. This time, she lifts the bow. The first note cuts through the room. Then the string suddenly snaps. The rival actress almost laughs. However, the woman does not stop. She turns the broken string into part of the performance, as if she is playing her own life. Humiliation, survival, hatred, and the will to live. The director stands up. The guests stop breathing. Even the producer freezes, because only then does he realize she is confessing through music. And when the final note falls, Sister Han's smile disappears, because the woman has finally remembered where the real proof of that rainy night is hidden.
女人嫁进严家整整3年，可她怎么也没想到，丈夫的白月光一回来，她竟然成了这段婚姻里最多余的人。机场见面时，白月光表面柔弱无辜，句句都在提醒她，你不过是个替代品。更讽刺的是，丈夫没有半点否认，反而冷冷警告她，严太太这个身份，她随时都能收回。严家饭桌上，她的委屈更像一个笑话。长辈嘴里谈的是团圆，是项目，是严家的脸面，却没有一个人问她疼不疼。他们要她接受那个女人，只因为严家还需要她。直到这一刻，她才明白，在这个家里，婚姻是假的，感情是假的，只有利益是真的。很快，老太太寿宴开始，女人带着自己精心准备的礼物出席，本想给严家留最后一点体面，可白月光一进场，就像真正的女主人一样，她假装道歉打扰家宴，转身就当着所有宾客送上昂贵寿礼。宾客夸她，老太太笑了，而女人只能站在旁边看着对方抢走本该属于自己的位置。可白月光还不满足，下一秒，她突然捂住肚子，装出一副被人伤害的样子。丈夫立刻冲过去扶住她，还承诺他们的孩子不会有事。所有人的目光瞬间落到女人身上，仿佛她什么都没做，也已经是那个极度害人的恶毒妻子。这一次，女人没有哭，她只冷冷看着丈夫问了一句，既然你早就想离婚，为什么还要利用我维护严家的脸面？男人当场僵住，可白月光很快又开始装柔弱，他以为女人还会像以前一样把所有羞辱都咽下去。谁也没想到，就在这时，一个穿黑色礼服的男人走进宴会厅。他根本不是什么普通小白脸，而是海城首富薄家的太子爷，是连严家都不敢得罪的人物。女人看见他的那一刻彻底愣住，原来3年前她曾意外遇见过这个男人，那时她受了伤，冷漠又孤独，他救了她，喂她吃东西。荒唐一夜之后，他甚至还留下钱把她当成了落魄陌生人。他从不知道自己随手对待的人，竟然是所有人都想攀附的顶级继承人。丈夫立刻端酒上前，急着攀关系，可薄家太子爷根本没看他，目光始终落在女人身上。他记得她，记得那晚她突然消失，也记得她留下的那笔钱。如今她终于再次站到了他面前，为了保住严家的脸面，丈夫被迫一杯接一杯喝酒。女人冷眼看着这个男人，在白月光羞辱她时从没保护过她，可现在为了权势却愿意低头。她第一次不再难过，只觉得恶心。白月光彻底慌了，他发现薄家太子爷的注意力根本不在严家，而在女人身上。于是他立刻安排人带女人去换衣服，表面说是为了她好，其实早已设好下一个陷阱。女人平静走进更衣室，身后的白月光得意地笑着，以为这次一定能毁掉她。可他不知道，女人刚刚想起了3年前那一晚最关键的东西，能证明薄家太子爷一直在找谁的真正证据还在他手里。而那件证据一旦出现，整个寿宴都会知道谁才是外人，谁才是骗子， 薄家太子爷真正为谁而来？
The woman was dragged out of the shower by the man everyone feared, and by morning, her family acted as if she had been thrown away. They thought she would cry, beg, and cling to the engagement that had humiliated her for years. But this time, she looked at the man and said he could leave. No tears, no begging, no pretending she still wanted their pity. In that house, she had never been treated like a real daughter. The mother protected the obedient sister. The relatives treated her like trouble. Even when her keepsake was damaged and someone tried to frame her, everyone waited for her to apologize. The fake sister lowered her head and acted innocent, saying she did not mean it. But the woman finally saw the trick. Being soft only made them push harder. Soon after, she made a deal with him. He could help her stay alive, enter the company, and cut off the people who used her. But she gave him 3 rules. He could not control her freedom. He could not ask about her past. Most importantly, he could not fall in love with her. The man almost laughed. Others wanted his name, money, or protection. She was the only one warning him to stay away. What she did not know was that he had already protected her. When the sister used the broken jade piece to embarrass her, the woman no longer lowered her head. When the family called the sister innocent, she answered with silence colder than any slap. When everyone thought she would be driven out, the man appeared and caught her before she fell. That was the first time the fake sister panicked. But the real battle had just begun. The family sent her into the company as a harmless pawn. They thought she had no power, no background, and no one behind her. So they watched her walk into Mr. Wen's office, expecting humiliation. Instead, Mr. Wen looked at her like she was the only person in the room. She tried to keep the deal professional, but the next second, he pulled her close. She froze, furious and shocked. This was the man no one dared to offend. Why was he crossing the line with her? And why did he seem to know what she was hiding? The old madam soon noticed something stranger. Mr. Wen was known for his obsession with cleanliness. He hated being touched, hated sharing food, and never let women near him. But for this woman, he broke every rule. He let her sit beside him, let her talk back, and even fell asleep near her. The sister saw it and became terrified. The ex-fiancé saw it and became jealous. He had cancelled the engagement, yet he still believed she should wait for him. When he came back acting regretful, she only said the past was over. That sentence hit him harder than any insult. But someone was not ready to let her escape. A message led her to a hotel. Behind the door, a note was waiting. Before she could understand it, a shadow rushed in and trapped her. She struggled, but the trap had already been set. When she opened her eyes again, the powerful man was beside her. He did not look surprised. He looked angry. Only then did she realize the hotel trap, the broken jade, the cancelled engagement, and the sister's fake innocence might all be connected. Just then, the sister returned to the mansion, pretending nothing had happened. But the mother did not comfort her. Instead, she coldly said that a useful girl must stay obedient. The sister froze, because at that moment, the door suddenly opened, and the man walked in with the missing evidence in his hand. The woman woke from a forbidden dream about the same man again. In the dream, she was lying beside him like they had loved each other for years. But when she opened her eyes, she was still single, confused, and being pushed into a flash marriage by a wealthy family. Everyone thought she only wanted money. Even the man across from her looked at her like a joke. He asked why she could marry a stranger so calmly. She did not lower her head. If his family needed a wife, fine. If she needed a husband, then he only had to be alive and male. The man was speechless. He thought she was shameless, but he did not know she had waited 7 years for the person in her dream. Soon, she met the family grandfather. The old man liked her immediately and treated this flash marriage like a tradition. She had only come to solve one problem, but this family was already calling her the future granddaughter-in-law. Just then, another man appeared, calm, sharp, and impossible to ignore. He was the real power behind the family, and also the man in her dreams. The servant looked down on her, but the woman did not run. Work came first, dignity came second, and love was not even on her list. However, the man was not as cold as he looked. When others mocked her, he watched. When she wanted to leave, he followed. Then he took her to a new house and revealed the first real twist. This was not a hotel or a gift. This was their wedding room. The woman froze. She had married into wealth in one day, but she had no idea whether she had found protection or a trap. After the wedding, the real battle began at work. A female colleague pretended to be sweet and called her sister, but every word was poison. She tried to shame the woman in public, hinting that she had climbed up by using men. This time, the woman did not swallow it. Green tea only turns bitter when brewed too long, and dirty people always think everyone else is dirty. The office went silent. The schemer expected tears, not a counterattack. Soon, the woman found something worse. Her idea, her plan, and the project she had worked on day and night had been stolen. The plagiarizer thought she was easy to crush. But when the meeting started, every detail exposed the truth. The woman knew the logic, the market, and the profit model better than anyone. Only then did the others realize she was the original creator. The fake planner panicked. The husband heard about the proposal and quietly pushed the Zhao group to look at her work. Everyone believed she survived because of luck, but the man knew her value. He simply gave her a chance to win with her own ability. But the enemy was not finished. Since they could not beat her in the office, they set up a dirtier trap. A business dinner was arranged. The woman thought she was going to discuss cooperation. Instead, she was led into a private room where a greedy client wanted more than a contract. He poured wine, blocked the door, and smiled like her career was in his hand. If she refused, the project might be ruined. If she stayed, she might lose everything. The schemers were waiting for one photo to destroy her reputation. But this time, she was no longer alone. Just as the client reached toward her, the the door suddenly opened. Her husband stepped in, dressed in a red suit, his eyes colder than ever. The client froze. Only then did everyone realize the man they had offended was not just her flash marriage husband. He was the real owner of the game. The woman woke from a forbidden dream about the same man again. In the dream, she was lying beside him like they had loved each other for years. But when she opened her eyes, she was still single, confused, and being pushed into a flash marriage by a wealthy family. Everyone thought she only wanted money. Even the man across from her looked at her like a joke. He asked why she could marry a stranger so calmly. She did not lower her head. If his family needed a wife, fine. If she needed a husband, then he only had to be alive and male. The man was speechless. He thought she was shameless, but he did not know she had waited 7 years for the person in her dream. Soon, she met the family grandfather. The old man liked her immediately and treated this flash marriage like a tradition. She had only come to solve one problem, but this family was already calling her the future granddaughter-in-law. Just then, another man appeared, calm, sharp, and impossible to ignore. He was the real power behind the family, and also the man in her dreams. The servant looked down on her, but the woman did not run. Work came first, dignity came second, and love was not even on her list. However, the man was not as cold as he looked. When others mocked her, he watched. When she wanted to leave, he followed. Then he took her to a new house and revealed the first real twist. This was not a hotel or a gift. This was their wedding room. The woman froze. She had married into wealth in one day, but she had no idea whether she had found protection or a trap. After the wedding, the real battle began at work. A female colleague pretended to be sweet and called her sister, but every word was poison. She tried to shame the woman in public, hinting that she had climbed up by using men. This time, the woman did not swallow it. Green tea only turns bitter when brewed too long, and dirty people always think everyone else is dirty. The office went silent. The schemer expected tears, not a counterattack. Soon, the woman found something worse. Her idea, her plan, and the project she had worked on day and night had been stolen. The plagiarizer thought she was easy to crush. But when the meeting started, every detail exposed the truth. The woman knew the logic, the market, and the profit model better than anyone. Only then did the others realize she was the original creator. The fake planner panicked. The husband heard about the proposal and quietly pushed the Zhao group to look at her work. Everyone believed she survived because of luck, but the man knew her value. He simply gave her a chance to win with her own ability. But the enemy was not finished. Since they could not beat her in the office, they set up a dirtier trap. A business dinner was arranged. The woman thought she was going to discuss cooperation. Instead, she was led into a private room where a greedy client wanted more than a contract. He poured wine, blocked the door, and smiled like her career was in his hand. If she refused, the project might be ruined. If she stayed, she might lose everything. The schemers were waiting for one photo to destroy her reputation. But this time, she was no longer alone. Just as the client reached toward her, the door suddenly opened. Her husband stepped in, dressed in a red suit, his eyes colder than ever. The client froze. Only then did everyone realize the man they had offended was not just her flash marriage husband. He was the real owner of the game.
The woman wanted a baby so badly that she walked into a hotel and tried to buy a man for one night. But the man beside her was not a random male model. He was Qin Shohan, the cold husband she had married a year ago. Their marriage was never about love. His grandfather wanted an heir, her family needed the Qin family to survive, and Qin Shohan refused to touch her or divorce her. In the past, she would have begged. This time, she smiled and said if he would not give her a child, she would find another man. The next morning, she treated him like a hired lover. She offered him 200,000 a month to sleep with her. Qin Shohan almost laughed. 1 million was not enough, he said. To his surprise, she agreed, then said she would earn the money. For the first time, the man who had ignored his wife felt jealous. Soon after, she pulled out a contract. He had to come when called, stay away from other women, keep the relationship secret, and never investigate her identity. She thought she was setting rules for a male companion. What she did not know was that every rule made Qin Shohan more interested. His wife, who once chased his heart, now only wanted his body and his child. When he mocked her for playing hard to get, she said she no longer liked him. If she could not get his heart, getting his body was enough. That sentence hit him harder than any confession. He ordered his assistant to check where she had been. But the real battlefield was the Qin family. At the old mansion, his grandfather asked why they had been married for a year and still had no child. She covered for him, saying he had been working too hard. However, his mother favored Lu Ruyan, the first love figure who dared to call Qin Shohan husband in front of everyone. They mocked Shi Yan, insulted her father, and acted as if the legal wife was the intruder. This time, Shi Yan did not lower her head. She reminded them that the name on the marriage certificate was hers, not Lu Ruyan's. If they loved pretending to be noble, then she would expose how cheap their tricks were. The mother-in-law froze. Lu Ruyan's smile almost cracked. Even Qin Shohan could not look away. After that, Shi Yan made a new decision. Since the prenuptial agreement trapped her, she would stop wasting tears and start using Qin Shohan's interest against him. To her, it was a mission. To him, it felt like a challenge. When Qin Shohan left on a private plane, everyone thought the wife had been abandoned again. But at the airport, Lu Ruyan's friends surrounded Shiryan and mocked her, saying she only married up because she pleased the old master. Before Shiryan could answer, Jin Shohan appeared. He did not defend Lu Ruyan. Instead, he said Shiryan was the woman he had chosen. From that moment, the contract started to change. He took her away, gave her the attention she had once begged for, and followed her to the seaside like a man who could no longer control himself. She still believed this was only a paid arrangement. He still pretended he was only playing along. But when he held her in the hot spring and looked at her like she was already his, even Shiryan felt her heart shake. She wanted a child, a shield, and a way out of Qin family shame. She never expected the husband who once refused to touch her to become the man who refused to let her go. And just when she thought she had finally taken control, his assistant walked in with a report that could expose everything she had been hiding.
The woman woke from a forbidden dream about the same man again. In the dream, she was lying beside him like they had loved each other for years. But when she opened her eyes, she was still single, confused, and being pushed into a flash marriage by a wealthy family. Everyone thought she only wanted money. Even the man across from her looked at her like a joke. He asked why she could marry a stranger so calmly. She did not lower her head. If his family needed a wife, fine. If she needed a husband, then he only had to be alive and male. The man was speechless. He thought she was shameless, but he did not know she had waited 7 years for the person in her dream. Soon, she met the family grandfather. The old man liked her immediately and treated this flash marriage like a tradition. She had only come to solve one problem, but this family was already calling her the future granddaughter-in-law. Just then, another man appeared, calm, sharp, and impossible to ignore. He was the real power behind the family, and also the man in her dreams. The servant looked down on her, but the woman did not run. Work came first, dignity came second, and love was not even on her list. However, the man was not as cold as he looked. When others mocked her, he watched. When she wanted to leave, he followed. Then he took her to a new house and revealed the first real twist. This was not a hotel or a gift. This was their wedding room. The woman froze. She had married into wealth in one day, but she had no idea whether she had found protection or a trap. After the wedding, the real battle began at work. A female colleague pretended to be sweet and called her sister, but every word was poison. She tried to shame the woman in public, hinting that she had climbed up by using men. This time, the woman did not swallow it. Green tea only turns bitter when brewed too long, and dirty people always think everyone else is dirty. The office went silent. The schemer expected tears, not a counterattack. Soon, the woman found something worse. Her idea, her plan, and the project she had worked on day and night had been stolen. The plagiarizer thought she was easy to crush. But when the meeting started, every detail exposed the truth. The woman knew the logic, the market, and the profit model better than anyone. Only then did the others realize she was the original creator. The fake planner panicked. The husband heard about the proposal and quietly pushed the Zhao group to look at her work. Everyone believed she survived because of luck, but the man knew her value. He simply gave her a chance to win with her own ability. But the enemy was not finished. Since they could not beat her in the office, they set up a dirtier trap. A business dinner was arranged. The woman thought she was going to discuss cooperation. Instead, she was led into a private room where a greedy client wanted more than a contract. He poured wine, blocked the door, and smiled like her career was in his hand. If she refused, the project might be ruined. If she stayed, she might lose everything. The schemers were waiting for one photo to destroy her reputation. But this time, she was no longer alone. Just as the client reached toward her, the door suddenly opened. Her husband stepped in, dressed in a red suit, his eyes colder than ever. The client froze. Only then did everyone realize the man they had offended was not just her flash marriage husband. He was the real owner of the game.
The woman left her legal husband in bed the moment her sick first love called. She had been married to the best kidney surgeon for 4 years, but no one outside the family knew it. To everyone else, he was Dr. Chen, a cold man in a white coat. To her, he was simpler, the only man who could keep Lin Ziyuan alive. That night, her husband thought their Cold War was over, but before he could hold her, her phone rang. Lin said he was scared. She changed clothes and rushed out. Her husband asked if one call from another man mattered more than their marriage. She only said Lin was seriously ill. The next day, Lin lay in the ward and acted weak. He wanted to leave the hospital, finish a list of wishes, and even take wedding photos with her before surgery. Dr. Chen stood beside them. Only then did everyone see the cruel truth. The patient called her his girlfriend, while the doctor treating him was her real husband. But the woman did not feel guilty. She held her husband's hand in front of Lin and asked him to complete the 9 wishes and save his life. When Dr. Chen refused, she thought he was just jealous. She never understood that every word cut into him. Soon after, the hospital began to gossip. Nurses whispered that the rich woman had a husband at home and a boyfriend in the ward. After one nurse made a mistake in surgery, Dr. Chen scolded her. The woman demanded an apology, but in front of everyone, Dr. Chen said the woman they were insulting was his wife. Everyone froze. The hidden marriage was exposed just like that. The woman should have been moved, but she blamed him for making things messy. She said they had agreed to hide the marriage. Her parents never liked him. Dr. Chen looked at her and gave one final answer. If she was so afraid of rumors, then there was one solution: divorce. She froze for 1 second, but soon her attention returned to Lynn. Her younger sister begged her to help the sick man. Lynn wanted a birthday, meals, and proof that she still cared. The woman agreed again and again. She even told her assistant to arrange everything, but this time, Dr. Chen had seen through it. He was angry because his wife never saw him as a husband. Whenever Lynn needed comfort, she ran to Lynn. Whenever Lynn needed a doctor, she called him. Whenever Lynn needed a kidney source, she treated his skill, his name, and his dignity as things she could order. Then the real crisis arrived. The matching kidney prepared for Lynn suddenly could not be used. At the same time, someone tried to buy an illegal kidney source. Dr. Chen discovered it and refused to cross the line. He was a doctor, not a tool for the rich to break rules. The woman did not know this. She got drunk and believed her husband would give in like before. Another man helped her home, and Dr. Chen saw everything. That night, the resentment he had swallowed for 4 years finally exploded. He asked why she always ran to Lynn, and why she could be gentle to everyone except her own husband. The next morning, she acted proud again. She said she was the real wife, but every choice she made proved the opposite. Just when she thought she could still call him back with one word, the hospital called. The kidney source was gone, and Lynn was running out of time. She picked up the phone and called Dr. Chen, but before she could beg him, the elevator doors opened behind her. Dr. Chen was standing there, and this time, his eyes were colder than ever.
The woman was dragged out of the shower by the man everyone feared, and by morning, her family acted as if she had been thrown away. They thought she would cry, beg, and cling to the engagement that had humiliated her for years. But this time, she looked at the man and said he could leave. No tears, no begging, no pretending she still wanted their pity. In that house, she had never been treated like a real daughter. The mother protected the obedient sister. The relatives treated her like trouble. Even when her keepsake was damaged and someone tried to frame her, everyone waited for her to apologize. The fake sister lowered her head and acted innocent, saying she did not mean it. But the woman finally saw the trick. Being soft only made them push harder. Soon after, she made a deal with him. He could help her stay alive, enter the company, and cut off the people who used her. But she gave him 3 rules. He could not control her freedom. He could not ask about her past. Most importantly, he could not fall in love with her. The man almost laughed. Others wanted his name, money, or protection. She was the only one warning him to stay away. What she did not know was that he had already protected her. When the sister used the broken jade piece to embarrass her, the woman no longer lowered her head. When the family called the sister innocent, she answered with silence colder than any slap. When everyone thought she would be driven out, the man appeared and caught her before she fell. That was the first time the fake sister panicked. But the real battle had just begun. The family sent her into the company as a harmless pawn. They thought she had no power, no background, and no one behind her. So they watched her walk into Mr. Wen's office, expecting humiliation. Instead, Mr. Wen looked at her like she was the only person in the room. She tried to keep the deal professional, but the next second, he pulled her close. She froze, furious and shocked. This was the man no one dared to offend. Why was he crossing the line with her? And why did he seem to know what she was hiding? The old madam soon noticed something stranger. Mr. Wen was known for his obsession with cleanliness. He hated being touched, hated sharing food, and never let women near him. But for this woman, he broke every rule. He let her sit beside him, let her talk back, and even fell asleep near her. The sister saw it and became terrified. The ex-fiancé saw it and became jealous. He had cancelled the engagement, yet he still believed she should wait for him. When he came back acting regretful, she only said the past was over. That sentence hit him harder than any insult. But someone was not ready to let her escape. A message led her to a hotel. Behind the door, a note was waiting. Before she could understand it, a shadow rushed in and trapped her. She struggled, but the trap had already been set. When she opened her eyes again, the powerful man was beside her. He did not look surprised. He looked angry. Only then did she realize the hotel trap, the broken jade, the cancelled engagement, and the sister's fake innocence might all be connected. Just then, the sister returned to the mansion, pretending nothing had happened. But the mother did not comfort her. Instead, she coldly said that a useful girl must stay obedient. The sister froze, because at that moment, the door suddenly opened, and the man walked in with the missing evidence in his hand.